This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome, everybody, to Platinum Chatnum, episode 933. I'm joined here by some of my friends, you guys. It's Mimi, Bren, and Sideshow. And you're wondering why we're 27 minutes late. And once again, that would be Wilkinson's fault. Explain yourself, Josh.
I was playing badminton. What do you want from me, okay? I have a life outside of doing this podcast.
You've moved back to Britain and become the most British human being on earth.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to stop down the middle for tea and crumpets.
I'm shoveling Yorkshire puddings into my mouth at just a vast rate.
Mimi and Bren, you guys, what's going on here? You're extras in the Fast and Furious 3?
Yeah, we actually just raced in here. It was a crazy ride.
It was a race here. I had to defend my ego, getting to the Platchat studio in time as well. Some guy was just trying to rev his horn in his Mustang. He was compensating for something. I had to show him up. You know how it is.
All right, yeah, I mean, nice story. No swearing within the first 5 minutes.
Okay, yeah, we're good so far. We're not going to lose the sponsorship money again. All right, there's a lot going on in Valorant, so we're going to get out of the waffle zone and actually talk about the LCQ. And what better place to start than with Sentinels, because we want to get the engagement early. We want that watch time, baby.
Hell yeah.
Guys, surely we can't do a 2-hour Sentinel segment every episode.
Yes, we can.
They've won one game. One game.
So we're starting off here. We're talking about Marv because he showed up individually, but more importantly, he's been IGLing for this team. And I know during the regular season, it was kind of up in the air how much he was actually doing with the calling. But in the post-match interview, speaking to Zekken, it seemed like he's having more influence on the team, and he was speaking pretty highly of him.
Yeah, I'm interested in that, honestly, because, yeah, I was listening in on some of the comments towards the end of the season, and it felt much more like Zekken and Sassy were having more input. So I'd be intrigued to see, like, what Marv's actually doing for the squad if he's turned up in being a full IGL. I don't know. I don't know whether to believe Zekken.
Are you accusing the pride of New Jersey of being a liar?
I'm not accusing anyone of anything, but I'm saying, you know, untruths sometimes spill.
Guys, we're here to talk about the LCQ, not Sen. There's more teams.
Oh.
Who are you?
Oh. Yeah, what's going on? What happened to the setup?
Oh, yeah. Well, we have a show to do, though. Yeah, we should probably do that instead.
Oh, okay, yeah.
This thing wasn't even plugged in.
Okay.
My immersion's ruined.
Oh, well, I guess we'll do the real show then, shall we?
Yep.
Let's go! Buena, weón! What a shot! Ay, ay, ay!
You know, we always show shots of Los Angeles' cityscape, but we never seem to see any trains. Hello, and welcome to Day 3 of VCT Americas LCQ. We're coming to you live from the Riot Games Arena right here in Los Angeles, California. I'm your host, Mimi, and joining me on the desk today, I've got two of my friends, again, Bren and Josh, and a new member for the show, Vanity. Welcome.
Not a friend.
Not a friend. Not yet.
Okay, not
we
yet.
have a whole day with him. We're going to see if we're friends by the end of the day.
Okay, I'll do my best.
Okay. How you doing, man? First time we had you on the desk.
I'm good. I'm excited. Don't know how it's gonna go, but we'll see what I can
Off
do.
to a great start.
Yeah.
Off to a great
Wilkinson,
start.
how are you? You don't seem to have a race jacket on. Did you not get the memo?
No, I didn't get the memo today, actually, but I synced up the colors with Vanity instead. We're repping Cloud9 blue, but kind of like green.
It's like a weird blue, you know?
Yeah, we're going for something different. Cloud9 Leviatán, they're the blue teams today.
That makes a lot of sense. That really resonates with me. Okay, well, yesterday we had some great games right here on the stage with Crew knocking out Furia and actually eliminating all of the Brazilian competition from this tournament. With the first 2 days out of the way, Vanity, how's this tournament shaping up to your expectations thus far? Did you think that Crew would start a run like this?
I think it makes sense that Crew's having a good run, given they were playing two teams with stand-ins, right? Chosen was one on MMR, and then Conan was, he was their sixth, but he was also a player last year, so it's not the exact same case as MIBR.
So what you're saying is it's a fraudulent run so far?
Oh, that's what you're saying.
I think Kesnet is the GOAT. That's what I'm saying. Don't listen to him.
Right, well, you're not allowed in Brazil anymore for that take. All right. That's fine.
joining the ranks of that one as we see the bracket already shaken out here. We're continuing with our LATAM versus LATAM and our NA versus NA bracket here. We got C9 Sen and then Leviatán versus Crew. Two really exciting matchups today. Brent, I think that second one especially should be interesting. So much history there.
Yeah, a lot of history there. And how far can Crew go? Have LEV improved? Have they made the changes? Are Sentinel still a cloud-based org? Yes, they are. Will they do that?
True.
Will they do that? I don't know where I was going with that one as well. Is our bracket perfect?
No. What do you mean is our bracket perfect?
What was the one we in the bracketology?
We
I think
definitely
it
had
was good
Furia
thus
winning.
far.
No, we definitely had
Crew
Furia winning, didn't we?
You had Crew winning the whole event. You guys
Somehow
had the
Crew
biggest
won the
Crew
event,
win.
but they lost early on, so I don't really know what you guys were doing.
Yeah, it wasn't a bracket based in reality.
Just remember, they did predict the Sentinels Crew Grand Final, which we are going to
And
pick.
KRU wins.
But with the first little bit of this event out of the way, with us getting into the double elimination stage, I think it is time to overreact, as we so often love to do.
Love that.
And I heard that all of us have actually prepared a very hot, excellent overreaction. No mild takes on this one. So let's see what you guys have prepped up here. We're also, beyond just hearing them, we're going to be rating them. We have the salsa scale. Actually robbed the salsa factory to get these signs.
Yeah, it's like mild, like a lemon and herb, and then we've got pretty spicy, and we've got, what is this, extreme heat
Am I going
as well.
first with this one?
You are
Yeah,
going
yeah, yeah.
first.
First to left. Okay.
I want to hear you, before you say a take, what do you evaluate it on that scale of 3?
What do you think your own take is?
Well, I think it's extremely hot, personally.
Okay, then go
I think
ahead,
it's like,
let's hear
that threw me for a loop. My hot take, I want to jump into this. My hot take is 100 Thieves just lost, they probably, they have played their last match in 2023 VCT. I think for 2024, they should make 0 changes.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
pretty-
why though?
Can you
Why?
explain
quite
yourself?
hot. Because I think that the team kind of got marred by a lot of issues when it came to the structure, the overhead, right? The analyst, Mike was on as a loan for like 80% of the season.
Yeah.
They've been in a bit of a tumultuous stage with that. They don't really have the prep and the manpower. I don't think there's full potential got showcased with the roster. I think we saw really high peaks of it early on.
Yeah.
And then the pressure got to them a little bit more. And I think, honestly, if you just give them time and set the expectations already, I know they've already had a lot of time.
Yeah, they've had
but I
quite
think-
a bit of time.
Let's give them another year.
Let's give it a
They've
whole
already
other year.
Vanity, what do you
my
make of
year?
that?
My view. I mean, I understand. I think I agree with what you're saying, but I think that knowing how esports is, that's not
You
what's going to
clearly
happen.
don't. You did it extremely heat.
Well,
It's like hot.
I can understand what you're saying, but
Okay.
I don't think it's going
That's
to
a hot
happen in
take.
reality.
Oh, yeah, it's not
Okay.
going to happen.
Okay. Let's move on.
Here's my hot take,
Yeah.
okay? I don't know where you guys are going to rate this. People seem to be high on the Crew train today. Crew are not going to win more than 10 rounds in the maps. They're going to go 0 and
In the
2
match today?
In the match today against Leviatán.
10 cumulative. Like,
I mean,
across both
20
maps.
total. They're going out 0-2 with no double-digit scores, and they're also going out 0-2 in the lower bracket. Crew will not win a map from here on out. They've only managed to get wins against teams with assistant coaches standing in.
They're beating
It's
Lev.
not a run. It's not a run.
They're beating Lev.
I mean, Leviatán looked tragic at the end of the season.
No,
Do you
it's
not
fine.
remember that?
They've been.
They're going to fix everything.
Yeah,
this
they're going to
month.
fix it all.
all the
Hater.
issues. Where's
Yeah.
Crew's been? They went to the Bahamas. They've been vibing. They had a month off. They're feeling great.
Yeah, they've actually been
They're
looking
back.
good. You're on your hater arc.
Yeah, I am.
This is the doomer side.
This is normal, no?
Yeah, this is.
Yeah,
yeah,
this
this
is
is
what do you mean an arc?
Expect from them.
This is just Josh. All right, I feel like that one's medium. Vanity, you got something good for us?
Lev wins LCQ. King's the MVP.
Leviatán wins LCQ. With King as the MVP.
What are
Very
you
hot.
saying? What are you basing this off?
Bias.
Just pure bias.
I can't give that an extreme
What
heat.
about your friends on Cloud9? You're not biased for them?
I love King. Okay, you gotta think about it like this, right? If I predict C9, I jinx them.
Right,
So,
right.
like, I
Okay.
like Lev as well, but
The thing is, if Lev win, I think King is going to be the
so
MVP.
that's the mild part. So
Right.
if I didn't say that, it's probably extreme spice from you, right?
They're like the second
They
team.
got a chance.
Yeah,
They
got
have a very
chance.
good chance.
You think they're the second team?
I think that's pretty
That's
spicy.
crazy.
Yeah.
You guys have no respect on Sen.
I mean, I laugh, but also this guy could be spitting. Hold on. We got to see about Sentinels. All right, I've got another one about a team that's going to be winning it all. This one, a very simple hot take. Cloud9 gonna win the event. That's not very hot. That's a pretty simple
Mild.
one.
That's-
That is mild.
that's
But
garlic aioli.
wait. Do not evaluate yet. Cloud9 will not only win this event, but they will not drop a series until Champions playoffs. They will run through the rest of this tournament, run through the group stages of champs, and they will not drop a series until they get to that point.
they only need to win 2 games in a group stage of champs, right, for that to come true.
But think about all the teams. They could get a Fnatic in their group. They could
No.
Because they're they're coming.
Wait,
in
they'll be a 4th seed.
Yeah, they'll be-
16-team tourney. So
Okay. I'm a
Wait, I'm going up the
That's in the middle
rankings.
somewhere.
Yeah, I forgot that everybody has to play in the group.
There's some hard teams at Champions.
Yeah. I hope they get Fnatic in their group and
Just to dominate my take.
just get rolled.
We won LCQ 2021, played Fnatic first game. No, Riot likes their scripts.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, well, I don't know who had the spiciest one. I feel like
We
those
all
were all
did.
fairly spicy. Like
They're all
reasonable
picante,
amount.
no?
Wilkinson's just a hater, as we came to expect from him. But if you want to hate on him, if you are a Crew fan, you can use Twitter for that. It's a really useful tool. And to make sure you use the hashtags VALORANT LCQ and VCT. And on top of that, you can see those tweets on the broadcast. And maybe more the positive ones we'll be seeing on there. But that wraps things up for the first little block here on VCT Americas. We're going to be taking a quick break, but when we get back, we'll get into today's first matchup. It's Cloud9 versus Sentinels. We'll be right back.
Unreal from Saucy again.
Could be a bit of a trap play because they're not expecting it. The knives in his hands and 4 kills.
Welcome back to day 2 of VCT America's Last Chance Qualifiers with today's first match, the #1 seed of Cloud9 making their debut here at the LCQ, facing off against Sentinels. And that's kind of a crazy timeline to be talking about because for this Cloud9 team, I don't think anyone would have expected them to actually end up in the LCQ vanity.
Yeah, I mean, I think most people thought they would be easily one of the teams to get the spot in Tokyo. They didn't, so I mean, kind of unfortunate, but I definitely think they were a clear favorite going into playoffs.
And the stakes are high as well, because you lose this match, and you know that Sentinel's social media team is going to be pounding
they're
you
gonna
down.
rinse
They were already brutal yesterday, Brad.
Yeah, I mean, this was just an absolute
Cruel and
atomic
unusual.
bomb drop. I mean, on the timeline as well.
masterclass.
That was brutal. You know, Dom was cackling, man, when he was writing up this one. I mean, this was just...
Where do you even get the inspiration for that? It's absolutely inspired. Yeah, I love it.
If Sentinels can do one thing, it's social media. They'll always get it done. As a player, does that add pressure when you play against them?
I mean, I don't think most players imagine that.
I was hoping you would lie, but we'll move on from that one. Cloud9 definitely feeling that pressure today. And let's talk about their story throughout Americas, because as we were mentioning, it really was quite a tragic tale for these guys. They started off as a team with no expectations, with 2 young guys coming in to replace you and Ye, who are players who are much bigger and known names in this one. And then they went on this run and looked like they were going to maybe be the best team in Americas. And then in playoffs, it all slipped away from them, Josh.
Right, but it's a tragedy in the sense of they'd already vastly over-exceeded everybody's expectations for them, and they slipped at the final margin. You know, you saw Jake and Rooney devastated about that, not able to help their team take it over the line. But it has to be contextualized. This run is not necessarily over yet. They're still at LCQ.
Yeah.
Whether or not that becomes a small blip in the overall tale of Cloud9 this year, or whether that defines them, is yet to be seen, and that's what they're playing for today.
Yeah, no, I'd agree with that as well. I think that they need to showcase a bit of a return to that form in the regular season rather than leaning more into what happened at playoffs, which was really just, I think, a few key pieces falling apart, which we'll probably get onto later as well when we discuss the team a bit more.
Yeah, and for you, Vanity, what is that like for a player to have like such a crazy kind of shift in not only the community's expectations, but I'm sure your own expectations as a team throughout the season to then kind of have that new pressure in the playoffs, I guess?
I'd say we experienced that a bit on C9, like when we won LCQ, and then made the champs. We were the best placing NA team, and then in stage 1, people were like looking at us as like, because we went 5-0, and then we didn't make Iceland. So personally, I try not to think about it too much, but it definitely is something that's like on the back of your mind. It's not something that's like omnipresent, right? Like you're not always thinking about it, but I think it's something that's like there in the back of your head that like it's like subconscious, I guess.
Yeah.
So you like definitely do care about the public opinion because, you know, it's impossible not to, but I think that you tried not to let it affect you as much as you can.
It's still always hard to resist that one. But
yeah.
having a player who can help bring you back down to earth and be an emotional leader for the team is such an important facet of avoiding that. And I think throughout Americas, we really saw Zelsis come into his own in that, right, Bren? Yeah. He went from this guy that was always just like the silly goose of the team who was getting fined for ridiculous things to really their emotional leader.
I think he's still a bit of a silly goose, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
The guy's he's a bit goofy.
I'd say that's pretty much who he is.
Yeah, he's a goofy
He's
guy.
been this person for as long as I've known him. Like,
yeah, but
he's so interesting
he
because
has
he fills
been the
both
rock,
roles.
right? He's been the rock for this team and that emotional leader, as you can see. I mean, we already have been discussing it multiple times, but I think it's an important factor when it comes to just bringing up those younger players in terms of getting them that experience in the big stage. And looking forwards into this LCQ, I mean, the stakes have never been higher with this one as well. It's going to be even more important, I would argue.
Yeah, what I like about their relationship is that he's there during the wins and he's there during the losses. He's always going over to those younger players, more inexperienced players, and he's either comforting them or bigging them up and providing that like emotional leverage that they need to take their game to the next level.
And even in your loss, in the loss for Cloud9, we did see that on social media where Zelsis was kind of tweeting about the progress of the team. So many times he was like described as a father figure for this team. You see Jake actually replying to him here where he says that he couldn't have asked for a better friend, leader, or teammate, that Zelsis brought him back from the mental dumps after the loss to EG and raised Jake's confidence far above what he thought he deserved, and just says that he loves you to Jordan. So I don't know why I made that so unemotional at the end, but it really is. It's cool to see this guy's progress as a leader. And you played with him like right at the start of his VALORANT career. How much has he kind of evolved since then?
I would say this is pretty much what he's always been. I think this is like why I wanted to get him on Cloud9 back when we got him in this year, obviously. I think that it's something he's really good at, is like helping his teammates like realize how good they are. I think it's why he likes me as well. I think it's something that I helped him realize on V1, like you need to help your teammates look really good. And I think it's something that we work towards.
And yeah, I mean, you can see Zelsis' reaction here as well, where he's, you know, devastated, let the kids down, etc. Like, you know, parent going through a divorce kind of vibes. But the important thing is that they take all of these, you know, negative emotions or cathartic emotions at the end and turn it into a renewed vigor to take this from being something that ended their season to something that begins the LCQ run. You can take your knocks and turn them into experience that helps you realize how to get over it in the future. And if you reach a pressure scenario like they will do today playing against Sentinels, how to not get overwhelmed by that. And I think that's so crucial for Jake and Rooney.
Yeah, no, I'd agree with that as well. I think this is going to be the big litmus test, isn't it, as well? Can they actually get back up after being knocked down in that fashion in the playoffs and you know, rally back in that? They've had a month and a half, you know, but that's not something you can really solve with practice. I think as well, if the confidence gets knocked in that fashion, it's more of like a test when you actually sit down on the stage in the chair itself and see it play out.
Yeah, well, talking about that confidence, we do have Wyatt standing by with Jake to maybe get a little bit more insight on how he's feeling. Wyatt?
Thank you, Mimi. Jake, let me stop you for a second here. I've got a couple questions for you as to what happened in the season and moving forward here. So you guys had such a close game against NRG in the playoffs, just shy of making it to Tokyo. What was it like for you having to watch Tokyo in the offseason, knowing that you were almost there yourself?
It was tough. I mean, probably words that I can't say on broadcast. It was really upsetting, to be honest, to watch them like make the run that they did and get fourth. Like, I feel like we could have done identical things in Tokyo, so it's just tough to be like 2 rounds away and just lose in that fashion.
Yeah, totally understand that. And then my second follow-up would be, what are you going to focus on to actually make it to the next international LAN here?
I mean, probably just play our game. Like, I feel like we dove too much into what the other team was doing, and we're a really good team individually, and we could do different strategies and whatnot, but we just got to focus on doing what we're best at, and that's pretty much it.
Sounds good, man. Best of luck to you in the match today, and I'm going to send it back to Mimi now on the desk.
Thanks very much, Wyatt. Yeah, they're going to be looking to right those wrongs and reset the mental now heading into this very, very important tournament in LCQ for Cloud9. One last chance to kind of renew those expectations and make it to champions. But a guy who could be very helpful in making that run happen, who is really one of the strongest individual players throughout the Americas run for Cloud9, was LEV. And Vanity, you've played with this guy for years, honestly. Yeah. Can you just talk about him as a player and just what makes him so good?
I'll definitely say the biggest thing that makes LEV as good as he is like, he's very mature. Like, people think he's a lot older than he is.
He's still like 19,
He's 19,
right?
He turns 20 this year, I believe.
That is ridiculous.
I've been playing with this kid since he was like 15, and he's been the exact same, right? Like, obviously, like, everyone has like their own like flaws, but I would say that everything LEV provides is like really valuable, and he has very few things that aren't super valuable.
Yeah, he was just born old.
He's one of like the most well-spoken people I've ever worked with as well.
Yeah, but I do think that LEV's extraordinary ability during the regular season was part of what powered Cloud9 to look incredible. I mean, at times LEV looked like the best player in Americas. He was up there with Aspas in terms of the
I feel
value
like they were
he was
definitely 1 and 2, like by far.
Right,
for the first like 8 weeks.
But then for playoffs, I felt like some of that dipped, whether it was other teams getting a read on them or LEV's individual form slipping or something. I don't exactly know what the issue was there, but I think that's going to be a major component. It's not just down to the younger rookie players. I suppose younger doesn't make any sense when we're talking about
I think he's still the youngest player on the team. So.
Less experience is what I mean to say. Yeah.
And that's what makes it so interesting, too, because despite that age, there's a lot of players who are really stepping up as leaders. Obviously, Rooney's the IGL, but we've already discussed what LEV can add to the roster and what so many of these guys bring into the fold. But we're talking about good players. You know who else is good, guys? Tens. I think he's a pretty good player. Let's talk about him and pivot over to Sentinels. Because this guy, after kind of some up and downs throughout the season, being in and out of the roster, dealing with some stuff in his own personal life, he came into LCQ performing at the level that people think of when they think Tens, friend.
This was mad impressive for me, I think, because he showcased a ton of flexibility, playing a multitude of roles, and at a really high level. I mean, he was taking over at certain aspects, and it's what you kind of need from him. But it's been hard, I think, as well, because, you know, the expectations have always been so high after that monster performance all the way back in the day, Reykjavik 2021. That's a hell of a bar that he set for himself to try and live up to. And when you have the fan pressure added towards it as well, you're playing on one of the most popular orgs in the world. On top of it, all of it just culminates, and it can be really difficult. But, I mean, he lived up to it there when it really mattered. I mean, that was an elimination match. There was no second chances in that game, and he stepped up massively.
His form was spectacular, but while I was watching Tens pop off, I was like, man, it almost looks like 100 Thieves are scared of him. They can't take battles against him. They refuse to fight him at the same time. I doubt he's going to get the same level of respect from Cloud9, and I also think, in theory, Cloud9's players should be in better form to be able to deal with it.
Like, you can't let him run at you, because if you give Tens the fear factor, like that's what he has, right? His name, like he's Tens, right? He's like, I think, still the best statistical performance at an event ever, Iceland 2021. Yeah. I don't think anyone's topped that. Yeah. So I think that him having a good performance is like gonna happen if people let him beat Tens, right? So you kind of need to play off like as your team, because once you do that, it's a lot harder to have a lot of superstar levels.
But it isn't Reykjavik 2021 anymore. You can't just run around and go crazy as an individual and win. It really is a team game.
Tell that to something.
No, not going to tell it to him. It's too fun to watch. But for the Sentinels team, they also really did improve in the teamwork. For a squad that was dealing with so much back and forth in the roster throughout the season, here they look well drilled, just particularly in their retakes.
Yeah, I was very impressed with the retakes. I think this came through on Pearl, it came through on Split as well, where they were just able to find moments where they were able to combine together and overwhelm their opponents yesterday. I mean, yesterday what impressed me was that they were holding on to key areas and getting back into sites and really abusing the fact that 100 Thieves sucked at the post. And I think that it was a good win condition, and they made it work for themselves. If they can find something similar that Cloud9 are doing wrong and abuse that, maybe they got a shot today. What worries me is that Cloud9's post plants were so good during the regular season. Like they were so aggressive, dynamic in terms of how they were moving around the map. I don't think they're going to allow, again, Sentinels to have that kind of freedom. The same thing I was talking about with the individual level of Tens. They're just not a team that's going to sit back and let you do what you want.
Yeah, but isn't that just inherently a strong sign for them? Because I think what was plaguing this team throughout the season, Vanity, was that they always had these individuals who were performing, but they never had that teamwork to build around it.
I mean, I think the biggest thing is like they had so many different like weird changes, right? Like Psycho went out in week 3, and then Def went out in like week 5.
It was always later.
Like, Tens went out. Tens went out for Def. Yeah. And like so this
Marvin,
is like
Tens out. It was back and forth the whole
I don't think they've lost
the game
no
time to settle
with this current roster. If I'm not wrong, I think Marv is 3-0 as an IGL, as far as I'm aware. So I think that, and I think Kaplan's an incredible coach. I think they have a really good coaching staff. So I think that that's a big part of the reason they look so good going forward.
It does seem like the addition of the roster that can do the most damage, but despite all those changes, the face of consistency for this team is, of course, the pride of New Jersey. None other than Zek, and the best person to come out of the state, the best thing to come out of the state since air conditioning all the way back when, Brett.
Did air condition? Did New Jersey invent air conditioning?
Of course it did.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that. That's crazy. But Zekken is an amazing player. I can talk about Zekken all day long. I mean, this guy, I think as well, we kind of take it for granted the fact that this guy has just been absolutely ragdolled while he's been on Sentinels in terms of what he's had to play for this team. Right? He has been asked to play initiators, duelists at times. He's been going all over the place in terms of his role, but he's been playing it all to such a high level every single time.
As well.
Man, the guy has so much potential as a player, still so young, and he does it all at such a high level. He always looks like, you know, the best player in the server at times, I think, in every single one of their matches, even in their losses.
I think it'd be hard to disagree with that. Yeah.
Right? The guy is an absolute nutcase, and honestly, still got so much further to go, and I can't see any downswing in his performance, in his form. It feels like it's just going to keep on going.
I mean, I'm looking forward very much to that clash between Zekken and Leaf. I think that is going to be one of the driving factors. They're both going to be trying to set the tempo for their teams. We've seen Zekken getting dominated in some of the games, though, despite how good he is, and he has been really good. We've seen him have some matches where he's like 0 and 8 in first deaths. First kill to first death, because Sentinels are just chucking him in like a trebuchet at the walls, and he just splat and then falls.
Largely because they didn't have the support structure around him, right?
Absolutely.
They weren't supporting him.
But what I'm saying is the recent wins, you were saying they're undefeated at the moment. They played against Crew, Furia, and then they've had this win over 100
This
Thieves.
will definitely be their hardest
This will be a step up.
Yeah, but for more on this team's form and to hear from the guy himself, let's take a listen to what Zekken thinks about the current state of his squad.
I've really enjoyed the last month or two of just being able to practice and work together as one unit. Finally, like being able to have the opportunity to just have no changes, have like a consistent schedule of consistent practice. It's been amazing.
And Vinny, that consistency is really important for a roster, but also just classic Zekken.
Yeah.
A silly guy.
Zekken,
yeah.
I think he's a GOAT.
Yeah.
I think he's one of the best players in North America. I think he's been really good ever since he started playing. I think it's just like a matter of time for someone like him to get as good as they have been. I think it's something most people knew, and then, I mean, he just keeps building on it, right? He's getting better and better, like, every event.
It's very interesting to hear Zekken talk about how valuable it is to get proper time, solidity, practice. Vanity, what's it like to have a roster that just is able to be settled, no big moves, you have time really to flesh it out, you can really get to your full potential.
It's great.
That's lovely, right?
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, that'd be good.
That's a cool question to ask.
Yeah.
All right. With all that set up, though, I think, Brent, that does move us on to really the biggest question here.
Yeah.
We can give all the flowers to Sentinels for their improvement, but this is a hard team. This is Cloud9 coming in as the favorite of the tournament. Do you think they actually have a realistic shot today with the improvements they've made?
I think they've got a very good chance of beating Cloud9 today. I think so. I think that out of all the teams heading into LCQ, you never really know what to expect when you've got a month and a half off for these teams as well. Because a month and a half is a hell of a lot of practice. And like Zekken said in that piece, you know, it's been so good for them having that consistent practice and whatnot. But I think that they showcased as well that they had fixed a lot of that coordination problems. They looked really good in terms of the retakes that you already pointed out, Josh, as well. And I think that they've kind of like got everybody in really cool roles and they've got really good ideas. Just the little things as well. Like when Tens is playing the Euro, it's not just a little pick that he wants to play. It's actually thought out. When they're using his ult, he's pinging out players, they're spamming it, they're in positions to follow up on all of his util. He's flashing for people to push into the back of sight sometimes. It's all coordinated and put together. It doesn't feel slapdash and puggy like it did when this roster first formed.
It doesn't feel slapdash and puggy, but it still doesn't feel like these players playing. So they're championship players. This doesn't feel like a championship system yet that we've seen from them before on teams like, Loud and teams like NRG.
I mean,
when we've
four
seen
champions on their team right now.
Right, but it doesn't feel like they're at that level yet in terms of how the system is functioning. I think a lot of this game is going to come down to form. Like, what is Leaf looking like in terms of form? Tens in terms of form? Like, are they hitting the shots they need?
But where's that form going to be, do you think, Vanity, for Cloud9? How does this team, who really hit their first big hurdle, recover for LCQ? Because you've made runs in this tournament before.
I mean, I think the biggest thing is, like, starting on a good note. I think especially with, like, lesser experienced players, I think getting Jake and Rooney going early is something that's going to matter. I think Leaf is going to be relevant as well, like Zeppa. But those three, I feel like you can rely on them a lot. And I think that those three need to play well to help elevate Jake and Rooney a lot. And that's, like, their big key to success is, like, their core getting consistent results.
Yeah. No, I completely agree with that. I think if you get the core three of Leaf, Zeppa, Zellsis performing really well, the rookies get elevated in that, right? It's like they just rise to the occasion. But when Leaf was getting shut down in the fashion he was, and it was all relying on Zelsa Seppa, that was when we just saw it falling to pieces a little bit. And the playoffs, I need to see a turnaround. I think Sentinels have more experience when it comes to these high pressure scenarios with the roster they've got compared to Cloud9.
I hope to God Cloud9 are playing at a decent form, because for them to go incredible in the regular season, almost make it to Tokyo, if they flop here, I'm going to be mauled in, because they're the best candidate for a great team coming out of LCQ for Americas.
They've already had that heartbreak. They've already had that moment where it slipped away from them. And now it's a question of how much can Cloud9 recover? Or will it be Sentinels finally living up to the form that people have been waiting for so long? We're making our way through LCQ. It's already the double elimination stage, and we have 4 teams left in the running for champions. Today, they're going head-to-head. Cloud9 versus Sentinels. Leviatán versus Crew. Day 3 of VCT Americas LCQ starts right now.
The goal this year is to be able to go to champions.
The pressure is on.
Let's go!
Por eso hay que ganarle a todos.
Skills do capitão quer mais.
Oh, looking for the transfer! And he's gonna get it! What are you guys fucking doing? First misses the second, does not!
Para você ser o melhor, você tem que ganhar dos melhores.
Buena, weón!
Anyone can take any game off one another.
Saucy gets 3!
And the B-Slider's now open. What a shot! Ai, ai, ai! Sensacional!
Our next match is against Cloud9. They were super strong in the regular season. Last time they played us, they kind of whipped us. But I think we've improved a lot since then, and I'm excited to play them.
Any moment now.
Yay.
There's one right through the back. Second's got the knives, and he is hungry.
It's going to be a lot more tense, a lot more stressful. There are people's spots on the line, champ slot at the line. Everyone's going to be, under a little more pressure than normal.
Trying to inch first, damage down to almost nothing. 18 HP left, and it's C9 holding it down.
Let's go, boys. It's only one.
Chalice crunch as well. They're exchanging fire right through the smoke. You see, it's a Trailblazer to set it up. Beautiful again. It's tens.
All right, welcome back to the VCT LCQ map pick ban. We have Cloud9 against Sentinels. C9, you guys are higher seeds, so what team would you like?
I'll take Team A.
C9 is Team B, which means Sentinels is Team A. We'll start with the first set of bans. Sentinels, what do you ban?
Ban Haven.
Bans Haven. Okay, C9, what do you ban?
We'll ban Bind.
Bind. Okay, Sentinels with the first map pick.
Pick Pearl.
Pearl. And C9, what side on Pearl? Attack. Okay, C9 with the second map pick.
Fracture.
Fracture. And Sentinels, what side on Fracture?
Defense.
Defense. Okay, with the second phase of bans, Sentinels, ban a map.
Ban Lotus.
Ban Lotus. And C9, what do you guys ban?
We'll get rid of Ascent.
Okay, C9 bans Ascent. So the decider map is Split. Sen, what side on Split?
Defense.
Defense. We'll go over it again. Sen bans Haven. C9 bans Bind. Sen picks Pearl for map 1. C9 is attack on Pearl. C9 picks Fracture for map 2 with Sen on defense. The next set of bans is Sen bans Lotus. C9 bans Ascent, so decider map is Split with Sen on defense. Good luck, have fun.
Thank you. Okay, so
Riot Games Arena. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna have fun today. Let's welcome to the stage the very first team coming hot off a win against 100 Thieves. It's your very own Sentinels. Now, on the other side of the stage, the question on everyone's mind, can they keep up their dominant regular season run, or is this where it ends? Ladies and gentlemen, it's Cloud9! It's 4 world champions versus NA's newest favorites in Cloud9. Their season ended in disappointment after making a miracle run through the regular season. But on the other side, for Sentinels, they too have had their ups and downs, their trials and tribulations. They finally landed on a roster, found an IGL, and won a first match. The question now is, how far can they go in this run? Or if Cloud9 can repeat history and maybe make another LCQ run, Vanity?
You know, I always have to root for my friends, but I definitely think this is gonna be a really good match to watch, and it depends a lot on how like C9 comes out. I think they have to have a good start, or this could get pretty disgusting. Honestly.
Disgusting is the word. Yeah, I do still stand by the point. I think Sen have a very good chance to take this series here. I think that they've got a ton of experience on big stages like that. They seemed unfazed by that pressure. What was that?
They're in the group huddle on 3 ice creams. I mean, is that how MC is bribing them to have a good game?
You gotta win, like, you guys get ice cream.
Yeah, you win, you get ice cream.
He's had them locked in the bod dungeon for the whole offseason. They're finally gonna get released, have a little ice cream social. The stakes have never been higher.
I think the map veto is very interesting. You have 2 maps that Sentinels played against 100 Thieves yesterday that Cloud9 can take a look at, see how they're performing. They're also good maps for Cloud9, all 3 of them. I mean, picking Pearl into C9 when C9 is super confident there, I feel like Sen have set themselves up where they need to be performing at their A game to win.
I think it's really weird to give Cloud9, because Cloud9 is a team that's really good with prep, like MC in general, like even back to the guard. They were really incredible when you give them prep. So I think it's a bit interesting that Sen didn't go for like a map where they can catch C9 off a little bit, but maybe they're just that confident in their Pearl, or they noticed like a weakness in C9's Pearl in the past maybe.
Yeah, I think it's confidence in their own game as well. I mean, Cap, I think, was tweeting about it, saying like, guys, this wasn't how we were really playing in scrims and practice and everything else on the first map of Pearl when they played it the other day. And I think they probably do have more ideas. They're starting on the defense side first, so we're not going to see the worst side for them. So it's going to be a while yet until we see if they've made those improvements and turn it around.
And an interesting agent select in style here. One side sticking to the old meta we saw throughout Americas with Harbor Viper, and the other seeing the changes that have been made to the map and going over to that guard comp that a lot of teams have been picking up with that Sova KO. And yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this one pans out. The casters are ready, and map number 1 is ready. It is Pearl for Cloud9 versus Sentinels. We have Doug and Bala standing by. Let's get into it.
Thank you so much, Mimi. Bala, it's showtime. For us to start off on Pearl, Mimi was actually talking about the comps and how they don't necessarily play the same way going into this match. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I'm really interested to see this kind of referendum on the Harbor Viper, right? We've seen a lot in Tier 2, which is kind of what we've been watching since Masters Tokyo. How teams are kind of dropping it, not necessarily even had they picked it up, and really not having confidence in it. Now we get to see one side sticking with the regular, right? The Harbor Viper with the KJ, all that. We saw 100 Thieves run a weird version version of it yesterday. This time we get this straight up battle versus Sentinels, kind of, maybe it's a new school version of playing on this map.
Cloud9 kicking things off on the attacking side. Again, we've gotten to the point in the tournament now where it's not winner go home. There is a loser's bracket to this, but it is important to have that sort of pace and have that sort of momentum going into the rest of this bracket. So we'll see how things play out.
Look at this push coming in from Sentinels right now, all the way into mid. Rooney might get caught by multiple players.
He's got to be careful here. It's nothing other than a ghost.
And you don't really know how many people were there as they broke that turret. It's really difficult for you to tell if you're Rooney, especially if you're not going to continue jiggling, which is a risk to take.
Once that wall goes up, that should be the cue for, the Asher Star to be used, but they're going to push him off. And the Harbor Wall, the only thing that's keeping him back for now.
Now, almost could have gotten some spam done. Maybe a kill found from Leaf there. I like the confidence from him. He's the one who comes out a little bruised, though, from it, so they're going to have to look for a little bit more. And this 9 from 10s is huge, huge value.
I mean, there are 8 players all huddled in to this little back hallway, and you know it's going to be a bloodbath. The flash off the swing, and it's a couple kills going in favor of Cloud9 as they try to go for more, and they succeed.
Yeah, these frenzies are really good at following up right now. Saucy's in a world of hurt.
Zekin's in a really good position. If he can make a play out of it, because Saucy's gotten it back to normal. But Zekin falls. And it all goes down to Saucy. 17 HP, no armor to it, nothing but a classic, and it will not stand.
A good attempt from Saucy. But the follow through from Cloud9 there was so good. And that's what I was talking about. From Leaf's dash all the way up to looking for a kill through the smoke with the Trailblazer, those sort of things are a sign of confidence. And you heard the Deaths talk about it a lot. Looking to see if these guys are going to come out swinging, if they're going to get energy into Jake and Rooney.
Yeah, what's the form?
How is Celsius and Leaf going to be injecting that pace into it? It's a great call. This is what Cloud9 really capitalized the entire season on. So very important to see that start right here. Little classic. 16-second freeze. This is a strategy, actually. No,
for us or for them? Yes, this is the ever-loved tech pause. As soon as we get info on what the delay is, we'll keep you all updated and get back into the action. But yeah, I want to go back to the conversation we were having, Bala, because there is, I mean, it's been so long since we've seen Cloud9, and there are so many questions about what Cloud9 are we going to get? Are we going to get the regular season 7-0 or 7-1 insane run that they put together, or is it going to be the playoffs version?
Yeah, it's really interesting, right? Because that's super difficult to tell right out the gates. I mean, even one round down, we're looking into this for the entire series long. So I think it's super crucial. Are we going to get that playoff Leaf, or are we going to get that regular season Leaf? We look like one of the best players in the entire season.
Back into the action, being told it was a keyboard issue. It's been rectified, it's been solved, and now we can continue the fun. No buy up for Sentinels. I think Sheriff, 2 Sheriffs, but that's really it for the defensive side.
And look at this flash right now, set up to actually try to flash these 2 players up inside of A main, and it actually nets a kill onto Leaf, who again was trying to follow up with that dog.
That was surprising too. It felt a little delayed, but yeah, just well handled by Marv.
And the rotation coming in from Sentinels is going to be really important. See how they can actually deal with this fast reaction here from Cloud9, going straight down into the KJ of Plancata here.
The timing of this is going to be everything as they peek on Lock. Saucy hears all of it.
Oh, this flank, it's with 10s too.
Is he expecting the second? Yeah, Zeppa was.
That Hightide actually placed out as a running, like he's just running, throwing it down. It's definitely on the fly. And it gives a little gap there for Zeppa to play behind, which is really easy to pick off that second kill. That's the sort of thing that with the Harbor, you can have a little bit more dynamic maps and the way that it's split up with the vision blocking.
Without concealment.
Yeah, you see that payoff there. Just a few seconds left in the round. Sentinel's not really with a ton of options.
And just looking to die to the spike at this point. And there's not really, I mean, Zeppa's the guy right now who has 2 orbs away that we could see potentially go for some extra kills, but he's all the way up B-Link right now. And yeah, they're all just going to go down to the spike. If he could have gotten his Seekers online, maybe even just 1 so they could play for the orb later on. That could have been huge.
But either way, 2 is where Zeppa remains on his conquest of getting Seekers online. And Cloud9 sit at 2 as well. Now we're going to see a guns out from Sentinels, though. We'll see how they choose to do this. Are we going to go with light armor on a couple of players? Yeah, rifles the rest of the way.
And where it comes down for this single controller defense from Sentinels is on this B side. You saw a lot of times Marv able to just put one smoke, plug up the entire choke where this Molly is right now on the B side. And it was really, really effective at shutting down pushes because you don't need so much behind it. See if that actually gets tested from Cloud9 early, because this is a very favorable spot for the Harbor Viper to go towards. Or if it's already a Cloud9 recognizing the fact that that's different now and they can't really rely on that same tool as much.
They've crept their way up here quietly. The turret is there to take contact. You see the nano on the ground and they commit to it. You've already got Leaf who's dashed back sight. Keep a close eye on Rooney here on the minimap. He's the one who's going to be able to cover the rotations. He may get a jump on this if the timing is right.
Look at Celsius there as well, plugging the gap in his high tide. He missed the wall initially. It didn't cover spawn.
Continue to push forward as kills go back and forth. How much further does Leaf explore? How much more space does he get? Because you've got Marv, who's currently sandwiched right now between Rooney and, well, Leaf is dead. They get the kills they need.
And Celsius is stuck in a really tough position right now with Rooney on the flank. He has to buy time, but Rooney's even spotted by the alarm bot, still gets it out though. It's still a plant for long.
That was the Spectre, but it's not going to be able to find any more damage. Sentinels find themselves around.
A very good anti-bonus. And allowing Cloud9 to get onto that B side, but then still able to deal with the pushes that are coming on top of that, that extra layer that we actually saw on the A side early on in this game. Sentinel's doing key work when it comes down to the retake. And you could tell that was kind of the idea against 100 Thieves yesterday. Kaplan spoke after the game how they weren't really getting what they were practicing off, but it looked like that was always the intention, to let players come onto the site and really focus on the retakes. So I'm curious if he was intending to talk about that in terms of the retakes itself or actually allowing them on the site. See if there's any more denial coming in from Sentinels.
See this brutal setup that they have in Art. While Zekin takes a few more steps back, cautiously, so he can have a way of escape. And he's well for it too. There are 3 members, make that 4, excuse me, of Cloud9 who are just waiting to pounce. They've already got the Harbor wall out. Jet is dashed out onto the site, and now they're gonna follow everything behind this Cloud9 push, with the exception of Jake, who's covering the rotates. They invest the Seekers, they invest taking space in Art.
That's a great fake flash there coming in from Zeppa as well, to allow Leaf to continue to push all the way up, and there's no help because Tenz has fallen back through into sewers away from Marv, where they were both playing together earlier on in the round.
Celsius 1 point away from having his ult online, in a position to be able to net it. Look for it off the flash.
That flash is beautiful again to get Celsius off, and now Jake is going for this flank.
Tenz is in trouble. Does Tenz... No, they don't know. They've walked right by each other. They have no idea. And it's just Tenz by himself, so there's a very good chance he gets cleaned up.
Oh, wow.
Or he just gets away?
Wait, that was odd there.
That was
the communication very weird there. Tenz clearly fired off a shot, and Jake did not turn around. Instead, now that he's gotten that information, he's going to try to cut him off, but Tenz is a little too fast.
He's going to try to Houdini himself out of this round. Can he stay alive? He takes down Jake.
2.8K, he might be able to buy, no. Might have been able to drop a weapon if he gets a second kill there and still be able to buy up some light armor. Instead, he will fall, and Cloud9 will immediately force back another eco from Sentinel. So losing the bonus, not the end of the world, but it's definitely not the streak that they potentially were hoping to get after earning 4 players alive on that first anti-eco.
Yeah, absolutely. First timeout called courtesy of Sentinels. We'll see what the adjustments are out of this, or what it was that Cap saw that made him want to call this as early as he does.
It was really interesting in the series yesterday against 100 Thieves. Kaplan was very light on the timeouts, kind of allowing 100 Thieves to burn some of theirs really, really early. And in this case, obviously, it was some pretty hot starts from Sentinels. This time it's the reverse. So has to get back in there early, has to readjust the game plan. In that situation, I think the follow-up push with those Seekers was not what they were expecting. They were expecting to use those as the execute was going on, and that's probably what they prepped for and why they were playing up in Art. And then as well, when it's such a heavy focus on locking down the middle of the map and not allowing any of those flanks to come through, for it to actually come through later on. Obviously didn't get the kill on Tenz, but that definitely is something that you got to patch up as time goes on here.
Now they have to figure out how they're going to patch that up, given that they just have 2 stingers.
The last time on the Eco, you saw TenZ here on this A site give a really good flash into A main for these 2 players, and it did get them a kill. So let's see if he's going to be able to do that again.
Remember, it was Marv's classic who dealt the blow that you were just referring to as stinger this time. Yeah, the setup looks very similar, though.
This time he's so far advanced, he's not going to be able to throw such a good flash, but the smoke is set up there too, and the knife didn't garner any information. Look at this dart as well. That's actually just popped all the way down B long. It's getting so much information about what has actually happened over there. Nobody there, nobody breaking the dart, which informs that it's going to be mid-presence, especially with the information you have on that A lobby.
Yeah, it's really interesting too. It seems like Sentinels are very content with giving up this space. Remember their match against 100 Thieves yesterday and how many times we saw Cryo in this exact spot? They continue to give it up. They continue to be comfortable letting TenZ play back and spawn and then pivot around that. What do they do with this advanced setup though as they try to funnel their way out from Art? They still have Zekken who's playing back in A main, but remember, it's just a ghost.
Oh. Marv could have gotten a lot more damage there. He's a little quicker on the trigger because it's 2 players coming through his smoke. He did a good job of actually avoiding the first player, which was Leaf getting out on the site.
Should be a very clean round for Cloud9 the rest of the way. It's just 2 members of Sentinels that remain.
One enemy
they do
remaining.
lose 1. If I cut a stinger now, the only thing left standing.
I really like how Cloud9 contacted up through Art there.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that Sentinels had so much information down belong, in A main with Zekken's push, despite that fact, and Marv even did a good job jiggling and spotting the fact that they were all the way up Art, but Cloud9 got so far advanced before that information really was confirmed that they were really comfortable
Enemy remaining.
going for the hit, and to see Marv specifically being the guy there.
Try harder.
Especially in the last couple of rounds too, where you actually had some Art presence from them. I think Marv's position also clued in that Zekken was an A main. That's why Leaf's able to chase him down so easily in that instance. There really hasn't been a focus on this B side from Cloud9. They're not worried about it at all. Just relying on the advantages that they've kind of gleaned already.
Yeah, and
on the map.
Oddly enough, Sentinels are a bit concerned with it. They've put Zekken down there with the op. You've got Sassy there by to help in case things get a little hairy, but once again, Cloud9 leaning towards A. It's going to be very similar. Contact your way up Art and then pounce. This time they invest the Reckoning, a recommendation to reposition. And it's really just Marv who's back there.
Oh, there's a counter ult coming in here from Spawn, from Sassy.
Oh, he has a couple too many targets to look at. He's been tagged by the first. Leaf 38 HP, he's dead. Had no shot.
But you just used that Hunter's Fury, and Rooney now has his cage ult that he's set up in A main right now. It's so hard to break this. There's not going to be really anything here from Sentinels to do except try to get these kills and wait it out.
Yeah, do you dare bum rush? Do you sit out time?
You actually have
far.
Oh, you have this Cosmic Divide, despite the fact that Sassy's getting detained right now, and you also have TenZ's ult.
They're gonna have to push past it though if they want to take this fight. TenZ is already fallen. Zekken's on a flank though. He's got the op. Just one around the corner and he falls. How much more can they find though? Time is running short.
This wall is terrible.
And it's brief. It's so dear. Zekken gets another one, but that spike's gonna go off. There's no way in.
Very confused on that wall. It's like they didn't know where the spike was planted there.
It was literally just on the wrong side of what they were looking for.
I mean, there was a moment there where I thought, okay, Zekken coming on the flank, he might be able to salvage this, but oh boy. Wondering what happened there from Marv, if it was a misclick or if it was intentional and he actually thought that the spike was ahead of that wall. That one hurts. And that's one that's gonna frustrate the players and the rest of the teammates here on the Sentinel side. Because you had the tools still, even with Cloud9's lockdown, you had the tools there. Cloud9 is looking really good at picking apart this A site with many different variations right now. And they eventually just get that high tide up and it siphons off TenZ from Marv. Nobody's able to help the anchor on the site.
There is a minor adjustment here. We saw the op in the hands of Zekken in the previous round towards B. This time they haven't posted up at Art.
And look at what Cloud9 is doing. I mean, they're shifting right away. 3 players while the lurkers are still on either side of the map.
Sassy was close. He does have a Phantom. He's the only one with a rifle in hand. There it is. You're finding value, but instantly drops.
And Marv almost quick enough there with his star to help out Sassy, but not quite fast enough. And I do like this adjustment. All these B hits that we've seen 2 of them right now, have come not through the main B long area, not through B long, but instead down B link and getting and completely avoiding this choke that you see on your screen right now, where the map is, where you can just put 1 star down to block it all off.
I mean, in general, it feels like they've done such a good job of just working the middle of the map.
Picked up a Vandal. He's coming on the flank, the backside, and it's all the high tide is perfect.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Uh-huh. And surely that ends up in a like a pre-show segment somewhere.
Oh no. And he got, I mean, the flash is perfect.
Yeah.
I'm just curious of why that high tide was so perfect. It's like he saw him going on the flank and he was already throwing out his wall, so he's like, yeah, I might as well just block him up.
Yeah. Well, the silver lining for Sentinels is they carry the op over again. Zekin was able to keep it in spawn, and remember in the previous round it was stingers and there was 1 rifle. Now they should have, in theory, a bit more to help cover the flanks and have more of a fight back with.
And Zeppa is having a field day with what just happened to him. And this is now the scoreline that Sentinels was able to achieve yesterday, right? On that defensive side for them as well. So, not looking great if you're looking at those results yesterday and trying to compare them to what's going on right now on Pearl. And this is their map pick. In comparison yesterday, 100 Thieves actually picked this map against them. And it ended up going their way, 100 Thieves, but not without Sentinels really brutalizing them in that first half.
Yeah. You know, having watched it, and I was having a conversation with Marv before the series started, they felt like, and it felt like watching it, that they were just a couple of adjustments away from Pearl going in an entirely different manner.
Oh,
so
absolutely.
I understand the confidence in wanting to lean into this pick and go back to it, but it just looks very rough against Cloud9 right now.
Here comes finally this full B long hit.
We've been waiting for it. Highly anticipated. You see Leaf getting tagged up, has to give the space back.
Funny enough, there's no smoke available here for Marv right now.
Yeah.
So they're able to just get through this choke without anything, and that's gonna help.
Mike's been able to reposition to the other side. He's in a really good spot here to make a play.
They're fighting straight up, flooding onto the site. Marv again this lurk.
Jake is in a really good spot too, though. Positioning on this has been so good, and the 2 youngsters, the only 2 that remain for Cloud9, it's just Jake left in this 1v1. He invests the pit, has the spike, up against Second, and Second wins the clutch.
Crazy effort from Jake and Rooney to bring that back, but Second as well. Once that pit goes down, it's actually something that you might be cheering for if you're Zek in there. In that 1v1, especially when the other player has to get the plant down, you have all of the initiative to take fights. And that's why you see Jake trying to fight outside of his pit so he can get some information on what exactly Zekin is doing. That net Zekin, the Red Bull clutch. Very, very important round. One that could have swung everything for Sentinels here. Let's see if that's actually the case. A flash with the knives.
Oh, it's aggressive. Oh, the spam.
Not quite synced up there for Zekin. He had the call from Tens, but went a little too fast. Let's see if Tens can make up for it now with the Guardian.
A little Demon 1 cosplay out with that Guardian. Looking for the second, finds it. Zeppa is beneath him though. He's taken care of, he's dealt with. The spike's gonna rotate out, and they found some space by Jake across the middle of the map. Can he make a play? Because surely they have no idea where he is right now. Tens is gonna be the first.
Tens is normally the guy who should be aware of sewers. You saw him playing super passive here, jumping in the window. It's a free kill. Spike's not even coming over here. Jake is just trying to cause as much of a diversion as possible. The problem here is Pancata's not moving, and his turret is still up right now on this B side. Yeah, it's not going to get broken here.
There's nothing to remove that variable. The safety valve out from Sentinels is still there, and it's going to do its job. They've spotted one and surely assume that's where the spike is, so they start to funnel over. You see the 3 remaining members of Sentinels lean towards the western side of the map. The spike committed and planted.
They are getting this long plant with this cage out. They have to fall back. Look, Jake has an actual cubby right now, and it's very important because there's a wall here from Astra if they do need to put it down.
The drone does spot him though. They have a really good idea of his position. It's gone 1 for 1.
That's the Cosmic Divide down too.
Zelsus not able to deliver in the 1v2. And that's another round for Sentinels.
Huge clutch from Zekin, followed up by this really nice round out of 10s. Despite losing that first kill and not getting the pick there, be able to actually recover this.
Wow.
Jeez. I mean, you're right. In recent memory, it's Demon 1 with the Guardian, but the original gangster on that Guardian
Yeah, that is true.
is absolutely 10s. Just such phenomenal aim, and he's showing it too. Yesterday we were thinking Sentinels, this might be it. This might be the last chance we get to see them this year. And now, 10s and Zekin have shown up. In these last 2 rounds, it's crucial that they actually end up this half at least somewhat competitive.
Right, yeah.
Given their weak attack side yesterday. 6-3 is not the scoreline you wanted to start out with, but it's definitely salvageable. It's definitely something that could be even at the end of the day. And Cloud9 has kind of given up now on some of the really nice things that they were doing at the beginning of the half, right? Especially on that A side. Just being able to funnel out and get so many picks dry and really quiet and then hit, split off the players on Sentinels. I think since Zekin has got that op up, it's been a little harder for them to communicate exactly how to go for it. Because you can see they've been avoiding him very well, kind of randomly, but still.
But successfully.
Yeah, successfully. Whereas the start yesterday that Zekin had was like 12-1 or something like that.
I mean,
once he got that op on, it was crazy good.
Yeah, he had a field day. Not nearly the same performance this time, but still has the same weapon. So we'll see if he's able to convert with it. Round 10 on the board. Zeppa with the Seekers. Marv has that Cosmic Divide to work with too. The op that we were just referring to, taking space down A main with Stassi close by. And it is Leaf who's here by himself. A drone going forward, and I don't know that it's going to spot anyone. No. And so they leave Zekin here. And surely off of Cloud9 understand there may be a timing window to play around.
That recall.
Drone spotting none! Holy smokes.
But it's a great trade from Leaf. So they're able to actually get back this control, and this wall is what I'm talking about. This time, you don't have Marv on the site because they've swapped Pankata all the way into mid.
Plant the spike.
And we will have another one of these post plants.
Stassi's playing really far back in spawn here because of that Hunter's Fury. As you see him using now. I don't think he got, he did get one tag there.
And that was potential spam there onto Leaf too, so a dangerous position that he actually nets himself. Somebody's got to break this dart for Leaf.
It's a late dart. Looks like it was cleared. But the shock dart's there too. They know where he is. They want to push him. And it's a shock that's cleaned him up.
And this time the Cosmic Divide is good. It's actually blocking off the spike in this instance.
And they find the success here. The flash shot from 10s. And Stassi gets 2. The 3rd on the round. Leaving Jake alone.
That's a much better approach on that round. And it's exactly the same pieces.
Yeah.
The only thing that was missing was Rooney's lockdown on the other side, up into A main. So you can see even with some extra time there, how beautiful that retake is going to be. That combination against that plant is just brutal. Everything blocked off. Oh, and a great shot too from Stassi.
There were 2 that he dumped in there. The second one was the one that got the kill, but you're right.
Remember, he got that ping because it was Hunter's Fury early, so he knew where Leaf was. And then with the follow-up of them breaking that dart, you can tell. He's like, yeah, somebody's still there.
He's still there. Yeah, absolutely.
2 more rounds and a half. Now we're finally seeing Cloud9 actually forced down to a light buy here. This is where they were super successful in the regular season. Ooh, damage taken on the Jet. That's an updraft double knives play to try to find Zekin on his op.
They found him. Not via the updraft, but that gun rattling off will confirm the suspicions. And they continue to try to work this middle of the map. Use the Trailblazer to get into space and leave Leaf there. And remember, this was one of the things that they found so much success on A from exploiting this area of the map. They've returned to their old ways. Can they convert around?
Zekin right now is going to get completely isolated here in Flowers. He needs to get onto the site in front of everything right now to actually help out Marv. Here he goes.
Peek out with the and the dash. Takes Jake down. And just waits. You see him daring. See if anyone challenges him. He has a shorty on the other side.
Once again, another key ult here. Tens has his no command available for this retake.
Off still healthy, still in play. And there's that ult that you were just referring to. Marv on the swing, and Zeppa with 2 massive kills. Can Marv keep him back?
Just posted up in flowers there. Zeppa doing such good work.
That's such a close angle, man. A triple face, and the shorty, how is he still alive? Finally meets his demise.
It's good movement there from Zekin. And I mean, heroics to start off that hit. Marv actually successfully gets off the site, but you can tell there's 2 different ideas on how that approach is going. Zekin's trying to save him while he's going for this, and Marv is falling off. And that's because of what has happened so far in this situation. Marv continuously got separated and isolated.
What a huge 2K from Zeppa, man.
Control on that is crazy good. It's so difficult to get the op in to positions like that. So huge props to Zekin. But then you can see how it falters in the retake. And now Sentinels have to win this next round. Oh, we might consider this a possible stop here from Cloud9. And they've got this Reckoning available now from Zelsis. You saw them use it onto the A site previous. And Saucy's in a position where he could get punished by that.
This time it is from main.
A drone reclear.
It's got to get cleared. Oh, that saw so much.
They just picked up the orb too. Lockdown as well. A very strange high tide to actually just allow a plant really early. And Leaf is going to go through it.
I mean, he's got the Reckoning to scale up with. He's got the cover of the lockdown, and he's got a kill onto 10.
I mean, there's miscommunication there. 10's not really aware how far Leaf is.
Yeah, he's already netted himself a second one with a third. Possibly. Pancada, oh, it's actually Marv, but Pancada may have found a timing here.
This guy's just farming.
He's tucked behind the orb, and he doesn't land the shots. Leaf's on the courts for an ace. And Zekin's on the other side. He's got the op. Last round of the half. No reason converted, and Leaf delivers.
Such a strong player. I believe now the 4th ace of LCQ in the first map here for Cloud9, their first outing in this final tournament of the Americas season. What a round for him, and really a dominant half here from Cloud9. And it all started with a bunch of A hits in succession. And it's how it ends too. 2 rounds in a row for them on this site.
You mentioned that it felt like it was a round they needed to win for Sentinels to keep it competitive, to keep them in it. Not able to do so. An 8-4 half in favor of Cloud9, and Sideshow standing by at the telestrator wall to break down a little something.
I was so impressed with how Cloud9 were playing their attacks and playing their post plants. So I want to walk you through some of their ideas, starting all the way from the pistol round. So we're going to see Zeppa here using his Trailblazer, combining it with that high tide to get Leaf really deep on the site. And what I want to point out is how far they go and how far back they push the rest of the team. So you'll notice here that the Trailblazer is going all the way through that high tide that they've put down themselves and pushing these guys back in art. The people in art are going to feel pressured at this point, and as the rest of the team kind of floods through, they pick the opposite direction to set up a dynamic post plant, go through their own high tide again, and get set up for a very nice setup in secret where they can all play off each other. We'll take a look on the full screen minimap again and show you roughly what the idea is here. I mean, if there's any kind of recon dart coming through, these guys at the back can break it. These 2 players are also going to be playing anti-flash for any KO utility, and the 2 players at the front are just kind of bait. So you'll see Leaf, Zeppa, they can focus forwards. Jake and Rooney have got their backs, and as the recon dart comes through, these guys don't have to worry about it too much. When the flash gets popped, they have players that are able to dodge it. They're able to massacre these guys, and crucially as well, when you look at the way that they're set up, they've already done the hard work earlier, pushing back the players that might be over towards art so that they can focus completely just around this spot. And that's not the only way in which they've been playing the post plants, but the general idea of getting set up into situations and then playing aggressively. So, for example, in another situation, they were able to set up all around this kind of art area, playing aggressive, putting pressure on people, putting them all the way back in mid, and so really denying Sentinels the space that they need to set up the retakes that were working for them against 100 Thieves. A very, very different attack half, and Sentinels are struggling. We'll send things back to Doug and Bala for the next.
Thank you so much, Josh. Very eloquently said, as is always the case for our dear Egg hanging out over there by the telestrator wall. But yeah, again, a lead for Cloud9. They've been able to put together last couple of rounds to get them in this position, and now it's on Sentinels, their attacking side, to see if they can dictate some of this pace, because remember, you alluded to it earlier, they struggled on this half yesterday.
It was a tough one. And I think what actually you saw in the regular season from Sentinels when they kind of picked this map back up, when Marv got into the roster, it was a lot of really, really nice lurk plays by both him and Pancata in some instances. I mean, very similar players. But none of that was going for him yesterday. They weren't really relying on it. And that might be kind of a new focus for them in the time between the regular season and now here at LCQ. That's a great pick.
Yeah, interesting that Leaf decided to peek ahead of that. I thought there may have been a flash setup from Zeppa for him to swing out from, but that spike is sitting out no man's land right now.
I mean, this wall is so difficult to get through still.
Jake reaches across it, gets a third kill on the round, but Marv managed to scoop up the spike. So they decide to throw the brakes on the round, hold for just a moment, let things settle before they creep forward. Another clean shot.
Fantastic awareness there from Rooney on the gap there in that wall. That high tide, because of the elevation of that little map there, actually bricked out. So Zelsis called it in for him, and Rooney's just peeking right into it. You thought that the player on Sentinels there was going to be able to take advantage of it, but instead gets his head ripped off.
Salsi's waiting to see if anyone challenges. Turn, he's got the shot! So close to hitting the second! But he has to reload, and now with 10 seconds left, he has to commit to the spike. Round far from over there as he gets another shot. How many more of these will you get? He drops down beneath them. He's on the hunt, he's on the chase, and Rooney wins the round.
You thought that might be another vintage Saucy moment. Instead, it's the newcomer to the league, Rooney. Still coming up huge. Actually, both Jake and Rooney getting all the kills there. In this situation, Jake did such a wonderful job on this hold.
One enemy remaining.
How can you deal with that? Those ghosts from that range. It's just so good. And you can also see the deficiencies there from Sentinels. Spirits high, though, from the Cloud9 side, and that was definitely something that was starting to falter when it came to playoffs time. Once they got that big first loss after their honeymooning in playoffs to EG, it was a lot more serious. The tone has shifted.
I mean, they just straight up disrespected this early cascade. Out from Zelsis, they push right past it. It was so deep, and now the second one, but the thing is, they're already through. Zekken's already made his way out. Tens is gonna follow. Maybe the third wall out from it can be the difference maker, or it's Rooney with another Sheriff moment.
This is back. The Cloud9 Sheriff's ridiculous. He's just little hip firing that thing at Mach speeds.
It's another pause on the round for Sentinels. They still have the spike.
This was a force. Look at the economy right now. Very low. Pancata with 0 credits.
He's gotten 3. The fourth right beneath him. That one was crispy. Leaf cleans it up, and it's a flawless round for Cloud9.
Just disgusting. Those Sheriffs, those pistols, this team is absolutely brutal with them. All regular season, they were the best team with the Ecos. They were the best team with the Sheriffs. And you actually see Sentinels attempt a Cloud9 moment. Right there. Because Saucy got that plant down in the last round. But they get just ripped apart. And that one, I mean, that could be it, right? That decision to force to get them back in this game to tie it up early.
Yeah.
Might come back to haunt them.
This late in the situation, because of that decision, they have pistols here.
And Leaf has the op online as well in the third round of the half. If they keep that up in this round, devastating situation for Sentinels to play into.
Yeah, Cloud9 have just created such a nice cushion for themselves. I mean, they still have a couple of Spectres.
It's addicting. It's so funny that we do that when we have an inspect key, by the way. Flash in from 10s again. They're not just, it's not clean.
No.
There's always, the pop flashes are always set up for it, but it's either not practiced or something's going wrong with it today.
Yeah, just a little off. I will say, though, we've talked about them a couple of times. The youngsters on the side of Cloud9
have been apart.
Very good. And, you know, we've had this conversation a couple of times throughout the season. We were having it on the desk earlier today. They're young. It's a big stage. How will they perform? And it feels like every step of the way, they've answered that question with confidence.
I would definitely agree.
Get out of my way.
As we've watched Cloud9 progress throughout the season, I mean, sure, you look at playoffs and you say, okay, maybe not, right? Maybe that is where the highest pressures, highest degrees of performance required. But even then, it wasn't like these two guys falling into pieces. It was definitely more of a comprehensive fall apart from Cloud9. And it wasn't even necessarily even a fall apart, right? It's not like they collapsed. They almost went to Tokyo. They were a couple rounds away against NRG.
I believe two rounds, if I'm not mistaken.
Early lockdown used, and I think that's to try to bait Saci into not using his own Hunter's Fury here to cancel it out.
Ults exchange, 1 for 1. Cloud9 with 3 left. And one of them is still on the other side of the map. Jake is still so far removed from the play.
How do you get Leaf active here? This wall needs to be used to get him into that call, I believe. It's about to fall.
He's taking one down. Seconds back there. The cloud burst intended to be one way, and he switched weapons.
Oh, the turret just got broken here from Jake. It's pulling Pekata back. He's low HP. This fight is crucial.
Can Jake take him down? Yes. The first one through. A 2 for 2 turns into a 1v2. Zelsis with the ult. Zelsis with the kill. 18 HP now.
And now you have
on the tap. Daring for the swing. Where's the challenge? There it is. Zekin reads it beautifully.
Zekin has been phenomenal in the 1v1s for this team. And today, entirely.
Here.
So good. Almost call him the anti-clutch in those moments because Zelsis trying to put something up. A 1v2 in that situation. And he just ends the chances.
I mean, he waited until the perfect moment. I don't know that Zekin could have played that any better than he did.
Absolutely. And that real interesting interaction at the beginning of the round, right, where they start rushing towards B, that lockdown gets placed instantly, and Saci still uses his ult against it. Now needs to be considered here, because you don't have those same reactionary tools from Cloud9, and you actually need to be proactive against this KO ult that Tens has right now.
Seeing the same double cascade out from Zelsis. The first one goes very deep. There's nothing behind it. And then he takes a step back, drops a second, which is what you're looking at now.
I think that's really intended to try to actually get Saci's drone out before anything happens, trying to drone them through, but instead Sentinels disrespects it and they just go past the cascades that are used early.
You wonder if there's some conditioning involved too, where they have a play set up and they just haven't pulled the trigger on it. Either way, they're pulling the trigger out on towards A. Zekin from up top takes Zeppa down. They have full control.
Entering with his knives while the op is going to be a backup now.
Like a watch tower over the top. Zekin with 3. Looking for the 4th, finds it. Are we due for another ace? Just narrowly missing, but the classic does the job. It's the ace for Zekin and it's 6 for Sentinels.
He is the fire starter. The clutch in the first half, and now potentially shifting things back again here in the second half for Sentinels. When all looked lost, when it looked like Cloud9 was going to soar straight to match point. What a round.
It's always cold out of him too, man. No reaction, no smile, no smirk, no nothing. But Sentinels still have so much work to do to get back into this map. They're showing sparks, but they don't need a spark, they need a full-on fire. Maybe that play is what gets him there. Off of the flash, Saci getting pushed back.
Zeppa's trying to punish the orb pickup there. Meanwhile, they're pushing down mid, and Jake still finding value again with the Sheriff. Leaf with a follow-up too.
I mean, Leaf's positioning there is just perfect.
Might have been something brewing here from Sentinels, but classic Cloud9. They just rain on what could have been something kindling here. Sentinels. It's the Brazilians to try to bring this back. It's Pancada, it's Saci. The 2022 champions. Saci as well, the guy who's never missed a champions. He's attended every single one.
No way. How?
Got by the turret.
How?
The alarm bought the second layer, but he's going to be able to sneak by it here on the left, I think.
What? There's no way!
30 seconds left.
Getting his eyes on the back of its head, but it can't look forward? Either way, position spotted. Saucy getting one of the kills. They've gotten it down to a 2v3.
Oh, that dart's really deep in the spawn, too. He actually gets a lot of information on what's going on. Pancada's going to be able to potentially rejoin him, not only through B-Link, but also all the way up long, and it's planted for them. How's the delay going to happen?
Pancada has 2 nanos. Saucy has 2 shock darts. Could the utility be the difference maker? No, it's a swing out. It's an aggressive one. The wall keeping both of them back. And they fill in the space behind it. There's the first nano. The second, too, but Zelsys has gotten it to half. That's 3/4 of the way now. Unless the spam hits, he's gonna take it. He does! The kills come through, but it's a thrifty for Cloud9.
What happened to those mollies?
There's no way they both got cleared out. I also don't know how Rooney hit the shot at the end. I saw that look on your face. I don't know.
That is crazy. I mean, I really thought that Sentinels were going to win the round. I thought the Saucy and Pancada were absolutely in Portuguese mode, bringing that round back from the brink. And yeah, they had the weapon advantage, but it was still a 2v4 at the beginning. Yeah, I'm really curious how those mollies missed. Because Zelsys just got right back on him. It's like he was, I don't know, getting off the spike, shooting him. I didn't even hear a shot.
Yeah.
Potentially bouncing off of him or something like that.
Maybe.
Yeah, that one, scratching my head on that one.
You break that down in a bathtub or something.
Match point from Cloud9. This is kind of what we expected coming into this series. I mean, presumed favorites here in LCQ for Cloud9. Based on their regular season form, the real question was was the playoffs going to be just a blip in the story for them this year, or if it was going to be a recurrence for them? Was this game going to be close? Was Sentinels actually going to present a challenge here against the other North Americans? And here on Pearl, answer is definitely a resounding no. And it being the map pick of Sentinels definitely provides some questions. But either way, game's not over.
Cap perhaps expecting that he can find something in there. We come just on the outside of this late timeout by the Sentinels head coach. You kind of wonder what adjustments will be made. What do you say to your team in that position when you're just 1 round away from losing your map pick?
And they have to get through so many big ults here from Cloud9. Reckoning, the pit. There's some nice ideas for Jake, too, on this map. You can reactively put it down. There's so much. And with only the drone for Saucy to really push anything through that, it's going to be difficult if they aren't able to bait it out early from Jake here.
And that has not been the case. The drone that you mentioned used, pit still in play. Maybe it's Saucy's ult that can find something and make a difference, assuming we get to that point, but for now, nothing but questions.
I'm curious on what the information is that they're actually garnering right now. Are they actually able to locate the position of the Viper? It's been the KJ for the most part here on the safe side. We're going to have Saucy ulting on the back line for the execute for Zeka to go in.
All he's doing is splitting the uprights. He didn't tag a single person. Rooney gets cleaned up anyway. But the Cosmic Divide keeps them back for now. It's going to be another fight, just like the pistol. Is this where it all ends? It's actually just Zekin up here, and it's a 1-for-1. Everyone else backed off.
And there is a pit, remember, that can go down to obscure them while they go for a defuse with the Seekers, too, to pressure them. They have to continue fighting.
In the face of the Seekers, Jake's already on the tap. He doesn't even worry about the pit. He got half. Yeah, the gravity wall's been used. He still has the pit as the safety valve. And Zelsys is just going to hold it the whole way. No, he gets stopped. Jake does too. We play another round.
He just gets the spam down. I'm really curious. I mean, after a certain point, you're not dropping that. But you could have for sure once you get that half. You could have for sure before that too, just not quite sure exactly what's going on. But they pushed everybody offside, and the Seekers as well. Should have indicated. They're coming in this direction. Nobody able to fight in front of that right there. Instead, everybody scrambling to get back on that spike. pressure while that Cove is up, and Cloud9 forced down back to an eco. So this game is still very much alive. All those ults that we just talked about, other than the pit, have been spent. The Knives last round, the Seekers last round, the Reckoning from Zelsis last round.
Marv is here. There are a lot. He doesn't get a single one. That was also the only rifle that Cloud9 had. So a rifle donated over. Now in the hands of Zeppa.
And setting themselves up for the next round too. Rooney one off of that KJ ult. And they're giving themselves the biggest opportunity right now. But there's a split coming in. This is really difficult to hold if you're Jake, coming from both sides here, and this lockdown as well. This Viper's pit is getting nullified.
It's crazy too, this tool was not available to him in the previous round. But that's gonna be what pushes him off. The pit will subside, and now the action ensues on B. They've gotten out, 10 should be getting a spike down, and he does. One step closer, the 4 remaining members of Cloud9 all huddled up as the last is still rotating in through mid. Second with the Cloudburst finding some space, tucking away, staying alive for another one. The Sentinels have gotten this thing very competitive. Just the rifle in the hands of Zeppa now, 2 pistols, trying to keep it around him. And I don't know that they're gonna be able to do so. Zelsis with the Sheriff in a 1v3, and he cannot answer the call.
The crazy part about this scoreline right now is it really should be 9-11. Cloud9 should not be on match point based on that random defuse that they got through with the Pancata and Saucy clutch attempt. Other than that round though, it's been 4 for Sentinels in the last 5. That is exactly the same thing that they need to repeat here to bring it to OT.
A conflicting cacophony of cheers from the crowd gets us in this position here. Rooney with the ult. Maybe that's what settles it. There is no counter to that.
He's gonna dash on this
right now. Right, pushing forward in the Cloudburst, off the flash. Almost betrayed by the cape, but stays alive.
And that was 3 pieces of util there to get 2 out from Sentinels, but some very key ones, the drone and the dash from Zekin. It's not gonna be a key here for them to hit this site. And Rooney does have the lockdown late in this one.
Yeah, and again, there's no counter to that. There is no Hunter Siri. There's nothing that they can really do against it. Rooney just has to get there quickly because they're funneling out onto the site right now.
Oh, planning really deep on the site. You saw Sentinels fighting hard deep in the site for these post plants.
Saucy's down.
They're full committing right now, trying to stay off of that lockdown. But if they get that space, it could be really brutal.
Leaf falling 2. 4v4. There's the ult. He spots him. He sees him. Rooney's still alive.
And this is devastating. Is that nade gonna actually succeed? No, it misses. It misses the lockdown.
Just barely. Zekin's not finding any of it.
And guys, the plant is in here. It is completely safe right now.
Can Marv and Pancata keep it up? Can they keep it alive? One of them detained. Jake has already gotten it to half. Zeppa cleaning one up 3/4 of the way. 90%, it's done. Pearl goes in favor of Cloud9.
Relatively cleanly as well. So clarity comes. And we're going to map 2 with Cloud9. A pretty decisive victory here on Pearl. Definitely some momentum swings for Sentinels. But they can't just rely on those. They really need to come in with good game plans and have them work right off the bat. And I think Cloud9 did a great job ripping that to shreds right off the bat.
To be able to weather the comeback, the momentum that was starting to swing back in favor of Sentinels. What you mentioned, 4 of the last 5 rounds have gone in favor of them, and had it not been for that diffuse, who knows?
Yeah.
Right? So it was very competitive at the end, but yeah, I think all things considered, Cloud9 came in with a plan. They exploited it. They found the weaknesses in Sentinels areas, and they were able to walk away with a win. But it was not without drama at the end.
Rooney Sheriff, Zekin's ace as well, Leaf's ace. We had it all. And, you know, it's not normal I walk away from Pearl feeling super excited. Normally I'm a little deflated, but no. Instead, we're going into Fracture, and I can't wait for what's to come because I'm curious what Sentinels is even going to run on this map.
Well, I mean, same goes for Cloud9. right? What have they cooked up in this fracture that they feel so confident going into it? Their very first series out of a month-long break, that's their map pick. Who knows what they have set up? Either way, as we mentioned, Cloud9 up 1-0 in this best of 3. We're stepping away, but next, Mimi and the analyst desk will break down map 1. Don't go anywhere.
Have you ever asked yourself after a bad game, what am I missing? Or sought help from impatient friends? Or browsed desperately for answers that only bring up more questions? Your self-doubting days are over with Discovery, the first game-focused AI. Discovery is trained on the world's leading esports athletes to be your everyday personal coach. That's right, Discovery can help you improve your gameplay by giving you tips and strategies to take your game to the next level. Get started at aimlabs.com/discovery.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, everybody. I am standing here with Coach MCE of Cloud9. I have to ask, how the hell does Leaf maintain this form over all of Americas into LCQ? And as the coach, what are you doing to create the environment that he can just be so good for so long?
I think a big part of it was I reformatted his PC the other day, and I put the essentials on it during practice, which was Valorant, Discord, and old school RuneScape. And, you know, he's just been farming the entire time, and he's just a really confident player, really talented, fits really well in a lot of the things we do, and, like, he's just insane.
Yeah, I mean, all of that factual, all of that true. Thank you, MC. Mimi, take it away.
Thanks, Wyatt. Yeah, that does seem to be the key to success. Fennis, can you vouch for those 3 items?
I mean, Leaf's a gamer, doesn't really play Valorant that much, but he does like his old school RuneScape. I can attest to that. He tried to get me to play with him, but no.
It's a good game.
It is a good game.
I'm telling you. Listen, it's a time sink, though. I'm telling you, it's a time sink. I'm surprised he can be a pro while he's playing.
The man is an enigma because
I
despite
agree.
putting all his time into old school RuneScape, he's still performing in the way that he did throughout this match. He's ridiculous as an individual. And while Cloud9 had some good ideas, they played a nice, well put together Pearl as we always expect from them. There was also just so many rounds that were just one off of him being excellent.
Yeah, I would say that this map kind of came down to just Leaf and Zekken, like in both halves. I feel like the Jets kind of just dictated who was winning rounds, like which one had like more impact in the round. It's pretty much what it broke down to, and I would assume the first kill stats kind of indicate that. I think that going forward, hopefully we can get a better performance out of Sentinels as a team instead of it being like the Zekken show.
Yeah, I think as well, the rest of Cloud9 were really supporting Leaf so well. I mean, Josh pointing out in his telestrator as well, just the way that they're using util to clear out the side. They have clear game plans in terms of fighting together, setting them up with the flashes, always making sure that they had the pieces in order to set them up. But the man was just let loose. I mean, this is right back to that top-level performance where, you know, he's on the Jets, not getting shut down on Neon and Lotus like we were seeing in some of the maps at the tail end of Cloud9 when they were really having that downturn in performance. This is him back in that prime form.
Yeah, clearly in this form, a man that is very hard to shut down. But that is what Sentinels is going to have to do for map number 2. We have Wyatt standing by with Kaplan to get ready for map 2. Wyatt?
Thank you so much, Mimi. As she said, I'm here with Coach Kaplan of Sentinels. I have just one major question for you, which is, why did you pick Pearl after the loss yesterday to 100 Thieves?
Yeah, so I think, it's a comp and a map we've been really confident in. We've been preparing for 2 months. We want to stick to where we feel like the work has looked the best. And we felt it was clear what we needed to work on. Obviously checked in with the team. Do you guys feel like you can fix what we have issues with? Are you confident? And it was a resounding, yeah, let's do it. And especially loading in, seeing their comp, I felt pretty good about it. I think the score doesn't reflect it, but I actually think we played a lot better today. So Pearl yesterday, we were pretty overheated. We didn't sound like ourselves. We weren't playing our game. I think we played our game and sounded a lot better today. The energy in there is really good. I'm proud of the guys. So the thing about C9 is they're pretty good at shooting. So even rounds, I think strategically we're in a good spot. They can steal the round or they just make it really hard on our money.
100%. Thank you so much for the answer, Kaplan. Mimi, back to you.
Thanks, Wyatt. Yeah, a tough one for Sentinels, but I think we did see some of that improvement. But I think Vanity, one of the big issues they had, particularly in that first half, was really struggling to deal with these post plants from Cloud9. They were constantly able to succeed on those A splits, and were just every single time winning those post plant situations.
I would say the biggest thing that changed between this game and 100 Thieves yesterday is Sen had a lot of success on defense, like playing the post plants, but 100 Thieves was kind of just sitting there, like not doing anything, and Cloud9 was being proactive throughout the entire round, right? They were pushing, taking space, instead of just like, okay, let's plant the bomb and then run back to A main and play in our spawn. So I think that it's something that looked like Cloud9 had really good prep on. I mean, the numbers show it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they had a really good read in terms of how to play the map. And it was, a bit of a strange pick because Cloud9 have looked really quite good at this map in the past. Even with all the changes, we're playing on this new patch, Pearl, you can't really quite play the post-plant comp, this double wall comp with the mollies as effectively. But Cloud9 are so good at playing off of each other anyway and just actively taking space on sites. Not playing further back at all, really, but still managing to play off each other with the flashes and setting each other up. And yeah, I mean, sometimes I loved Kaplan's little response. He's like, sometimes you just shoot good at the game.
That is
and
true.
I love those little casual reminders that Valorant is a shooter game. And actually, if you're aiming well on a day, because players like Leaf, they can take over, and it takes a lot to try and shut them down.
Yeah.
No matter how good you are, it's always hard to shut those guys down.
Yeah. I can do it, though.
Yeah.
Oh, you're
Leaf's
different.
nothing. Leaf's never beat me.
If you were on Sentinels,
Leaf's never beat me. Let's never forget this.
Okay. Maybe, could he beat you in old school RuneScape, though?
Probably.
Probably
He might
there?
not be beating the hours on that game.
He's got that one over you. But looking forward to the second map, let's take a look at our AIM Lab shoot-around. We got the guy who plays the video game Valorant. TenZ, pretty good at it. And this time he's playing the video game Aim Lab to get ready for the second one. We were talking about how good that proactivity was for Cloud9. And I think one of the biggest criticisms of TenZ in the past has been that a lot of the times we don't see that same kind of proactivity as a duelist player looking for new opportunities, especially on that defense side.
I would say the biggest thing that Sen's done in this LCQ compared to like the regular season is pushing Tyson TenZ in the secondary like role where he's
you know him like that?
Yeah, I know.
You don't want to first name basis.
But like letting him follow Zekken around and like being like the trade fragger similar to what Zeppa does for LEV, I think it like really helps TenZ in being able to just trade kills out.
I completely agree. I think that this month and a half has been excellent for setting up TenZ when he is playing that duelist role. Like the supportive util is actually better now. Before he was on an island. It felt like a lot of the times just left alone. And even on the just dropped my pen. And even on the roles when you're saying he's playing that secondary role at the initiators itself, he's actually he's coming alive a little bit. People criticize the flexibility in seeing him play all these different roles. So they're like, why not just put him on the duelist? Well, he actually is coming into his own playing those the initiators as well, setting them up. We didn't really see it in map number 1, but Fracture, not sure what they're going to play. Maybe they're going to put him back on the jet. I'm not even
I think they used to run a double duelist comp.
Yeah, the double duelist comp would make the most.
That's where they did find their most success, I think, with TenZ in this roster, when he could be that kind of secondary duelist. Do you think they'll stick to that comp? And if they do you think the double duelist is still the right direction on Split?
I think it's Fracture, right?
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
but yeah, I think that leaning into your strengths, especially in like a high pressure situation, right? Like you have to win this, your year's over. Obviously they're double elim, but I think that team should be leaning on what they're good at. I think Sen should be relying on the double duelist because it's really strong in the current meta and they have the players for it.
Yeah, well, we'll see if they do stick to that one. We are hopping into the agent select here. Cloud9 as well. Will they make a change? Looks like a slight one here. Switching on over to the Fade Raze composition here, Brent.
Yeah, and as well, I mean, this is the Cypher getting play time. And TenZ actually is going to be keeping on the initiator. And I mean, interesting switch-ups, interesting changes across the board. There is one player I wanted to highlight that we didn't really talk about at all, which is Marv. I think Marv kind of dropped the ball in map number 1 quite a bit compared to his match the other day. He was missing a lot of pull timings when he was playing the Astra. He was first def in a lot of instances as well. I think he's having a bit of an off day, and he's going to need to step it up as well as we're heading into Fracture. It's not their map pick. Cloud9 are going to be ready for it as well.
I mean, or we're just missing over the Leaf on Killjoy.
Yeah. I mean, Leaf also plays so many different roles as well.
I think Leaf is world class on pretty much every agent class.
Yeah.
But I think it's something that could potentially change because he was like the linchpin in the last map of
Right, he was
like,
dominant.
opening up the rounds.
Well, he dominated on Jet on map number 1. We'll have to see if Cloud9 keeps that same fury into the second. Sentinels on the ropes here as we head into Fracture with Doug and Bala.
Thank you so much, Mimi Bala. I have returned from infiltrating the behind enemy lines. Okay, I have a source, and I can't tell you who the source is. His name is Zekken. We were standing in the bathroom, we were talking. He said he was really, really excited about this Fracture. I'm like, what would you be excited about Fracture for? Like, are you gonna run EG's comp or something? I don't know. They're busting out a Cypher. We have a Fade on the other side. For this to be how the series is determined, potentially is, I mean, we're in for a good time.
Yeah, and Sentinels has definitely been throwing out curveballs. I mean, yesterday you saw the bind comp that they were running. Not too crazy here, I'd say. I mean, the Cypher is definitely something interesting, and they're not running that double duelist, which the Death was kind of asking for.
Yeah.
I think the more surprising thing is potentially Cloud9's comp, but I think they're all pretty standard here, right? We're getting the common core of the Brim, the Breach, and the Sentinel as well. On both sides. I think Sentinels might have been expecting maybe a Neon, and that's why they go for the Cypher.
Yeah.
But they're going to definitely be missing a big tool, which is that KJ ult in a lot of these situations.
Cloud9 on the attack. You see them splitting towards B with a big old flank coming in behind them. 3 members of Sentinels have to trot. The turret should provide some cover, and yeah, you instantly see the turnaround from Rooney.
And they're going to push spawn because of that. Turret finding some pings.
Yeah, but can Sentinels hold them back? Marv and Zekken have both gotten a couple, and you still have Pancados here close by. They didn't find any solace in spawn. They didn't find any room to breathe on site.
Marv lined them at the same time, right? He's just still sitting here in Gen. Inside his spawn, behind the smoke. And Brent asked for it, right? He called out his performance on map 1. It was definitely a little weak. But that one right there, everything he did was crucial, right? Falls back behind the smoke, able to actually get a kill through it as well. And that buys the time for this flank to come through, and everybody on Cloud9 either is stuck trying to fight Marv or trying to reach back to help out against this flank right now. Great stuff. I do think that smoke, that follow-up from Jake, definitely hurts them on being able to chase Marv's position. Maybe they were intending to actually just hold behind Gen and not even push all the way up into spawn, which could have been a good idea.
Yeah.
But you could see maybe stuck between two of those aforementioned ideas.
The Bulldog, finding some value at the opener. He sees Elsis.
Wow.
That was bold.
I mean, he just cheated that away.
Yeah, he did. Very bold.
He might be able to get a second here on the other side. Martin's going to try to deny it with potentially Pancata swinging with the Marshall as well. On the orb tap. Is he going to get it?
Dude, he is fearless.
And Marv missed his opportunity to punish it too. There's one more orb over towards drop. And you could tell that was the intention. Sentinels did a good job denying the Halls one from them. And that's where Zakin intends. Hip to hip. Again. Reaching and peeking.
Marv falling at the hands of Leaf. They've left him here, and he's going to go back and get the other orb.
No, the other orb actually was stolen from Zakin. Zakin picked it up.
Ah.
So it's not there.
Oh, no.
What do I do now? There's another orb in the form of the spike plant, so still some successful opportunities here from Zelsis. Can he get out? No. I'm wondering if he didn't hesitate there when he saw it was gone.
Yeah, if he just a step ahead.
Yeah, if he could have gotten in there. And it's a great start from Sentinels. Struggled on the pistols in the prior. And it did force eventually Cloud9 on the second half to take a couple of ecos, but still such success for Cloud9 on those ecos. Not this time though. They've only had to take 4 total. But at this point, back to 50-50.
Oh, we're going fast, are we?
Yeah, Satchel out.
Oh,
Flash as well.
Oh, that's so pretty, but it's so well considered.
Tens is going for it still, even further. Zepp is full blind. Everybody's blind. Follow from Saucy is disgusting though, just a stinger. And he gets both kills.
Right there.
I mean, one player not flashed, and that's what happens. Now they're actually getting all the way through into spawn here. I'm wondering if Pancata's checked his camp at all in that situation, or if they heard the door. I mean, with that smoke, it kind of feels like, no, he's trying to smoke underpass there, and it actually missed Marv. Scratching his head on that one, but Saucy still combining for a massive round to convert the bonus instantly.
He's got 4 on the round, and that's a bonus for Sentinels. You're absolutely right.
They don't get to surrender. Keep swinging.
And that is not something that either team was able to succeed at, converting the bonus like that. Just beautiful stuff from both Saucy and Tens. I mean, to continue to keep them all full blind, and Tens as well committing to it fully. Saucy with the cleanup crew. That's maybe what we're listening to, Kaplan, when you're talking to Zakin as well, between maps, what they're referring to. Able to at least try to go for the things that they're working on, because that one, a very nice pinch on the north side.
Once again fast and once again considered.
If they start denying these eco rounds from going Cloud9's way, they're gonna have a really nice time here on Fracture. Mind you, remember, Zelsis was literally going for the breach ult.
Yeah, he's got it now.
Just now got it. He was going for that in the second round. He got to a point where he was 2 off.
Yeah, we had that whole crazy 3rd round thing where no one saw anything for a while, but now he's back to his old ways. And you're right, now with that Rolling Thunder this early, you question what the investment is here. I mean, maybe if you get, what, 1 more kill?
Is he really gonna invest it? With that, probably they know the player's on site. They're trying to molly him right now. But the rest of the Sentinels are getting on here. Here's the breach ult.
Yeah, but they haven't cleared all this so they can take the fight. But Saucy and Marv, both there. Both receive. And of course, it's Rudy Sheriff. He's got the Stinger now, switches to the better gun, but not able to land the shot. 4-0 lead for Sentinels.
And that is a huge bank accrued for them too. Not only are they up 4-0, not only did they convert the bonus and get this massive scoreline lead, but also the bank is going to be a problem. Cloud9 need to start eating at this. Trying to get them to spend the money. And this is why Cloud9 is good at these eco rounds, is they're willing to do things like this, invest the Rolling Thunder that they've been working to for a couple of rounds, in a round where, yeah, even though they're Cloud9, it's still a lower percentage round. And maybe that's why compared to everybody else. They consistently convert them. But that's not the round, not the start they wanted, and it's a big investment in that last one.
Yep. Well, I have bad news for you. Whatever that was. I'm sure she's watching. Sorry. It's been a great start for Sentinels. You're right. They managed to get the bonus. They convert. It seems like their players are clicking. They've been very decisive on some of their early calls. You think about second double satcheling out from tower to take a fight up on the northern side of B. Like, they have set ideas. Some of the stuff that you were alluding to, that perhaps that's why Zekin and Cap are so excited about, and it's working.
Yeah. Absolutely is. Such a shift from Pearl so far. Cloud9 right now, I mean, you're looking at a round where they honestly, they want to shift the trajectory of this half. Right now, they got to pull it out. Still, the only ult they've gotten online, I mean, you can see the kills, only 6 combined kills right now.
Another decisive opener by Sentinels. They flash, they double satchel out to take B main.
Oh, and the negative knife right now. Oh, not on the rope. Oh, they're chasing it down.
No, just barely. There was some damage out. Zelsis is weak. Jake took a little bit of damage too.
I mean, but that's a lot of info gave up too as well for Cloud9. Right now, they're all on that north side, and you know it. The fact that 3 people take the rope, Sentinels is going to be able to rotate decisively here again. Are they going to make it, though? Make the right choices.
They're rotating back to where Leaf is posted up. Saw him just a moment ago down in hell.
And they did swap Pancata over towards the A side and said, look how deep his camera is.
Note here, Zekin has his ult, but no satchels. Swings out, off of the Rolling Thunder, finds one kill, a second.
Thought he had an extra satchel there. Now checks under as well, and he's completely denied the space. That's another 10 seconds off the clock.
Yeah.
Leaf snatches up the orb in the meantime. But Mars still has a breach or Brimble too.
30 seconds. They know where they are. Zekin just spotted all 3 of them.
And he plays passive in tower. He's going to give it up and try to challenge Leaf alone.
Oh, the flash out from Breach was very pretty there. There's the orbital strike again. Just buying time. We're down to 15 seconds left in the round.
Smokes.
They still haven't made their way out. Now the guns ensue, and that's another round for Sentinels.
The fact that they have no smokes there is their downfall. The early pick from that breach ult trap pays massive dividends for Sentinels again. Consistently, all the ideas are working very well. If this is how their fracture looks, I'm even more surprised that they continue to pick Pearl after yesterday's performance. Because this is very, very nicely done. And that was a classic old loud play that Saucy did. You're looking at the same play here at Arcade. Knife all the way through. This time it's slow. It's not the double satchel from Zekin, but there's a lot more players here.
The setup there is for it. They have the fault line. They have the flashes.
Zepp's just dead.
But you're right. This time, Leaf in a position to make a play, and he's able to clean up 2.
He's chasing him down like he's still playing Jet. Just crazy. Now, they've actually gotten 2 ults off of that. Leaf got his lockdown up. Zepp as well with his showstopper. But again, it's on this eco round, and they're going to invest it anyways. They really need a stop.
It didn't work last time. Can they do it here?
Are they going to recognize that they have to walk out through Arcade right now? No, they give up the underpass, which nets them the site. But it's a much faster approach back through Arcade for 3 players, all 3 of Sentinels right now.
Note that Zeppa's up in tower right now. He has the showstopper. No satchels to work with.
15 HP though, that can easily get punished if he pops it.
Do they dare invest another ult? They've gotten it down to a 2v2, and there it is.
Oh,
he's pushing him. Yeah, he's got to run out. He's got to get away. Ult not finding the kill.
Again, the Brazilians.
Time a factor now. Zeppa falls. Can Zelsis 1v2? No. Another round for the defensive side. .6-0 start. Sentinels is on fire here. Whatever they do, it works. And Cloud9 is actually scrambling to respond in many of these instances right now. And remember, that round started with Chaos falling back off of the
Robe going back up north side, deciding whether they want to hit drop or the other. And now it's even getting difficult for them to read what's going on because now Zekken's got the op-out, Pancata continuously swapping sides. And something that we're really not pointing out yet is the value Tense is getting with his knives. Ooh. Really exposing that op very early might actually lead Cloud9 to go for a fast punish on this.
Either they go fast or they rotate out. Do they dare stay? He's ahead of the smokes. He's gonna miss some.
He liked him!
Oh my gosh!
He liked him and satcheled him. He's 15 HP right now. Zeppa so low.
Iron Second's been on a freaking proper heater this entire series.
Oh.
That nade is gonna cause problems. That's another kill influenced by Zekken.
What a combo too. Sassy with the fault line as well to stun the planner while that nade comes in.
Tense controlling, corralling the remaining members of Cloud9.
Why is there Molly here too?
I mean, it's not gonna go off. They have no idea. Tense timing on this is pretty. He gets them both. How on earth? Okay, maybe this is how. Zepp and Zelsis combined for 3.
That nade is way too deep.
Rolling Thunder in play for Zelsis. Does he invest?
He has to get half. Is he gonna get it? Yes, half,
he does.
at least.
But Zelsis now pushing forward, and Zelsis with 3. The Red Bull clutch for Cloud9 to finally stop the bleeding.
And those 2 final players as well. That must have been a 2v4. The double spray through Arcade is huge. Look at this flank. I mean, so slow from Tense. It's the KO flank late. Woo. Yeah, Zeppa.
That looked magnetic.
Having a good time. See if we can get some energy back in this Cloud9 squad. It's not like it was missing. But the difference from Pearl to this is stark. And again, this is now Cloud9's pick. They are the best statistically team on this map in LCQ.
You question here what the staying power is for Sentinels because it's just been 1 round for Cloud9. And it hasn't been a huge momentum shift back their way. I'd venture to say that Sentinels still have their hands on the steering wheel here. That's very fast, that's very aggressive, and that's another kill for Zeppa.
That's a trade though from Sausage still.
And the round's been thrown into disarray.
All the way back on his site too, and they don't get space from this. They even actually give up a Cypher ult against them right now, so the ideas that Cloud9 have are shrinking by the minute.
It's interesting, I thought they would wait for the second tap and then flip back towards A.
And they're so scared of where Zekken was early. Remember, he actually peeked out inside of the north side, inside of Arcade, and he fell all the way back towards Tower, so they decide they can't actually re-explore. Now joining back up with Leaf. Pancata's exploring.
Jacobs is all.
Oh, he's so close.
30 seconds left.
That's big. There's the ult.
He gets the stun off,
to
though.
do whatever he can to keep them back in the time. Pancata on the swing is great. Eventually does fall. Zelsis once again a 1v2. Once again a clutch situation. The emotional leader for Cloud9 in a position to swing things heavily their way. He's gotten it down to 1. 10 seconds left, though. He's got to commit to it. He spots him, and Zekken cleans him up.
Love that play from Zekken too. He still has his nade, and he's challenging through spawn specifically because he wants to get into a position to throw the nade. And also Ten's had a lineup from spawn inside there to deny the plant. So Zelsis did great, but
30 seconds
the players on Sentinel still, I mean, this stun from Saucy for Pancata. These two, I mean, yesterday it wasn't as good. It was good support from the two, but they weren't really able to find actual value in the form of their own individual skill. Today, it's definitely a different story. Round started. Haunt actually just went through and got broken inside of halls right now.
Just pistols for Cloud9. 3 ults on the side of Sentinels here too. They're pushing forward off of the Trailblazer, off of the flashes. Once again, nobody can see a thing. This looks like this is going to be cleaned up pretty effortlessly. I say that, of course.
Oh!
But Zelsis and Jay keep it interesting.
And somehow Zelsis has his ult again. Remember, 2 rounds ago, he used it to clutch up that 1 round that Cloud9 has won.
He has been farming these orbs. Another ult invested. Pancata just narrowly.
Second has his nade.
Missing the timing, and he's weak.
Planted.
But manages to get away, just strafes right into the crosshair of Pancata. Jake, 1v1. He's so weak! legend has it, he's still swinging.
Never been seen before pop and swing in VCT Americas.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
What a clutch from Jake.
20 HP, bro.
From the big beam. It was too long for the replay even to show. My goodness.
You know what to do.
Disrespectful.
Right here.
But effective.
I don't even remember who that was against. I don't think I want to know.
Oh, big ult with the aftershock too.
They're ahead of it though, and I don't think they realize.
No, that was just beautiful. That's a combination that Fnatic have been using a lot. Aftershock into the Brim ult, and that nets 2 kills for free.
The controlling of the space is beautiful. Sentinels up in numbers. They have an op in the hands of 10s.
Bomb grenade out.
Zekin 1 point away from the showstopper.
This was a round that Sentinels could have gotten reset on right now. And they still could. Their econ is not the greatest. It's finally starting to slow down. I talked about that earlier in the half. Let's see how this goes now.
It's actually Zeppa who just got his showstopper on line 2. So those 2 satchels to work with.
And the amount of ults that are popping off right now is crazy.
Just watching an ult simulator. Every single round feels like it has some sort of explosive go. And here's one of them.
The trip.
Oh, the trip. He can't get through.
It's canceled. 10 just ulted him.
Gosh, he played that so well. The first trip considered, the second was the problem, and then the ult out from 10s.
And it's crazy too, because that ult could have come out much, much earlier for 10s inside a spawn there to cancel that ult. But because he's hopping, it took him a long time to pop it, but they also were really safe, so maybe they considered that they might not need to use it that early. Either way, I mean, it nets them a free kill there, completely unaware, caught Zeppa. And Sentinels are on fire. It's been clutch rounds for Cloud9. Not successful strategy rounds. And you heard Kaplan talk about how the strategy was working out. A little bit more on Pearl than yesterday, despite the score being even worse loss.
Another fast setup on the southern side. Zekin has ult. There's the fault line, the flash. He's right up on top of him.
I mean, he's in position now to
I don't think
follow up on it.
I don't think he ever saw him. How does that?
That is one of the most difficult positions to ult at because of the various geometries right there. Classic Razor moment. And Cloud9 now on the possibility of ecoing again, but the kill's coming back. They do get the lockdown, and constantly they're investing here in round 11.
Jake, hey, oh my gosh.
That gun barrel actually baited him into thinking that he's going to get a kill on the close player. Forgets about the longer angle.
Celsius on the swing, right into his death. Another round for Sentinels, and they show no signs of slowing down.
Last round in the half.
And that's the fact there too, that initial push in the tree actually does not work.
Need equipment. Thanks.
Zekin fell, doesn't get any value off the showstopper right here. This geometry is what I'm talking about. That box is so difficult to actually play with.
That hit Zeppa in the feet, man.
Bingo.
I mean, even the crowd's upset. 9-2 half in favor of Sentinels. Cloud9 looking.
They're doing it again.
Salvage the half. You're right. No ult this time.
The same thing. Just getting this smoke down, satcheling through with the breach done. Cloud9's trying to react into sand right now and go for a split, but they're getting chased down like it's pistol.
I mean, Marv just got hunted down too.
Everybody's dead. They're coming all the way back through halls right now. Cloud9 has the opportunity to even go through spawn right now.
Sazi has his ult. Where does he choose to use it? Right into pushing Rooney back, but he somehow manages to get away. He's being chased. 10s finds him. Zeppa turning the flash. The smoke keeping them at bay, but that's just brutal. Zeppa understanding where the last one is. It's Jake who gets the kill, and that gets Cloud9 to 3.
This has been a crazy half.
Switching sides.
I mean, already if you just look at the scoreline, but if you're watching too, I mean, back and forth, these ults coming out of nowhere, constantly being used in rounds you really don't expect them. And then this pace shift as well. Sentinel's really over-relying on that tree push, which I guess they thought that they could get extra value out of.
Yeah,
because that's 3 times they used that idea.
They commit to either controlling that area of the map, and again, if we go back to the Zek and ult, there were 3 there, right? Like the read was correct. They were in the right place, and ultimately the execution goes a bit sideways. Either way, Sentinels up, 9-3 at half. We're gonna throw it down to Mimi.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, it's been a great half from Sentinels to recover from that tough loss in map number 1. But Vanity, the improvement started all the way back in the very first round of this game, where Sentinels is kind of continuing to show some of what we saw yesterday with really impressive coordination in these retakes.
I would say the biggest thing, like round 1, straight away, they actually had like a really like set plan and how they were going to deal with the round. It's something they didn't have on Pearl for some reason. I mean, maybe they're not as comfortable on the map or whatever, but I think that you can tell that they look a lot more rehearsed on this map and they have a lot better like plans of what they want to do.
I was just incredibly impressed with the way that they were taking control of the tempo about everything. I mean, it didn't seem like there was any point where Cloud9 were not just being funneled into the site that Sentinels wanted them to go towards. The pressure was applied right from the beginning.
And beyond that, it was also in these late rounds, the combinations of utility were really nice, stealing some stuff from Fnatic and implementing it really well. And I think some of that can go back to some of the guys maybe adding input to this team, one of which is Saucy, who was having, honestly, an unreal half, Josh.
Oh, he's popping. He also hasn't played Breach since the Ludwig Tarek Invitational.
I mean, Vanity, you were saying that he doesn't even like playing this character.
I mean, from the outside, it seems like it, right? Because I feel like he's had good results on it like most of his career when he's played it.
Yeah, he's been nuts.
But when they played it on Haven prior, it was Zekin on it, which just felt wrong, right? Like putting someone like that on Breach.
And even on this map, he was playing like Sky before,
or something. Yeah, it's like
the roles just make so much more sense this LCQ.
Yeah, this is much better. This is Sassy in his form, taking control of the game, looking like the championship player that he is.
Let's pivot to Cloud9 though, because they had a really rough half here. Vanity, what are you looking towards in the second one if they want to recover?
I would say trying to do the same thing Sen was doing that you were talking about is like controlling the half, because I think defense on Fracture is really important to not let the attacking do whatever they want, right?
Yeah, I mean, you just got to hope that Sentinels fall to pieces on their execs. You really do. You've got to hope that they put all of their time into the defense side and they just catapult Zekin in without really syncing up the flashes. You've actually got to hope that they just mess up and they're very readable.
This is a side of the map that we have seen Sentinels struggle on before, both yesterday and on Fracture in the past. We'll have to see, though, have they drilled it enough? Can they close out this lead and take us to a third? We'll see. Back with Doug and Vala.
Thank you so much, Mimi. You can't help but wonder, given how we saw Sentinels dictate the pace that Josh was talking about, now they're on the attacking side. Do we see a lot of the same injection, a lot of the fast go, or are they a bit more calculated?
Well, we see right now 2 players up and drop. So I think they have that same go. There's already a breach stun getting ready to be put down inside of Arcade from Zelsis, while the other players are going a little slower. Off of contact, potentially that Haunt finds something, and that actually exposes their halls right now. Look at all the players walking through Sand very early on.
I mean, they've taken everything.
But be careful here. There's a kill setup with the Alarm Bot and that Nano Swarm under the A side. See if Saucy actually determines and plants in that position. No, he won't.
It's a really nice nade. Zekin finding some space in the cover of the smoke.
Satchel out.
Hey, this is all just buying time. How are we this far into the round and nobody's died? There's the first to go down. Zeppa swinging out, cleaning up the opposing rays. 4v4 here. So many members of Cloud9 are just so weak, man. Rooney is nothing but a sliver of health. But Leaf getting 2 keeps things interesting. 2v2 here, and it all falls down on Rooney. He cannot deliver. He cannot.
Absolutely brutal final 2 to get through. Marved with the armor. And Pancata as well with the Ghost. It's just perfectly set up to get people trying to rush past and get in towards that spike. And Cloud9 lose the pistol, so their woes continue here on Fracture. Sentinels look fantastic, and like the Desk was talking about, we need to see disruption. Let's see if it can come in the form of this eco right now. 4 players grouped up to actually challenge through on drop. Kind of like we saw in the last round, but it didn't actually lead to anything.
No, it's just Marved here too. He gets pushed back initially, but repositions and stays. Is he biting off a bit too much here? Ahead with the fault line, Marv gets 2. Hey, Saucy deciding he wants to go take the fight. He doesn't want to take the space. He doesn't want B. He just wants the frags. And it works.
That's great support from Saucy coming back into Arcade there to use his utility to trade out the kills that Marv is attempting to get as well. Just good support on the team all around. And both of the aggros drop so far have failed from Cloud9. Not because, I mean, in this case it was because there was actually a challenge from Sentinels there, but mostly because the idea is not finding. It's a gamble in a sense. A lot of times on these defensive sides, you're going for gambles because there's 4 spots that they could be defaulting at. And there's easy reactions to make on the attack side if you spot on any corner. Nice hold here from Zekin, just holding out the nade. And again, that's the same approach from Cloud9. 3 players pushing through arcade. The haunt this time dodged from Pancata. And that actually leaves a massive gap here in Hall. Sentinel still not actually exposing that gap right now.
Hey, there's a huge gap there, and Pancata's filling in the other gap that's been left. Look at how far up he is at this point. He's got the alarm bot, though. He's going to have to deal with that. Meanwhile, what?
He's just been disgusting. I mean, proving why he was one of the first people to be picked up for a team in the offseason. Off of the scattered remains of Exet.
The kid is the truth, man. 2 filthy kills. He's still healthy. He still has an opportunity to get more. And everything from Cloud9 just feels so labored right now. Sentinels are doing such a good job of using their utility to draw a line.
And it will be a save, too.
Yeah.
Speaking of lines, Cloud9 not willing to pass through spawn, past the line of scrimmage that Sentinels has put down. And I will say, looking at the demeanor right now from the players, the leaders on this team, and how that's affecting some of the players who are struggling a little bit. In terms of Rooney, for example, had a very rough half. They might get all punished here. The stun. The Siege actually delays a little bit, so it actually nullifies the stun. Cloud9 hanging on to just these 3 guns right now. They get them all.
Fortunate for him, too.
But that's match point now, so they needed every single one going forward.
I mean, Jake is going on rifle with no armor. That's the only thing he can afford. Zeppa's in an even worse spot.
Rifle glass cannon is there. Definitely not the normal play that you go for, but okay. Has only one extra smoke here. And we're gonna see the shift from not north side, but down into tree instead for Cloud9. And Pancata's already spotted it off, and that's why you're seeing the reaction to here. Zekin immediately pouncing on the knife, clearing everything there. So much space gained.
Keep an eye on Marv's ult here. Well done by Zeppa. Upgrades the weapon.
And even if, you know, Cloud9 starts stringing a couple rounds together, they need to as well have ults to go blow for blow with Mars that's gonna come up, with Saucy that's gonna come up. Yeah. Those 2 in combination can be really nasty. The good thing that they don't have to worry about is they don't have to save Jake's if he ever gets it up for a KJ ult in this instance.
10 spotting the knee of Rooney. The smoke timing is great, provides just enough cover for 10s to swing out. Get another kill. Zeppa with so many targets to deal with does take down 10s, but that's all it is. A 3v3 now. Rooney weak. Spike committed, and they still have Mark's ult to play with.
It didn't get the plan either.
Oh, that's bold. The cage, the smoke, and there were just too many crosshairs trained on him. That gets Cloud9 to 4.
I still had the C's as well, so denying the plant once again. So much denial there. It all comes down to that first kill that Zeppa got onto Zekin when Zekin pounced on tower. That was a really nice play. But Cloud9 did the great thing to counter that out. A smoke immediately landing on Zekin's feet, so he can't take extra space, and Zeppa getting inside of it to surprise him.
We'll see what Sentinels choose to do here. You mentioned how powerfully dynamic of a combo it is to have the Orbital Strike and the Rolling Thunder. Saucy's 1 point away from having his ult online. You imagine they're going to farm that orb into his hands and then play around it.
Tons of information gained there from Rooney. The fact that they break it, but it's a 2-3 split through A here. And Cloud9 denying the weaker side right now, which gives the space towards them for taking the site. They have to hold on. And there's the pre-roll.
There's nowhere for them to go! Zeppa's dead! Zelsis is close too! Still manages to Alive get the kill, and they push back on the trap that they found themselves in. And they push their way into what should be another round. Unless Ozzy can pull off an absolute miracle.
Fighting back.
A 1v4, 1v2 now. There were just too many targets.
That's classic Zelsis right there as well. Once everything comes in, once this Brimbolt is coming in, they're doing a really good job at fighting through quickly and effectively to deny the split from coming in. The trades and spacing from Zelsis are so good.
Let's go.
The fact that Cloud9 is consistently in those situations getting the better of their opponents is so impressive to watch.
Planted.
Huge round out by Rooney there too. We talked about Zelsis a good bit, but we were just referring to how Rooney has struggled on this map, especially relative to what we saw in Pearl. Big round for him. Still a long way to go for Cloud9 though, as the second timeout is called by MCE.
He's got to use this to get through 7 rounds. And I spoke a little bit about how Kaplan was denying time for his opposing coach, Mike, yesterday in the 100 Thieves series, not using any of his early on. Right now, Cloud9 is potentially going to be faced with the same situation, so MCE final chance potentially to talk to his team when Sentinels is already on match point. This would be a comeback of crazy magnitudes, and it does feel like they've kind of balanced out in the last 2 rounds compared to the beginning of this half when they were constantly going aggro. They were constantly trying to find some early value, kind of replicate what Sentinels was doing on that first half to them on this defensive side. And I'm wondering if they want to eventually shift back, but that's going to be such a big risk. Eventually it's going to have to happen if this comeback will come to fruition.
You were talking a little bit ago about ult economy and how that's going to play out as far as timings and can they meet the punches that Sentinels have. Right now, they're just a couple away from having 3 ults online.
They did a good job at actually getting through that round with Sassy and Marv using their ults in the last one. And Rooney has swapped over to throw this haunt in arcade instead, which is leading them as it gets broken to actually push through drop, but this is going to come very late. Second, great satchel, and the first 2 picks give him not only the ult, but a huge 5v3 advantage right now.
And for this to be how things close out, it goes back to the decisive aggression from Sentinels that we saw so much on the defensive side.
Comes the ult too.
Now we're seeing it on its...
Oh no!
That hurts.
A lot of damage to him. Leaf 1 HP. Breach ult coming in from Zelsis 2. Can they make this work? 2 kills, it's a 3v3.
How is Leaf alive? How is he alive? How have they gotten this round this far?
1 enemy remaining.
Zelsis, clutch situation again, and this time it's not going to work out. Pagata cleans it out as Sentinels take map
2. And this one even more decisive here. Much more decisive here on Fracture for Sentinels. Despite losing the first map, this team has shown resilience over and over. Yesterday they reversed the series after going down in map 1. And now again, it looks like they tried to intend to do the same thing against Cloud9. And I have to say, I was questioning what you talked about with Zekin and what Kaplan said in the coach interview after their loss about how they felt like they were playing better. But this game was 100% that same thing. And it can just show you what a shift in identity, a shift in what you're thinking mentally about your state of play.
I mean, you think about all of the aspects of the game, and it felt like Sentinels executed and were in control the entire time, right? They dictated pace. Their execs were gorgeous. They handled their money beautifully. Their ult economy timing was always in sync. It was pretty.
Just beautiful stuff from Sentinels. And again, super decisive win. Curious how. We're going to the last map now on Split. This is going to be a banger.
And we wouldn't have it any other way. The break, and then we'll get into the 3rd map. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Sentinels dominate Cloud9 on map number 2 of Fracture to push us all the way to a third. Welcome back to VCT Americas, where things have taken quite a turn for this series. Cloud9 started off looking incredibly dominant on Pearl, but now with Sentinels replying, this series has definitely shifted from expectations. I'm Mimi, back with Vanity, Josh, and Bren. And to really start diving into this one, Vanity, I think for Sentinels, for the first time I've really seen them playing on Fracture, it actually looked like a team effort. Normally it's just Zekken going crazy to win him this map.
I think this is one of the first times they've played it with this iteration of the roster, right? Where they've actually had time to practice, obviously, because they didn't have many matches prior to this. So I think that they didn't rely on Zekken, which is a plus, because I think that Pearl was kind of the Zekken show.
I mean, I would go even further than that. I think this was the first map from Sentinels where I feel like they've looked like a coordinated team. I think they've won maps before in LCQ and during the regular season where individuals have carried them through, but this is the first time where I saw concrete game plans, very nice trap plays, pistol rounds, the anti-ecos were clean. Things were working, and they looked like they had, I mean, Tens has got lineups, Sassy's popping up on Breach again. This looks like what people wanted from this squad.
Marv's had a big step up as well. I mean, I called that out. I think that he needed to have a big game on top of it, but it wasn't just Marv. Like you're saying, it's the whole team really did step up across the board. And, you know, Vanity making a comment that it wasn't just the Zekken show anymore. I think that they really turned it around, showcasing actually, okay, even if they lose their map pick, again, it's that veteran presence at the back of their mind, knowing that they can still come back into the series, because they were playing lights out from the beginning.
Yeah, it was a big improvement from them on this map. And Vanity, we were talking about this one a little bit, that it does seem like a lot of this has, first of all, come from having that standard roster, having that time. But you were also talking about how some of the coaching staff on this squad tends to have a lot of impact in these improvements.
I would say that, like, Kaplan, from like the outside looking in, I've never worked with him personally, but I've known him a long time. I feel like he has to be one of the best coaches in America, because he's like the coach that helped the Ghost or the M80 core develop as well when they were Ghost Gaming last year. And look at how good they were this year. I mean, they fell short at the final hurdle, but like a lot of teams are like looking at them and taking stuff from them this year. So I think that it's something that's really showing.
Yeah, I think Kaplan's clearly done a great job on that map. My only question is, how far does that extend, right? Like, are they going to come out and demonstrate that kind of quality on Split too?
Split looked really good as well.
Split did look good the other day.
I would say their split looked really, really polished yesterday.
Yeah, their Split had some good ideas. On the other side of things, though, I don't like watching Cloud9 when they don't have Leaf as the tip of the spear. Having Leaf on the Killjoy was something that they tried way back on Pearl in Americas. It didn't work. I didn't like it then. It's not that he had a horrible game, right? His stats are not dreadful, 200 ACS, etc., etc. But get this guy on Sky or get this guy on a duelist, and he is going to not just carry you in some situations, but set the tempo, lead the team, help create the space. The guy can do it all where he's much more limited. And I think Cloud9 doesn't function as well when he's not at the helm.
Brent, do you think it was the difference maker here with those role changes for Cloud9 with Leaf off of that one?
I completely agree with that. I think that was my point as well, heading into, you know, when we were watching them in the playoffs and when they didn't qualify for Tokyo. I thought a big part of that was missing, was Leaf actually getting shut down when he's not having that impact. Now, it wasn't necessarily because of the roles he was playing, but when you're playing the Sentinel, you're not setting up your team with flash initiation utility, for example, if he was playing that. You're not going to be the tip of the spear if you're playing the duelist as well, and you're forced to take that backseat, even though he did have a good game. And this Cloud9 team, you really saw it manifest, I think, and just showcased in the statistics of some of the other rookie players, like Jake and Rooney, sitting right at the very bottom as well. When you don't have the heavy hitters in that trio, that core of Cloud9, it really suffers in that department as well. The whole team just can't quite get up to the same level.
Yeah, to me, it's not that Leaf always needs to be fragging, but when we've talked to the team, and I'm sure you know too, Leaf does a lot in terms of like reading the game and having a feel for how it should work. When he's on Killjoy, he can't set the tempo.
That's definitely like the easiest thing to talk about, is like he has one of the most like innate like game senses I've ever seen. Like, he doesn't need to know what's going on, but he'll make a right choice like 90% of the time. And I think that it's a lot harder to do that on Killjoy or Sentinel in general, because you're kind of just sitting there holding your back, right?
Yeah, it's like the game has to come to you. You can't impose your own.
I think when you're on like the Raze, the Sky, the Jet, the whatever, like Duelist, like he takes the game into his own hands.
Well, now the question comes to Split and what he's going to be playing and what both these teams are going to bring out for composition.
Lord knows.
We've talked about with Cloud9 in the past, they're a team who's really kind of they made some interesting choices with comp. They're one to experiment. You've worked with Cupert, and you know that guy is always cooking up something special. This feels like the perfect tournament environment to unveil something new.
I think Split's a hard map to really do that on, though.
Triple duelist.
I mean, I'm down for that.
Yeah, just run what Talon ran in the regular season.
I think even if they did have something prepared here, I feel like they were more likely going to go to something comfortable on split because it's third map decider. Like, I know it's double elim, but...
What do you think the comfort is then? Is it another Zeppa Raze map, or do you really want to be seeing Leaf back in that pole position?
I could either see them two ways. I think it's either going to be the double duelist comp that Sentinels plays, like a mirror matchup, or it's going to be their old comp, which was Raze, Zeppa, Sky, Leaf, and then the Breach on Zelsis, and then Astra and Killjoy were Rooney and Jake, I believe. Yeah.
Well, we're already into agent select, Brendan. It looks like Ten's locking in that Jet to close out the series. Probably that double duelist again.
And he got a big confidence boost yesterday. I think he was having some good performances. Maybe not with the opping. Like, the opping was a bit of a miss, but his rifling is on point at the moment. Across the board. And this is a switch up, right?
Where are we going here? What are we going to? I mean, same stuff on this side, but for Cloud9, what is the rest of this comp going to look like?
I'm surprised that they have Zelsis not on Breach. And I also feel like a lot of EMEA teams favor Omen over Astra when you run Cypher, and I prefer that as well. Maybe it's an agent comfort thing, but I feel like the Omen is a lot better when you have like...
You don't have that synergy you get with the mollies and the pools.
Is this just going to be a Sky to round things out, where they have Sky Breach with it?
What do you think the advantages are then to playing this Cypher?
I think Cypher's a really good agent, but I feel like it's not a Zelsis agent. It's like something that concerns me.
I mean, I could see if they can put deep trips that can catch Tens and Zekken on their execs, why that would be so much more useful than the Nanoswarms. Nanoswarms are great to separate one duelist from the rest of the pack, much harder against double duelists.
We have already seen those improvements, though, from Sentinels. They're returning to the double duelist comp. We'll have to see if they can push it all the way, or if Cloud9 can recover here on Split. As we send it back to your casters, Doug and Bala for the call.
Thank you so much, Mimi. Yeah, questions abound on the Cloud9 side when it comes to their compositions. We were just having the discussion around Zelsis on the Cypher in particular, and the only thing I can think of is you go back to the Icebox days, and yeah, he was running the Killjoy, but we don't see him in roles like this very often.
Yeah, and at this point, right, 3 different players have played the Sentinel role for this team, so they're juggling it around. It is not something that's completely unfamiliar for them outside of that specific thing, because they normally do play the Breach and they normally do play single controller on this map, and it's been very effective for them in the past. I specifically remember like games against Loud, for example, where they did a great job at shutting down Ospas and actually able to get upsets off on that map. Yeah. Very on in the season. And now you're actually facing up against a very similar composition on the Sentinel side, who are running that double duelist that had success yesterday. Both Tens and Zekken able to play very well. We're into it, insta-dog through, and immediately as well, the same thing you've been seeing on both maps so far from Sentinels, some very, very early aggression.
On the defensive side, you see it here. I mean, they've already taken all of mid. Zelsis is in a really good position to punch back, though. They've got to take care of Jake, and they have to do it fast before they're pinched. The flash is pretty. The swing from Zelsis is there. He's only able to get one, though. Well handled by Tens as it trades back and forth.
Oh, Sassy tried to trade Tens there, but got punished for it. Now Marv's, they're completely unaware that he could be here, and he gets 2 of them.
Gosh. Man, I thought he had a chance to get them all. It was so prettily set up. So clean, but now 1v1. Rooney with the spike. Planted. Pancada is going to be showing up a little late. No utility here to play around. It's just the Ghost. They swing out, and almost all the shots missed, but Rooney makes the last one count. Pistol Cloud9.
A very, very close round, but a chaotic one again, so we're kind of continuing the same scrappiness that we saw in Fracture a little bit. I mean, here they needed to kill Jake very early. They needed to get him instantly before this pitch came in, and it did come in somehow, some way. 10 still made it work. But Zeppa with that frenzy, I mean, crazy transfer for it in one clip.
There were so many like linchpin moments to that round, but we're right back into the action, into another one. No buy from Sentinels here.
Oh, Marvin's start.
Yeah, he's dead.
And that's because of the fault line as well, coming into him on side of that beat. Main. If it wasn't for that fault line, he'd be able to get out of the grab vault. So great job from Cloud9 to punish early. And the A aggression does net a kill eventually, but not before the rest of the team fall here for Sentinels.
No, it won't be flawless, but it looks like it should be pretty close for Cloud9. They've just lost Zeppa. They should be able to get away without really any other damage done.
I'm looking here to see Rooney be the guy to try to take a fight against Sassy right now. He's 2 off of his ult. 1 kill. Could mean just an orb pickup for that Breach ult and a bonus That type of situation is something you definitely want to try to get yourself in. He's the guy who's staying while the rest are getting off of sight right now. Saucy's just going to go down to Spike. There's really no opportunity for him to even risk the Vandal in this situation.
So the second round comes to a close, and it is going to be another round for Cloud9. You remember how big of a stomp it was at the beginning of Fracture.
Yep.
The lead that Sentinels had amassed was outrageous. So for Cloud9, yes, this map may be a little less swingy, but for Cloud9, this is exactly what you need.
Well, let's see if they can convert the bonus. This is the big one. Weren't quite able to do it on Pearl, even though there was a chance. They didn't quite have the weaponry, though, despite staying alive with 4, which is exactly the same situation that we're in right now. I'm looking to see if Marv continues to try to get anything in through B main after getting punished so hard on that anti-eco. We've got 3 stars already placed out for Jake. Something that you could do a lot is try to punish the Viper who's trying to place down this orb in middle. And you're going to see Pancata try to set up right now. With the Molly coming in at the same time, they get through it, and they give up all the space right now. Martin's in a world of hurt.
And it was so dry. They just walk out, they get the kill that they need onto Zekin, and then they move forward. You see the satchel out from Zeppa as he clears out the rest of B.
Very calm and collected from Marv, just walking off of sight.
Because you were right, he was in trouble.
This flank. Oh my goodness.
Gravity Well pulls him off. The spike has not been planted yet. And now the other resources of Sentinels have arrived. 10's getting the kill on his Zeppa. Numbers in favor of the defense. Spike's still not committed. It looks like they're just buying time for Leaf to maybe find an opening. But you see Pancata on the minimap trained at that area.
How do they get the plant down? How do they even pressure the plant going down enough for Leaf to get into position? That's what they have to do right now. They have to at least tap the spike, and then Leaf is going to start approaching.
There it is. But that's the thing. It's no. Oh my gosh! Dude, I thought the timing was there. Pancata does still deal with them. Rooney's left in a 1v3, and he gets dropped. And that was it. You know, you were just talking about how they got to tap the spike in order to create a small window for Leaf to play around. When they're in a 4v3 like that, it's so hard because even off the tap, you still have a body you can place on watching mid.
Yeah, if you just go man-to-man there, right?
Yeah.
In a sense.
Yeah.
You have an extra one for Sentinels. Because of the picks that these guys are getting off.
One enemy
And Leaf,
remaining.
unfortunately, didn't get that first kill where he had the timing on Pancata there on the back. Right as he turned away, too. It just was so fast.
Was
and no real choice. Oh, both cages committed to cross A rather than actually using the second one for the top of ramp to get yourself in a position here. And it's going to react as a Trailblazer gets that out. Only spots the Cypher, which is very key. A lot of times you're going to see just the Cypher on this side. So that's not extra information for Sentinels. And you can see nobody is moving on the rest of the map right now. With these stars, they should start to rotate. Look at Tense's position, though. He's got a judge up close.
The gravity well's there. He still plucks him out of the sky. Does get traded, though. The spam out from Saucy, not connecting, not landing. The flash on the swing, and Zekin looking for another, but Jake provides the cover. Now neural theft. Revealing the positions of where the remaining ones lie. Numbers in favor of Cloud9, but the spike is still not out. This is not a clean situation yet. Leaf is very weak. Manages to find the window to cross, though.
He gets all the way in, too. He's going to be able to get the plant down.
It's a flash. Zelsis in a really good spot here. He's going to go unchecked. Yep. Hey, it's just too easy when it's things like that. What can Pancata do? He's gotten it down to a 1v2. 57 HP, though, and you see Leaf getting healed up. A shot to threaten the drop. Do they dare challenge? Do they dare swing? Pancata really with no other options at this point. Has to jump down. No attempts to conceal. Time is short. And options are limited. That's another round for Cloud9.
And it's the same situation that we had on Pearl 2. Where Sentinel's economy will get broken. And Cloud9 will get up to a decent start. But not what Sentinels got done. Remember, they went up 6-0 on that first half of Fracture. And I think Sentinels had a chance there, but Tens kind of messes up with that judge up close. And then Pancata as well. Molly's off Zekin, who's trying to punish the player down under heaven. Stuck in that position. And that's eventually what ends up having Leaf able to Trailblazer off the players still remaining on A. Knives pop from 10. Saucy up close with the Trailblazer. He might get a little aggro here. Last time they thought it was only the Cypher. He does get the trip, and there is a stun. Can they save him? Yes!
That was so well set up by Cloud9. They knew that they would take the bait.
And Leaf's position is absolutely twisting. I'm looking to see right now, Marv is up behind him. He's not gonna take that stairs. Flank back into the backside of ropes to catch Leaf in this case. He doesn't know he's there, and this is a lot safer for him to go for.
Seconds in a really good spot. He's gotten 2 switches to the classic and gets 3. Now with ult, expecting more, and he's not wrong. Celsius just on the other side of the box. The flash, he's gonna go forward. He does check it, he gets a kill. 4 for Zekin. Rooney dropped a thrifty round for Sentinels.
How in the world does he get those first 3?
And I believe he found like a tiny timing window off of the aftershock. See if we can get it on replay, because he's already gotten into the position, but you're right, the fact that he found himself here allowed this.
And that's such a good crossfire with the players coming in from spawn there. And then as well, the flash to ping to confirm that the showstopper will get value there. And you can see he wanted to kill with it. It's not a space taking ult in that situation. Here's the punish attempt on Pankata with the stun early. Now recall on ropes. And Cloud9 will try to do what just happened to them right now with the Thrifty. Guardian on Leaf. Stinger with Celsius, Sheriffs on the rest.
No mid space really garnered quite yet. Oh, Zed. Woo.
Jeez.
Thought he was gonna die. It was very close. The thing is, they're gonna rotate back into A, and there's nothing that's really kept them back. Sentinels have done such a good job of clearing the cam, clearing the trips, and now putting TenZ in a position where he can be first contact here.
The fact that that flash cleared all the way back right now gives him this angle. He can fight here easily, but he misses the shot. Celsius with the jiggle is too strong. Seeker's activated now, definitely an opportunity to go for this thrifty win for Cloud9.
And it seems like they're converting on it. They've gotten the op, they've gotten upgraded weapons. It's just Jake who has a Sheriff now, and we know how good he can be with it.
Again, a safe plant. Marv has his Cosmic Divide, but it's really difficult to use unless this gets down to a 1v1, and he can actually wall off that spike to go for a defuse against somebody like Celsius. I think Celsius thinks the save is coming in right now, but that flash will definitely pull him back right now.
The 2 youngsters for Cloud9 are weak.
One enemy remaining.
But it doesn't seem...
Here, stays here. He might be able to actually get an extra kill eventually.
They know.
Yeah.
What? He's out
now. Yes. Great movement there, too. Strafing through the air with the satchel.
I mean, you want to try to... Rooney's the last one here.
Oh, this is a free op. He can't get out now. And Zekin's not going to continue to challenge, but...
Celsius will.
Rooney? Oh, my goodness.
That was uncomfortably close. I wonder, too, if that was even a part of their plan to keep the op. You see they dropped it right at the very end of the round, choosing not to have the attack side op, but at least keep it out of the hands of Sentinels.
Oh, TenZ got it back up. Had enough for... I mean, he still has all his util. Remember, he died early because he didn't get any of it off.
Yeah.
I think maybe spent an updraft at one point, but I don't even think he got it off at all. So, half armor op still available for him.
The buy here's very interesting for Sentinels. You've got Pankata, who's just going to be buying down to a Stinger, but 3 rifles.
And it's just... Definitely frying right here, especially with this pit now in mid. Mard is gonna be met with like the dog here. The execute maybe can come in if the dog actually gets anything.
He still has those 2 stars though, or at least 1 to help. You see first the smoke, second was the gravity well.
Yeah. Second already used his nade to try to delay it. Split him off for a bit, but the fault line is so good to get Marved off the site.
That nade from Zeppo is so deep. Look
at flash coming from Leaf. He's getting up in this. Love this Cosmic Divide too. Gives him a lot of space in the spawn to play with.
Oh, they're both used. The Seekers, Zeppa, waiting. There's no one who's gonna swing out. Oh, he was right next to him. TenZ finding one with the op while Zeppa's still alive. He's still going unchecked. Not able to get the last, but the damage has been dealt. Now problems ensue. A 3v3, the Cosmic Divides both finally start to dissipate. See the gravity well on the spike to delay. Rooney on the swing, he's got the fault line to help with 2, and it's gonna land right out onto Sasi, and he still gets a kill. Celsius from up top though, it's a 1v2.
Saw that he was off.
Yeah, time is so short. I don't know that he's gonna be able to pull this off. What a round for Cloud9.
That flank coming in, and I absolutely love that Astro Wall that went down on that round. Just really, really nice to push into spawn with. And then I have to point out Jake, too, again, with that disrespectful swing, man. Towards the end, this guy is definitely working it right now against Sentinels.
That feels like such like a min-maxing of space for Cloud9 too, because you remember Zeppa was really far up into spawn.
Yes.
And they invested Cosmic Divide for him to take even a little bit more. And it wasn't like he garnered a ton of space, right? But it was just that small amount of space that allowed him to cause the problems that he did.
Well, that little cubby in spawn right there, I mean, if you have that as a post-plant attacker, you're making so much difficulties for the retake. And it's not something that you really consider. None of your protocols are that deep, right? None of your protocols are definitely going to be considering, okay, what if they're spawn? Are they going to push up here? And if we do, then let's do all this breach time, blah, 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 blah. No, it's not happening.
Right.
You're sitting like you're thinking, okay, they could be down in hell. They could be backside, all these different positions. That's where the regular post plants come out. So it's a great way to disrupt and get you out of your book, your strat book in a sense. And that's what Cloud9 loves to do. I mean, the Death's talking about how Leaf gets value, his game sense. It's moments like that. And obviously it was Zeppa who made the call in that situation, but it is moments like that where you see the Cloud9 players get extreme value. Just putting you out of your comfort zone.
Value has netted them a 3-round lead in this deciding match.
And it's an eco for Sentinels right now.
So the potential for 4. Sentinels have gone exploring. A deep flash, and they're going to swing and take Garage. I don't think anyone was in a position to hear it, too.
This deep Trailblazer from Saucy is getting a lot of value. They're going to be able to actually pull everybody over and actually stack on this A site right now.
Well, the one thing they haven't considered is back to spawn, but that's going to confirm things. The Rolling Thunder, the Flash, the Double Satchel. It seems like Zeppa has gotten himself up a cheeky little spot.
This retake is going to come a lot faster, but I love that Celsius is holding onto that cage. The nade is going to actually deny the plant. Maybe get a kill, yes.
Second again.
Second phase is going to be to use these flashes to actually try to counteract the players still sitting here on ramp.
There's the first flash. Second, swinging his way out, following the fall line. There's another flash, but Second falls. Neural Theft now use Zeppa, trying to keep them back, and there are way too many targets there, but Cloud9's gun difference on full display.
Fantastic help from Leaf there, joining in with the rest of them, but wall goes up right now. They're isolating fights. Oh! Pancata goes huge!
Live Pancata, don't miss. Unreal.
It is so. Everyone brought knives.
Another Thrifty. The second for Sentinels in this half alone of split. And that one right there is because this wall comes back up here for Percata. Look at it. All the decay is coming in huge. And MCE has to be furious about that round. They're letting them back in this game right now. Cloud9 was definitely in control. It's an instant timeout.
He slammed that button as fast as he possibly could.
I want to see MCE cam right now.
Yeah. Well, we're behind you.
Hey, what?
We can see.
I see you right there. What are you talking about?
Yeah, pause for Cloud9 after that one. And again, I don't blame him.
That one is brutal. Shout out to Papa Zekin, Mama Zekin in the crowd with us.
Yep.
Right there on the left. And I mean, I've got to hear some of what MC is saying right now, because that situation, it was almost a 1 round, right? You can take your time through that. There's nobody on site yet. You actually have gotten the information because they were just pushing top ramp. So that's where I'd be getting a little frustrated if I'm MC right now on the backside. But either way, they're still winning this game. Right now, it's 5-3. They're on this attack side. I think on defense as well, this comp that they run is quite good.
Yeah, should be better in theory. Given the Cypher into the double duelist, I absolutely agree.
On split, it's definitely really weird to figure out exactly which side is going to be a little favored because of the way that the comps play out right now. Double duelist, sometimes you can consider that a little attack-sided. But either way, depending on the play style too. Still have all the UI up right now. See if Tens can find value back here on backside. He does find one. Stun coming in, but he has dash active.
And he gets out.
And Zekin's here to support him.
They're going to rotate off of that. See if they can find some space off of Zellsis, who's been very patient and very diligent in holding this area of the map. The flash, yep, confirming there is someone here.
The Sky's job as an anchor here is so important, but Marv, with that flash, he thinks he's going to be safe for a couple more seconds. So he's trying to cross into sight to get into an anchored position as well with Sasi.
But also we've got to commend the bravado of Zellsis in that situation to just take the swing, to take the fight.
Move.
Another round was seemingly in disarray, another off shot, and another kill for Tens.
I mean, talk about disarray right there. Leaf is completely by himself going for that pick through heaven.
30 seconds left.
And right into the op where he kind of knew. That's the sort of thing that maybe he's expecting Tens to have fallen all the way back over towards A, especially after that kill. And finally, one of those picks works out.
That's the second time Zellsis just disrespectfully swings and takes a fight and wins it out. I thought Sasi was going to be able to control that for sure. But now with 12 seconds left, once again, look at the minimap. Nobody knows where to go.
Oh
the
my
spike
goodness.
is just now landing on B. Everyone else is halfway across the map.
And Tens running through right now. Oh my goodness. He realized just then that the spike was actually planning on B. I mean, complete chaos.
I think Zekin ulted too.
Yeah, he did. Cleared out the player on A. 1v2 now, though. This is still doable for him. No util, though, to use.
He's been so good. But can he be this good?
This crossfire setup between the two players here on Cloud9 is brutal to get through. But oftentimes you can get a little jiggle, get one of them to misstep. But with the time right now, no chance it continues. I was thinking for a second, too, if you hear where the spike is planted, you can maybe force the issue slightly differently.
It's crazy to me.
Op.
It's crazy to me how often we'll see moments like that where there's a player who crosses behind an object literally as Zekin is starting to swing out. Like, fraction of a second differences.
That's how this game works. You got to be on the angle to have control.
But that was another another round for Cloud9. We were just talking about the compositional differences and how, in theory, it should lean towards Cloud9 on defense, given that they have the Cypher, given that they have the Astra utility to slow down this double duelist comp.
Got the UI back, and we have forced another eco, but Sentinels has won both of the ones that we've really pointed out so far, other than that initial one. And this time Tens has knives. He's popped them.
Marv almost got caught there again.
It's a dangerous situation when you're playing against the Breach, but no fault line this time, so Rooney still has it for the execute. They're dry walking out.
Cloud9 have been so successful with this approach. Think about how many times they found value on just contacting their way up throughout the entire series.
Doug, how far do they go? Right now they have the leeway to go all the way up in spawn and potentially even flank. Sentinels is looking for a stack. All these players over here. I wonder if Zellsis receives. See, they're not planning right now. Rooney's holding on to the spike. Finally he goes down, and the space that they have taken, they're already in their spawn. This is devastating control.
Note the rifles. Marv has one, Pancata has one as well. Oh my goodness! Oh. No way, the ledge! And Tens gets a kill with the blades! This is, this series, the Raze ults have been sus, to say the least. So close, yet so far, every single one. And now Tens pushing forward with the blades. Thought he was going to land another one. Just
one more shot. There's nobody on site right now, Doug. They've just used the aftershock, too. They don't really have any util.
No.
Is anybody getting on the spike?
Time is so short. They can just spam their way through this. Sasi, surely he can't.
Oh, my God.
No. There's no way, right? There's no way.
And you have to think, if Sasi's just getting on that spike a little earlier, they win that round. And that would have been 3 thrifty rounds then won from Sentinels. Instead, now Cloud9 just narrowly squeaks through as we're reaching the tail end of this half.
No way, bro. He took no damage, too.
These Raze ults got to be looked at, man. Not even like how they're getting fired up, just like how that ult works. It's crazy. That's a couple milliseconds there, maybe a whole second, but definitely not much more than that on that defuse. Round's already started. cage out again for Zelsys. You remember, he's using both of his cages to help on this cross. And that's especially now that they've recognized they're not really playing up in this A-ramp position, that they don't have to worry about it. Cosmic Divide coming through, Seekers to follow, 2 players on site.
Pancada finding some space, tucking behind, but Zelsys, look at his position! He just holds W, mows him over! I mean, what a play! Again, continuing this disrespect. From a Cypher role, Zelsys just feels like he's taking over the game.
And there's no damage to be done here from the Sentinel side, especially given that they have this very crucial op from TenZ still alive. Cloud9 does such a good job against op players. We've seen it before in the regular season. We've seen it in playoffs. But especially here on Split, they kind of get nullified. TenZ has had more value playing with the Vandal and his knives than anything else so far in this game. It's because it's so difficult. There's stuff like that breach stun going in against the B main player with the grab ball going off at the same time.
And the Sky Flash, and I mean, there are layers to the stuff. Yeah.
There's so many things to get through as the op player, and TenZ is trying. I mean, he's trying to switch up his position.
Round before the switch.
It's just not quite finding exactly where Cloud9 is going to go, kind of trying to get those gambles off. Right now, we're looking at the possibility of a 9-3 half for Cloud9 on attack side with not a double duelist comp. Not what you expected coming into this game.
Oh, not one bit.
Especially when Sentinels, I mean, the 3 rounds that they've won almost, outside of the anti-bonus, have been ecos. Just crazy.
Oh, this time bold from Pancada.
Okay, both cages used again as well. Here on this cross, TenZ is in position with the op this time though. And they're preempting the Trailblazer that would normally come in from Leaf. Leaf is not in this position this time. So TenZ has gotten the angle.
He's got to be careful here. The Pancada has to be able to hold mid. Nice, well done by TenZ.
Rooney's breach ult could allow Zelsys to pounce out, but this is early. This is for the role players. Oh, Zekid's not caught.
A 1-for-1 there. The spike's still not out. The op's still in play. It is repositioned now. And it seems like Cloud9 are trying to hold. They're trying to freeze on mid. If Jake gets a kill here, this would be huge.
Concealment.
Can he find the window? Can he find the timing? Can he find the space? There is someone just on the other side. Jake continuing to push the pace. And Pancada's there to receive. Off of this, I mean, Sentinel's in just a much more comfortable position. Much more comfortable of a situation.
30 seconds
They
left.
can turn all their attention towards A. They see them dropping out. Zelsys has been dealt with.
Rooney just 1v1 the op of TenZ right there.
He's running forward. It's a 1v3, yes, Spike. Time is short. And he's gone quiet.
Saucy did such a good job getting off site there
10
through that
seconds
smoke,
left.
and everybody's here ready to fight. So Sentinels will end the half with 4 rounds. Cloud9,
switching sides.
a dominant half, but it still needs to continue here. Sentinels definitely have some room to still fight.
Hey, this kill from Pancada again. Jake gets that kill. There's a bunch of misdirection thrown into the minds of the remaining members.
Yeah,
you really have the entire map.
We could have looked at the same round where they planted on that B site, but everybody was on A. It's crazy.
But you're right. Either way, it lands into an 8-4 half in favor of Cloud9. We're gonna throw it down to the desk.
Another dominant lead at halftime. This time it swings back to the favor of Cloud9. And Vanity, it seems like Sentinels is really struggling to get things going on that defensive side.
I'd say the biggest thing they struggled with today versus what they did yesterday, they were kind of just like sitting still, letting C9 do whatever they want on defense. And yesterday they were really proactive in their approach. They were taking areas of the map, and I think C9 kind of had a game plan to react with that. And I think it's kind of poor that Sentinels didn't end up having like another layer to that, but maybe they have another attack half like they did yesterday.
Yeah, and I think the main strength from the Sentinels comp that we were discussing when the match was going on is the fact that they're playing double duelist, and they're going onto the attack side now. And it was a little bit hit or miss when they were playing against 100 Thieves the other day. I mean, it was an relatively even scoreline. I think it was 7-5 that they entered when they played Split the other day. But genuinely, it's going to be Zekin as well who's going to be pivotal in terms of bringing this back to some sort of winnable scenario for them. He's been playing lights out. I mean, I put out a tweet saying that I think that in 2 years, this guy is going to be known as the best player in Americas because he is that talented. And I think think now is a big test for him as well, heading into the second half. He is going to have to be the tip of the spear for them alongside TenZ with this double duelist play.
But Venna, this is again that question of how much can the team come up around him, because he's been playing well, as he always does. And this team does much better in these double duelist comps when he can be that dive player. But how can the rest of the players step up to try and bring Sen back?
We need to hope they can do what they did in a fracture, right? Like, hope their attack side split is as drilled as their defense fracture was, which, I mean, it's completely possible, because their attack split looked pretty good yesterday, and the chamber is really strong against a double dive comp, but they have a Cypher here, so I don't think the Cypher deals with it nearly as well. So potentially, this should be a really good game.
Yeah, I'm going to be paying close attention, I think, to just how they're playing. I don't think you can go too fast up the rip. The double duelist, it's not all zug, just go fast and zoom. You can play with a bit of nuance and slow it down and alternate the pace, but I want them to play a bit more intelligently. They can't really waste seconds and be inefficient with deciding where they want to go. If you do decide to take that approach with the double duelist comp, which a lot of teams fall into that trap, and they just waste a ton of time, and they end up just running out of time in rounds.
And that's again the question of how much have Sentinels improved as a team? How much have they evolved since Americas? And do they have what it takes to recover? We'll send things back to your casters for the last half of this matchup. Will be Sentinels or Cloud9 continuing in the upper bracket.
Cloud9 find themselves up big, just a couple of rounds away from advancing, and I think the questions go back to what Vanity was talking about. Like, how does their attack side on split look? Is it the defense on fracture that we saw, or how pacey, how drilled is it going to be?
Let's take a look right now. They've got a bunch of layers to consider and get through right now. This is not a standard comp out from Cloud9. It's not a off meta by any means, but it's not one that you can get super in-depth practice time. And I think Cloud9 does a great job at being one of those teams that stays slightly off meta for specifically that reason.
Yeah. Oh, that was gross. Nice shot by Jake. I remember early in the season, as we were getting to know the kid, how aggressive he likes to be. That may have been a bit too much. But he still walks away with one. Zeppa not able to find a second with the frenzy as Zekin responds. 54 HP, dropping down now. Spike in no man's land, but Zekin is the one who has to contain. He has to be able to hold them back to provide space for them to go.
Smoke from Marv allows the spike to get crossed now over, and Marv fills that space to hold on to it. But Rooney's fault line will be back up. Leaves flash as well, close to coming back up. There's the stun, it's beautiful.
The fault line was gorgeous.
And it's off the spike plant too.
Player standing.
Oh, it's falling apart for Sentinels here.
And funnily enough, Marv is the guy who's going to be taking that first contact down in hell, and
30
instead,
seconds left.
Both of his teammates die. Again, that was the spike plant going down. The stun came through. Zekin was in that line of fire, so he gets caught by it as Leaf swings and the smoke fades.
He taps to threaten the swing. Looks in spawn, looks heaven, nothing found. The second time is what leads to his death, and it's what leads to another round for Cloud9.
That triple regroup right there with everybody running out against the one player is the Cloud9 signature. Just abusing the movement of multiple players to make it chaotic in that situation. Sentinels has been fantastic in these eco rounds on this map specifically. But now that they're on the attack side, it's going to be a lot harder for them. It's more working picks rather than allowing these situations to come into where Cloud9 is not checking all the boxes. And I've always loved the Cypher on this map when you especially get these cams up high and spot feet where otherwise you wouldn't know. So Sentinels right now, I mean, yeah, there you go. You got a lot of info. That stun coming in from all the way back in spawn almost allows this follow-up. And
it does.
It's huge.
Yeah.
Spike down.
That setup was textbook.
And then the smokes as well coming in from Jake, the cage from Zelsis to get all this control to put themselves on top of this spike.
Last player standing.
Very nice stuff. This might be the first flawless anti-eco we get from Cloud9. Not that they've been bad by any means, outside of those deeper mid-round ones, but these specific second-round ones have been very nice.
A flawless round for Cloud9. They find themselves at 10 in this map 3 decider. Hey, we get to take a look at it one more time. I mean, the setup there really was beautiful. So let's recap everything that went into that. There was the Cypher Cam, the fault line, the gravity well, and the raise nade to set up a death trap mid.
And the nice thing, too, is how far away the Cloud9 players were. Zellsis was nowhere near to be able to swing with that, but they understand that all that util is going to give them a lot of time to follow up on those kills. A lot of times, you see a stun goes out, somebody has to swing immediately, which is not the best thing because you don't know how much coverage you actually got.
Right. You often pre-fire off the swing. And
yeah, exactly. Wow.
Yeah, they want to go back.
And it's the same cam, and Rooney is posted up for this fault line to scare them in this instance because there's 3 players top A ramp. There's nothing going to happen. They actually get through. I don't think Zellsis was on his cam. He was actually working through scaling ramp with Leaf right now, and they've gotten through. Jake is in a world of hurt.
And even if he had been in the cam, there was a smoke that obfuscated his view. Well handled by Sentinels. Rooney is close by still. Has that fault line.
Obscuring
It seems like Jake may be in some trouble. He's gonna have to reposition, play around the smoke, and he dares, swings out and take a fight because he really had no other option.
That's that Bulldog down. Now it's a 5v4 right now for Sentinels.
It's a 5v3 now as Leaf falls too. That flash not deep enough to hit anything. Swing of the fault line, and you can see it was an attempt to take space by Zeppa. All he did was walk into his death. Now Rooney not able to find anything either. Big round up from Sentinels.
Huge anti-bonus again, but Cloud9 has actually been phenomenal in these follow-up rounds. Sentinels has to disrupt that here. They can't let this lead balloon for Cloud9. They can't get them close, right? They're only 3 rounds away from ending the series. And while Sentinels in the game yesterday, they earned their chance at playing in this double elim section of the tournament. So this isn't the end no matter what. But what a crazy difference it would make for them to be in the upper bracket final instead of going down to that lower bracket and making a run in that situation.
Oh, huge.
Great flash over top with the stun too to follow up. Maybe you could get a punish later on in the game with that same util.
And a Roomba too to clear out the additional space in garage.
This sort of push though right now, all that util that came through over here is actually forcing Sentinels to go towards the side where Cloud9 is rotating, over-rotating some would say.
But they have, I mean, they have all their Cypher utility around here too. This might be exactly what they want. Second flash, confirming presence. It's another pause on the round by Sentinels.
You could see Zeppa right here just stuck, not sure what to do in this instance, and he stays in the right position, makes the right read. Jake and Zeppa right now. That dog might not have spotted Jake. Somehow they're still rotating into Rooney as the kill goes in favor up in male. But this is going to be a fault line angle that is brutal to get through right now for Sentinels. They're getting the right timing though. Rooney's gotten off. And it's all this pressure right now because this wall coming up from the Viper on Sentinels right now, Pancata.
And he could be able to find a timing for a late flank, a late rotate. He is going to be the pivot point. If he can find more value.
Oh my he saw him. Leaf saw him.
He turned back, and now there are 2 here, Zellsis and Leaf. Zellsis is the one who cleans him up, but through all of that, the spike has been planted.
They know now that there's actually a 1v1 here, potentially. Rooney's joining the fray, though.
Oh, you see that utility out. Marved is there, the satchel. You see the flash swing. They've managed to push him off a little bit further. Push them back just a bit.
Oh, this star as well could really delay them. Grab fall in. This delay is crazy, but he still gets the kill.
Rooney delivering. 4v2 here. 10 swinging out. He cleans him up. Zeppa's dead. Marv gets another. How are they holding him back? It's all out on Zellsis with 11 HP. The swing out and he falls. What a round by Sentinels. What a hold.
That Marved and 10's 1-2 punch right there is just gorgeous. And the delay as well. Love that from Sentinels. All that information they gained from Pancata's, failed attempt at getting this kill right here. Allowed them to push up into spawn, allowed them to hold until this util comes back online from Marv right now. And instead of relying on using it for the post plant, using it to keep him off the spike, he uses it in a crucial moment when Tenz's one way is fading. Beautiful.
No timeouts called. We continue to push the pace. And this time the aggression is going to find some value. There's the showstopper used. Jake gets cleaned up, but they want to continue to fight for this garage space. The defense has dug their feet into the ground, though. Now starting to push back. Sentinels resetting. Confirming that there is no push-up off the flash from Sky. And Pancata is still patiently waiting on the opposite side of the map.
That was that trade I was talking about in B main right there.
destroyed.
And this is a crucial round right here. Flash coming in. They're trying to swing on this again, but they've left this A side open right now. See if Pancata can actually recognize that and get in. They're racing to get over.
Util is still up, though.
Trips are up.
He's gotten over.
I think he heard them both right now. They're looking for him again.
There it is. The first cleared out, and they tuck. They duck right into Zeppa, who's up top, but Zekin's gotten 3 on the round.
How did they get those kills right there? Everybody stunned up, it looked like.
He has no armor now.
Spike
Rooney, we talk about your sheriff a lot, brother. And it needed to deliver there, but Zekin gets 4 on the round to get Sentinels to 7. They're far from done.
Since that pistol and anti-eco conversion from Cloud9, Sentinels has gone on a little streak here.
1 enemy remaining.
3 rounds in a row now. And that's definitely going to allow them a confidence boost going into this one.
Yeah, the thing I've been waiting for is there going to be a timeout? Okay, now we're starting to see his timeout called. I was expecting it, to be honest, a round or 2 prior.
Yep.
Where it really just felt like both coaches took a step back and let the game play out. And that's gone very well in favor of Sentinels, and that's why MC calls timeout.
Remember that first half, he called the timeout after a very uncharacteristic loss in that Thrifty round where they swung through the Viper wall and Pancata got 3. This time, it's a little bit more considered. It's not necessarily like off of anything specific as a response to calm everybody down off of a crazy round like that. So you have to start considering how Sentinels is playing. They're doing a great job rotating around the map and keeping Cloud9 completely guessing half the time. And Pancata's getting so much value off of that lurk on a ramp.
You really go back to think about the entire series, and it's had everything. For those of you at home, whatever tickles your fancy, this has delivered in that. We've had multiple aces. We've had insane rounds where they've kept us guessing. We've kept the teams guessing. It's been so good.
What I would really like to see now from Cloud9 is try to actually challenge Pancata before he starts to walk up ramp here. If they can do that, then he's not going to have that same value, and the pivots are going to be a lot more difficult from Sentinels.
Yeah,
now, with that said, that's going to make your trap plays a little weaker on the rest of the map.
But no, it seems like they're not interested in delaying any of that at all.
Blinded.
That flash was just deep enough to tap 10s. Displaying over in sewers. They're not really posted up to get much more. They did just use the second flash towards ramp to potentially tap Pancata, but he was deep on it. It didn't hit him.
Here they go with the dog right now. Zelsis is following it up. This is the right timing to try to challenge Pancata. They spot him, but again, they're giving up space here. Zeppa has the showstopper. Ernie has an aftershock as well. They can definitely keep him out of this heaven for now.
So they understand that Breach is here. And off of that, they try to rotate back towards A. Where you mentioned, there's the push. The flash, he can't see anything. He's so dead. He's so done. But are they expecting 2? I don't think he's expecting 2! The Hatless Cypher's dropped. And now a Cosmic Divide to keep them back.
Discipline spot here from Leaf.
Can he find value? Do they check? Do they check? It happens so many times. 10s falls, and now Seeker's used into the face of another Cosmic Divide. He has to tuck down. He's got to get away.
The pivot's on the way, too. Leaf is really fast behind them. There's going to be a challenge here for Jake as well.
He's so far ahead, and he's behind the wall. They have no idea. He satchels across, somehow still gets a kill onto Zekin. Holds his ground. Looks for another. Gets it. 5 HP. Looking for the last. How the heck has the kid done that? And he doesn't overheat. He doesn't swing out. Calms his nerve. Allows the help to show up. Leaf is there. Sassi's gotten it, but it's a 3K from Leaf that cleans it up for Cloud9.
Again, these chaotic situations Cloud9 is thriving in. It's so well played. That Astro Wall for Jake as well was, I mean, it was mainly used to hold off this A push. But surprisingly, it actually works for him in B Heaven right here. A lot of instances when you throw these horizontal walls on defense, it actually causes a lot of problems for you defensively. Especially when you have room to pivot like that. That's why Sentinels even goes for it. But Jake plays it to a T.
I mean, Zekin even had the wherewithal to check.
Yep. That satchel across the break, the angle is already perfect enough.
Breaks one more
But Jake still has an outrageous play to get Cloud9 to 11.
Yeah, this score is correct right here. Camera again up in ropes. Sentinels really, I mean, they have started smoking off the camera, which is allowing them a lot of space here.
That forces Cloud9 to be a little bit more cautious on what's happening in Male, what's happening in B Heaven. Look at that. They've drawn out of gravity well, a fault line. Ah, but the toes betray you yet again.
Here. Camera, take him out.
Re-exploration. Cloud9, I'm trying to look right now at their eco, actually.
Good luck.
They've lost the UI, but I'm seeing, you know, Sheriff's right there on both those players on B main, so this might be actually a full save, despite winning the last round.
So much utility from the sky.
Yeah, Frenzy here from Zeppa.
34 HP.
Rooney's got the breach ult. Yeah, it's coming in.
The Satchel was really good to delay and to keep back the swing. But Ten's deciding he's going to take matters into his own hands. Pulls out the blades, get another.
Rotates come in right now. These Seekers should show them that there's a lot of pressure here. Seconds. Ten's is going in anyways.
It was a 5v4, but Leaf has kept it back. He's already gotten 3 with the rifle, but Pancada doing a bit of his own as Pancada gets 4!
Are you kidding me, man? You looked and you thought, Cloud9's doing it again. Here we go. Another eco round, but no.
And I sure did.
That challenge, I thought Sentinels were going to cancel that. As soon as those Seekers went out and all 3 Seekers go through B main there, I thought you're canceling. But with 30 seconds left, you really can't. Somehow Pancada gets a molly kill there. Leaf, these shots are disgusting. And here's Pancada's angle.
My turn. What?
That's cold. And this is I mean, you talk about a player who's had to flex his composition so often. And it's Pancada. He's been playing Killjoy Sentinels the entire time. Now on this Viper, this is a comfort role for him.
11-8 now, if I'm not mistaken. Tap on the swing. How is Zekin still alive? Does eventually fall. And there's the trap setup. They have the Seekers, the fault line, the grab wall, the nade again. Sees L6 has repositioned some of his cams.
Blinded.
Spotting 10s there. And again, it feels like Cloud9 are ahead on the rotate.
Yep.
This is just like the previous round. They already have 3 here, and they still have the utility they're gonna have to deal with. Look at Leaf. His position's so good! Leaf gets 3! Tens is left alone.
50 seconds to work this 1v3. And remember, this is to keep Cloud9 off of match point right now. So much work to do.
This would be...
Zeppa's position's too good.
Yeah.
Too good.
Just so well considered. So well considered by Zeppa. And that puts Cloud9 on series point. And no, to be clear here, with how Sentinels have played this, it's not like they're far off. The score's 12-8 right now. So yes, Cloud9 have reached the finish line, but they haven't crossed it yet.
No. 4 in a row, though, is not really something that Sentinels has been able to do.
Yeah.
Just yet. They've been inching their way closer. They've definitely been feeling like it's been more advantage. Here we go, Satchel up.
Cheeky.
That one's very nice. Especially as Astro, you're not actually making any sound cues whenever you're putting out smokes.
There's just no way you expect that.
Gotta see the eco here. There is Vandals here for Sentinels. Do or die, though.
Oh,
First kill.
That might have been one of them. There's the nade. It's deep. Zep on the swing. He's taking over. He's pushing forward. The Maelstrom left in Mail. That's another kill. Spike now on a reset. Numbers in favor of Cloud9. Jake has not left his position, perched up over the entrance onto B.
Sentinels for a spell here through mid. They're gonna kind of try to re-challenge right now. But there's 3 players again. They're relying on the trips on that A side.
Oh, Rooney's fault line just came back up.
Oh no.
All 3 of them are there. You just saw another Astra go down. Zeppa with 3 on the round, and this might be it. He's put him away, and he might do it all on his own. Zeppa's gotten 4. All on to Saucy.
And Jake is in the position just to end this round. There's no way you check this late in this one in a 1v4.
How patient is he? Has he really spent the entire round up there?
30
the
seconds
entire
left.
round. If he walks out here. Patience pays off for Cloud9, for Jake, as they take down Sentinels 2-1.
The series where you had to get a check on how Cloud9 was going to come into the LCQ with, but at the same time, you're wondering how far can Sentinels take the form that they showed yesterday and the win that they got. Now here against Cloud9, they definitely put them to the test, but it's not quite enough.
I mean, it really feels like it was the scrap that didn't go the way of Sentinels. And you mentioned it a few times. That's where Cloud9 thrived.
Yep.
What a freaking banger of a series, man.
Absolutely delivered. And despite the scrap, too. The scrap was fun. The scrap was crazy. And it was fun. You know, it was instances where I understand why you're in those positions.
Yeah.
In comparison to some of the other games sometimes where it's just pure chaos because neither side really understands what ideas they want to go for.
Right.
It's like they let themselves fall into them rather than forcibly putting them into this position. But gotta commend Cloud9. I think the most impressive thing I see with them over and over is how they play these little situations with the breach util on this map. Specifically, it's like suddenly it's back up in the perfect moment and everybody's able to just pounce on it so well. The spacing, fantastic for this team.
The individual playmaking there for Cloud9 too was just pretty. We talked about Zealous on the Cypher and like, you know, how's that gonna play out? We've seen him play the Sentinel role a little bit, but the guy had an outrageous performance. Really, all of them. Right, again, it feels like the conversation that we would have when Cloud9 was thriving in the regular season.
Yep.
Who did well? Everyone did well. Right, like their plans were good. They had individual playmaking. It was complete. Also, I love that, Jack.
Frenzy. Little Cloud9 pin, too.
Yeah.
And as we see, final score 2-1 in this one. It wasn't beautiful all the way through. But when it comes down to it, it was beautiful.
And it was fun. It was fun, if nothing else.
And now they find themselves in the upper bracket final, right? I mean, already in a position to be top 3 in this tournament. You've got to win, though. And for Cloud9, most of these players, it's been a while since they've been a champions.
Yeah.
Leaf is the one. Leaf and Zeppa back in 2021. But since then, it's been struggles to get back to that moment.
So Cloud9 advance, and I think, again, not all is done for Sentinels. And to be honest with you, for so many questions that we had about this team, how are they going to look? What are the roles going to look like? Who's going to be calling? How does all that play out? They just went toe-to-toe against what should be the best team in the tournament.
Oh, yeah.
And many people have Cloud9 as a favorite. For them to push them the way that they did, knowing they have a lower bracket run, I mean, there's nothing to be upset about here if you're Sentinels.
No, absolutely not. I think what the coaches, what Kaplan was talking about mid-maps, those types of things where it feels like they're in good form,
yeah,
it definitely looks that way. And they have a chance now to go through a lower bracket run against the rest of the bracket, which is all South American teams at this point. They could definitely come back into this, and we might end up seeing a grand final between, you know, Cloud9 and Sentinels. That's definitely on the cards. I give plenty of props to them for being able to turn around with the time that they had. But Cloud9 as well just looks so good.
They do, and that's what led them to a 2-1 win. That's what led them to taking down Sentinels, and that's what's going to lead us to throw it down to Mimi at the desk to break down the series.
Thanks very much, Doug. Yeah, Cloud9 taking a 2-1 victory here to start their LCQ run, already only 2 games away from trying to claim that final spot at Champions. And guys, while they did win this series, I think it was rockier than some of us may have expected at the beginning, dropping that map in the middle to Sentinels. And I feel like there was kind of a common thread in the 2 maps that they won, which was Leaf on these really proactive roles.
We set it up at the beginning of the series, I think, that, you know, Leaf is a big game player as well. He's one of the integral pieces for Cloud9 to do well. And you saw that drop off, honestly, in the second map when he had to play a bit of a lesser role. He's the last one in, but then immediately the bounce back. As soon as he's playing the Sky in that third map as well, significant step up in terms of it. His util's being set up to make sure that Zeppa and Zealous can get away with absolute murder on top of it. Yeah, a really nice bounce back, I think, as well. And it answered some questions I had in terms of their form in these high-pressure matches, I think, as well, because that was the big question I wanted answered from this match, was how are they going to look coming out of the playoffs when they really just bombed out?
Yeah, I mean, I was very impressed with them on maps 1 and maps 3. I think there's definitely learning moments for all of these teams at LCQ as to what the map pool looks like really for them, because otherwise they've just been scrimming for the last 2 months. But specifically on Split, I thought they took control of the tempo really well. They had good trap plays on their defense side. And it was one of those situations where, yeah, you've still got Zeppa on the raise, but he's not alone there.
Yeah.
He's being backed up by Leaf. Leaf's got the opportunity to be a playmaker. He's swinging through smokes, providing a lot of aggression
that he's not really able to do when he's on Killjoy.
And I love that you used the word like controlling the tempo of the flow, I think, for map 1 and map 3. Cloud9, that was really the key, right? They made Sen so uncomfortable in terms of them trying to play retakes and set up for it. There's a lot of attempts to try and push him to spawn, make sure that they were playing the flash plays. I mean, you think back to Pearl. I think that was really the bread and butter during the regular season of how well they were able to play off of each other and set up for those moments.
Yeah, I wasn't impressed with Sentinels, to be honest, on Split. I feel like they...
Well, I was talking Cloud9.
Yeah, no, I know. But what I mean is, for Sen, they showed awesome map 2, really clean. They're going to need to tighten up all the rest of their map pool, though, to go on a lower bracket run like Doug and Barlow were talking about.
Yeah, that is the big question, though, because we have made it to the stage where Sentinels will have a second chance after being knocked down here. Cloud9, of course, already starting their run, but it's still possible for Sentinels. And for a team that in the whole regular season never really had that run of time with their regular roster, with practice behind them, with a good showing in their first match, and honestly a fairly close game here versus Cloud9, what do you think they've learned to be able to bounce back?
I think, again, it's that making sure they don't get caught off guard, I think, as well, when they're trying to play and set up for the retakes. Because the retakes was one of the things we were praising them for in the 100 Thieves match. And Cloud9, I think, really just recognized that. They did what they do really well, which is just making teams uncomfortable by pushing into areas where it's unconventional. You don't expect people to be doing it. But, again, Cloud9 get away with it because they have that type of coordination.
Don't pick Pearl.
Yeah, well, we'll see if they learn from that one. But Cloud9 have closed this one out 2-1. And we have Wyatt standing by with Zelsis for your Prime Gaming post-match interview.
Thank you so much, Mimi. I'm here with Zelsis, fresh off the win. First question, have you ever played Cypher in a match before?
I don't actually know. I hope so, because then it looks even better, and I beat Sentinels with it, so it looks even better then. But I think that's my first time playing it in a match. I hope so.
Not too bad. You played pretty damn well. In that series, though, you guys get 2 convincing, solid wins, and then you get blown out on your own pick. So what is it that you guys are doing when you're at your best that makes you that good, and what... On the contrary, what are the things you guys do poorly when you're playing at that, bad level on Fracture?
I think with that game specifically, like Fracture, I think it's just so easy once you get momentum. Like, when you get momentum, you're winning the rounds, you're pushing everything, it kind of just works for your team. We kind of screwed up early. We played into, like, their traps. We played into, like, their comp, didn't really play our comp. So we kind of just gave them the map. The other 2 maps, I mean, we're comfortable on Pearl. I mean, we're comfortable on every map, basically. And it's just easy for us.
Yeah, okay. Just that easy. Okay, MC, first of all, he was looking good. We all saw that. But when it goes to him on the coach cam, my man looks pissed, okay? He gets very upset, and it gives me the vibe that when you guys are in the timeout, he's kind of a brutally honest guy. Is that accurate, and how does he kind of guide the team in those timeouts?
Yeah, I mean, every time I talk about MC as a coach, I say he's more of like your more sports traditional coach. He, in practice, he handles us differently, maybe a little bit more softer, says it's like, okay, but like we need to do this. But in a match, he only gets 30 seconds of timeout. This is crunch time, so he needs to get everything out as if it's brutally honest, if we're playing like shit, if we're doing great, whatever it is, like he needs to get that out, right? So to me and to the guys, I think we're all understanding that like, it doesn't matter how he says it, as long as he says it, we understand it and we take it to the server, right? So.
Yeah, totally makes sense. And just going back, heading into this match, I mean, you guys are sitting across the stage from 4 world champions of the game. You guys have a ton of great players, but at the same time, you have Rooney, Jake, these upcoming guys. Do you just all at this point have the inner belief that you are at that level too? Is it just not even a question?
I think we all just like really want to win. Like everyone on this team really wants to win, and that's like what we wanted to build here at C9. We wanted to create like a good environment and stuff like that. Obviously, we didn't make Tokyo. Like we kind of butchered playoffs, and we like really regret that a lot. So I think like we're just coming here even hungrier than before, and it's obviously we showed today. Played against a good Sentinels team. They had a lot of practice. They looked good against 100 Thieves. So it just shows, yeah.
For sure, and you, I mean, as an individual, you've been playing in Valorant, competing at a top level for a long time now, all the way back. You made the first international LAN at Reykjavik 2021 with version 1, and now you're on Cloud9 all this time since then. So how have you grown as a player and as a person as well in all this time competing?
I think I'm kind of just like growing up. Like I was kind of like, obnoxious. I mean, I still am obnoxious, but you know, I'm just that obnoxious guy that brings the energy, kind of being that big brother when I need to be. And I'm liking the role. The guys, you know, they give me a lot of respect. They look up to me a lot. I look up to them like they're nuts. You know, they're carrying me all the time. So I got to do my due diligence as the old man on the team. But I mean, I just want to win something. And I mean, I think with this team, we could.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Congrats on the win.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for speaking to me. And we will be back for the next match with the desk later. See y'all around.
It's 4 world champions versus NA's newest favorites in Cloud9. Their season ended in disappointment after making a miracle run through the regular season. But on the other side, for Sentinels, they too have had their ups and downs, their trials and tribulations. They finally landed on a roster, found an IGL, and won a first match. The question now is, how far can they go in this run?
He's got the cover of the lockdown, and he's got a kill onto 10.
I mean, there's miscommunication there. 10's not really aware how far Leaf is.
Yeah, he's already netted himself a second one with the third. Possibly. Pancada, oh, it's actually Marv, but Pancada may have found a timing here.
This guy's just farming.
He's tucked behind the orb, and he doesn't land the shots. Leaf's on the courts for an ace. No reason to convert it, and Leaf delivers. Like a watch, tower over the top, second with 3. Looking for the 4th, finds it. Are we due for another ace? Just narrowly missing, but the classic does the job. It's the ace for Zekin, and it's 6 for Sentinels.
Still finding value again with the Sheriff. Leaf with a follow-up too.
And it's done. Pearl goes in favor of Cloud9.
Except it's full blind. Everybody's blind. Scratching his head on that one, but Sauce is still combining for a massive round.
Does he invest?
He has to get half. Is he going to get it? Yes, half,
he does.
at least.
But Zealous is now pushing forward, and Zealous is with 3.
Let's go, boys. Let's go. Hey, hey, that's the one. That's the one, baby. Let's go. Let's go.
2v2 here, and it all falls down on Rooney. Pancada cleans it out as Sentinels take map 2.
And this is a lot safer for him to go for.
Zekin's in a really good spot. He's gotten 2 switches to the classic and gets 3. Zealous shots on the other side of the box. The flash, he's going to go forward. He does check it. He gets the kill. 4 for Zekin.
Fantastic help from Leaf there, joining in with the rest of them. But wall goes up right now. They're isolating fights. Whoa! Pancada goes huge. Is anybody getting on the spike?
Time is so short. They can just span their way through this.
One enemy
Saucy Shirley, he can't.
Oh my God! No!
There's no way, right? There's no way.
Let's go. No, look at me. Let's go. Let's go.
Patience pays off for Cloud9, for Jake, as they take down Sentinels 2-1.
Desde atrás hace lo mismo Shai, que se va al contrario. Shai consigue la baja. ¡Se la lanza directo!
Linda baja de Cloud, 4 para 3, ventaja para Cruz. La de semicompra se puede acabar acá.
With Verizon's new My Plan, I get exactly what I want and only pay for what I need.
Now I'm in charge of my plan.
Introducing My Plan from Verizon. You get exactly what you want and only pay for what you need. And it all starts at just $30. It's your Verizon.
Sería todo estar en el torneo más grande y poder representar nuevamente a Latinoamérica en un evento internacional así de grande.
Panchito, quédate ahí, hermano. El timing me ayuda demasiado. El timing me ayuda, Panchito. ¡Panchito! ¡Vamos, larga vida el rey!
Es que es el clásico de la TAM. El Leviatán Crew es lo que va a ser ese partido.
They'll make him think that he's not playing heaven, and finally he gets spotted.
He goes back to screen. Yes, have to know.
House is looking for the timing. No flash needed.
Y nada, va a ser eso, va a ser un partido que todos los dos equipos vamos a dejar la última gota y todo obviamente por llegar al Champions, así que va a ser muy divertido y muy entretenido de ver. Obviamente hay que poner la intensidad y los dos queremos el mismo spot por Champions, entonces va a ser guerra.
Welcome back to day 3 of VCT Americas LCQ. It's our second match of the day here. It's Leviatán facing off against Crew, the LATAM Classic. I'm me, and joining me on the desk again, got Brennan Josh, joined by special guest Vanity, back with us again. And Vanity, this is a match that it feels like we have seen a million times, probably the game that has defined Latin American Valorant.
I'd say they're definitely the two biggest staples of Latin American Valorant consistently, like all the way go back to when LEV was like Astrals or something like that. They've been competing against each other, the cores of these rosters.
Yeah, they've just been battling back and forth for such a long time. And it's very interesting the way that, you know, at the beginning, Crew were on top and they looked like they were looking really good. And then LEV have bounced back. Who knows what the future holds, because Crew look like they're on a little heater.
And this does look like it could be a chance for Crew to kind of become the #1 LATAM team again if they can beat Leviatán. Because in history, it has been back and forth for the longest time early in Valorant.
Economic graph of the recession.
Let me explain this one to you.
It's like the world's worst roller coaster.
I'm an expert on economics, and I can tell you that this shows you that Crew, for all of 2021, was the best Latin American team. They were that run at champions. They were always better than LEV, but they broke through, starting at Copenhagen on the side of Leviatán, became the best LATAM team, and have kind of held that strength ever since. Both teams obviously have had a bit of a drop-off in form since it went from regional matchups to then playing in Americas here, where it becomes a little bit harder. But still, this has been the matchup where it's been kind of decided of who that strongest team is. And beyond just that history of back and forth, this is also interesting because these players have switched around between the rosters quite a bit, Brett.
Oh, there's history there, isn't there? With Kesnet on this team here for Crew and playing against his former team where was he cut? Was he benched? I can't even remember. I mean, it was like alternated
He
with
was
Taco.
benched and then decided to leave.
You look at the differential in terms of the numbers as well that this guy's putting up. It's just absurd comparative. And, we always front the question. It's an interesting one, is Kesnet happier that he's made that decision to play on Crew despite the fact that they went winless in the regular season, or would he have preferred to be playing on LEV when LEV were going in their own slump? I think it's a difficult question in itself, but this is a matchup where he's going to have so much to play for here. You're essentially just showcasing, hey, you guys cut me, and now I'm potentially knocking you guys into the lower bracket of LCQ.
That's the mad part, though. They didn't cut him from the roster. They made him a sub player.
Yeah.
So he would have probably seen playtime at some point in the season because Taco has been slumping.
Dominated.
I mean, these are his regular season stats. Do you want your duelist putting up these kind of numbers, Vanity?
This is hard.
Dude, yeah, the rankings are actually brutal.
Yeah, this is...
Yeah.
It's savage.
I mean, definitely, I would pick Kesnet if I had a choice.
Yeah, looking at
I think
these
that's
numbers.
pretty clear. But I think that Taco did show a lot of promise last year, and
Yeah.
there's like a chance that he does show resurgence. That's pretty much LEV's biggest win con this tournament. Like, they're not going to be able to make it far without Taco performing well. Like, the rest of the players don't need to play as well. Like, they always play well pretty much. And I think Taco is like the X factor.
Yeah, and Brent, you phrased it as, did Kesnet make the right choice? But I think really right now it's a question for Leviatán if they made the right choice. Because Taco was great at the beginning of the year, but the slump is something they, for Taco individually and this team as a whole, will have to recover from. But Crew, they've had a rough year. They've lost a lot of close games, but then they took a step back. They chilled out during the offseason, and we actually got to hear from Klaus about that one where he was saying, they took 20 days off, they were chilling out, they had their little vacation, and they really have come back looking so much stronger, Josh.
Yeah, they do. They've also, again, I hate to be the hater, but they've played against two teams that have had stand-ins.
He's actually on his Doomerang.
They've beaten two teams.
They have. They've beaten two teams. Platchet Premier beat two teams. Okay?
Yeah.
But we don't talk about them as being
Americas.
the best teams in the world, do we? So, yes, Crew are on a bit of a heater, and I do think it was an improvement, and it was necessary that they got that break, because also all of our South American teams, Latin American teams, they looked burnt out at the end of Americas.
Yes.
They looked visibly burnt out, a lot of these players.
That's
and
why
teams.
I love the decision that Crew made where they took a 20-day break.
That's a long time.
From the end. 20 days is almost unheard of, but the guys need it. They were living in a foreign country. You think about it, you're living in LA, you're away from home for a significant portion of the season. They needed that reset. It's paying off here, and I have similar questions about LEV, because we know LEV, they're a cold shower team. 5 a.m., 80 grams of protein. God knows what else owners putting them on here, but they are a grinding team. These two teams could not be more different in terms of the ideology, honestly, in the way that they take their practice and schedule. But it's clearly working out for Crew in terms of them taking that time off.
Benny, can you just talk about what effect that has on a player? Because obviously in esports, it's a grind culture. You got to wake up, you got to focus, you got to improve. But constantly playing, constantly making improvements can really be difficult on teams.
I think it's a little different as well because I've never moved myself to a foreign country. So I think that the level of burnout and stress you experience.
When you're away from your family, your friends, it's a different culture, different food.
Even when I move, I'm a 3-hour flight away from my family or something like that. But for them, it's probably 12-hour travel.
And I imagine that's still very challenging.
Yeah, and it's I don't really want to fly 3 hours here and there. So I think it's definitely something that's tough, and I definitely see why it's benefited Crew, and let's see if Lev's grind set works out.
Yeah, the grind set, yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, we can take a look and listen here at what Klaus said himself about the mentality of Crew, and, excuse me, already, we heard about that one. We're knowers about that, but, yeah, Klaus has had that discussion, and I think we should now talk about what discussions Leviatán has been having and what we can expect for their approach. To recap a little bit of what happened last season, it really did seem like that burnout may have gotten the better of them.
Yeah, it wasn't just the fact that they looked burnt out individually. It was also that they didn't have the time to sit back and think about how they wanted to refresh their strat book, think of any additional ways in which they wanted to approach the game. Those are the things that were really missing from them. It's not just time to sit back and sip, margaritas on a beach. It's also time to have a little thought process and reflection on how you approach the game and any big picture things instead of just the grind of week to week. This team's got an unusual approach.
Tail end for Lev's performance, I think, was really... It felt odd. It felt risky at times in terms of what they were playing, almost desperate with how they were playing. And I think a big portion of that was that they didn't really figure out the meta of the regular season, of where you're not supposed to just never adapt and change what you're running. And listen, Lev have always come in with really good, solid ideas. We were copying the hell out of them for our premier matches.
Yeah, they got great ideas.
They got great ideas. And if you're not ready for it, they just don't change them up. And so they're really, really, if a team's counter-stratting you, which you are in a regular season, you have full VOD footage, of course they're going to get counter-stratted. They have a month and a half. I'm curious if they've tried to, address the fact that, they had that bit of a slump as well. I mean, plenty of time to try and cook up some new stuff, so yeah.
I mean, Leviatán, from what we've talked about them in the past, we know them as that team that is so preparation heavy, the one who comes out into new tournaments and always looks like world enders right at the very beginning. This is the kind of situation where this team is strong, when they can surprise teams, because their fundamentals are excellent.
I would definitely say this is LEV's probably one of my predictions to make it to the finals at least. I think this format does favor them a lot. They have a lot of time to prep, so let's hope they can do what they've done in the past at tournaments and show really good form, because I think the regular season format kind of made them struggle a bit.
Yeah, it was a difficult one for them because it's prepping week by week. They've never really had to play in a format like that. Whenever it was week by week, they were always just dominating in LATAM.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, I mean, big question marks for individual players such as Mazzino as a player, I think that really struggled towards the tail end in terms of adapting his individual game. Because again, beginning of the season, he was fantastic, but he knew exactly what to do in terms of where he was playing. I think about their ascent anchoring as well when he's playing smokes and the attack side. The guy is so predictable when he's playing that role. I really need to see a bit of a mix-up, I think, from this team in terms of their attitudes, their ideas coming into a lot of these maps.
Mazzino's going to beat up his former team.
You think so?
Yeah.
What makes you think he's going to just recover from the slump then?
Because the last times that these teams have played, Leviatán's won the last 7 maps in a row.
Okay.
And
I mean, that's pretty good.
That's a lot of stats.
It hasn't been close.
Yeah,
the last time Crew won a map against them was June of last year.
Okay.
I hear
it
that.
hasn't been
I hear
close.
that, but also negativity. We've had enough of it.
I'm positive on Leviatán. Leviatán.
You can't say I'm positive by saying, yeah, they've lost 7 maps in a row. That's such a positive, happy
Leviatán have won 7 maps in a row. Let me reframe my discussion.
You should work for a politician. You're just trying to spin everything you mean.
Yeah, I mean, I think a bit of time off, a better system that works for them in terms of the format where they can play. They don't have to unveil, radically new ideas, but they just need to change up what they've been doing a little bit. They're coming in here, they're playing matches against opponents that aren't going to be hard anti-stratting them. Yeah, Crew are on a bit of a heater. They've been winning games against teams with stand-ins. They're playing with their coach.
No. Just, I need a break from this guy. I need a beacon of positivity in this world. Luckily, we've got one standing by. Wyatt is on the floor to talk to King on his way in. Wyatt?
Oh, excuse me, King. Let me talk to you. I have one question and one important question only. Did LEV take a break during the off-season?
Yeah, of course we did. We needed that to come fresh, take and do better all the things that we did bad at. So yeah, we're refreshed.
Awesome, that's good to hear. Best of luck in the match today. Mimi, back to you.
Brent, do you think he's right there?
Okay,
Have they
listen,
taken enough of a break? Because I've heard some things on the streets.
I don't want to play into the doomer scenario here as well, but a little birdie told me, there's whispers, there's rumors on the wind.
We're both in racing, Jacks. I thought we're supposed to be
The streets are talking, and LEV, I don't think have taken that much of a break. I know King was like, of course he's taking a break, but I heard it wasn't much in comparison to other teams, and they've still been on the grindstone, on the grind set, and still just trying to, giga prep, honestly, without too much of downtime, really, to rest and rejuvenate. Bro, I've been working almost every single event so far, and I'm feeling the heat from it. I'm not even playing on the big stage as well at the highest level of competition. Exactly. And I'm exhausted, man. Yeah. So what are they going to be feeling like if they haven't had really that much break? I know, listen, King gave the PR answer. Don't want to call him a liar, but...
But you are going to call him a liar.
But I'm just saying, I've heard conflicting information. Information about having a significant portion of time off to actually rest and rejuvenate.
Josh, first of all, just to double back here for a second, you're saying that he does nothing. This man woke up at 3 a.m., had a cold shower to prepare for this today. No, when he's on the grind set, he's living the Leviatán lifestyle. Can you see the same for yourself?
Yeah. Mate, I wouldn't want to live the Leviatán lifestyle. Leviatán lifestyle is way too disciplined for me. Eating well, getting up at the right hours, working, what?
Yeah. All right. Well, let's get back to work then. And Vanity, for Leviatán here, as we've already talked about, they've had this rough stage, but as you're mentioning, they're good in situations like this one. In particular, in their opening matches, it seems like their consistent thing is that they always just win 2 games and then lose 2 games right after. It's very consistent when teams can't prep for them.
I'd say the biggest thing that LEV struggles with is definitely the longer the tournament goes, the worse they get, right? I think that hopefully this format benefits them because I'm a LEV fan. King's one of my favorite players. But they've had 2 months to prepare. I think they're going to come out swinging and give us a good game here.
You know, it's funny you say they win 2 games, lose 2 games. They've got great win rates in their opening matches. Wow. What happens in this format if they win 2 games and lose 2 games? They would still lose. They wouldn't make champions.
Yes.
So that's not a positive.
But it is still. But if there wasn't, they only need one more. It's only 3 games that they would need to win.
Right. They are deep enough in the bracket that they.
Hear me out, right? They win the first 2, they get a BO5 with veto advantage, double ban.
Okay.
That's a factor, no?
Now that definitely is a factor. That's a massive advantage, especially with how up and down the map pool's been in LCQ so far. If you can get a read on what your opponents are doing, especially after they've gone through the lower bracket, that'd be pretty huge.
Yeah, and for this matchup as well, like we've been discussing, there's been a lot of history between these guys. These 2 teams have really switched back and forth. Vinny, for you, when you've played against your former teammates and things like that throughout your career in Valorant, does that change things when you have a team that you're so familiar with their style?
I would say it's a bit easier to play people that you've played with in the past. You kind of, especially because I'm on IGL, right? So like the teammates I played with are probably going to think pretty similarly to how I think. So maybe it's not the same necessarily for like non-IGLs, but I think most people always have like this chip on their shoulder. Even if you leave a team, like you never want to lose to them, right? Like I left you guys for a reason. No?
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I'm sure for like Kesnet today, especially after leaving Leviatán, trying to prove something here.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be a passionate, fiery match as well. I'm setting this up like a romance novel. It's like this kind of matchup here, but between these 2 teams, the amount of history they've got as well. And I do think you guys are onto something in terms of just this being the time for LEV to strike back and actually do some serious damage in the tournament. Because, again, a month and a half to prep, practice. If one of the biggest criticisms I had of this team was the fact that they didn't have new stuff up their sleeves, that they weren't really adapting too much. They were just doing the same old. What better time to unveil it in a short-form tournament like this? It's a sprint, not a marathon like the regular season, and you have had the time to prep new stuff.
This was their match, the first time that they played it. It was the shortest match that we had in Americas. They obliterated them, beasted them, turned them into a little pancake, and posted them through the door.
Do you post pancakes through the door?
Yeah, frequently. Would you like a pancake?
No, thank you, not from you. I'll avoid that in your house.
I mean, I think something to consider as well is Chambers kind of back. Like, he got a buff, and Taco was a very good Chamber player. So that's something to consider for LEV, right?
King Duelist? Ooh, I'm so down for the King Rays.
But yeah, I think that's something really important to think about is like Chamber is potentially back. He's playable on a lot more maps now. So that could be something that LEV tries to lean on to get Taco activated.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, well, we'll have to see how much he can get activated. But to just give a little honesty to you folks at home, right now there is a bit of a delay on stage, just trying to fix out all the issues before we get the game going. So just standing by for that one. Well, you have to continue to listen to Josh's negativity.
No, it's not. It's not negativity. It's not. Okay, what I'm looking for in this game is Leviatán to come out and they look phenomenal. I'm not saying that because I want Crew to lose or think they're going to lose, but to me, I'm still waiting for one of these LCQ teams to look excellent, to really show like they could do something at Champs. And LEV have shown like glimpses of that in the past. I want to see it again today.
We're just moments away. Is anyone willing to take the punt? Does anyone think that Crew's going to win today?
I will.
Why?
I'll take it because I spoke to people behind the scenes and they said that Crew were going to win.
Insider trading? Do you have anything better, please?
I think I'll pick Crew just because we need to split the desk.
Yeah, people seem very high and very hot.
Even though I picked LEV to win LCQ, I'll go with Crew today.
People were high on Sentinels.
That's very reasonable. All right, well, we are ready to get into this one. The coaches are standing by. Owner and Adam ready for the map pick. It's Crew versus Leviatán. Let's get this match underway.
Hello and welcome back to the VCT LCQ map pick ban process. I'm joined by here Crew and Leviatán, and it looks like LEV is going to be the first seed. So what do you guys want here for Team A or Team B?
We want Team B.
You want Team B? Yes. And that's going to go ahead and leave Crew with Team A. That's going to give you guys the first ban. Fracture. And for you guys on LEV?
We ban Ascent.
Banning Ascent. All right. So Crew, what's going to go ahead and be your first pick?
Split.
Split for the first pick. Okay. And LEV, in response, what side would you guys like?
Defense.
Defense on split. All right. And for you guys, you get to now pick in response?
It would be
Lotus. Okay. And Crew? Defending on Lotus for the pick. And Crew, you guys go ahead and get to ban. Banning Pearl off the pool. And for LEV, between Haven and Bind.
Bind.
Banning Bind. That's going to go ahead and leave our final map as Haven, and that's going to leave Crew to pick the side.
We attack.
Attacking on Haven. All right, thank you guys very much for that.
Thank you.
El clásico latino se toma las pantallas de este LCQ. Con 2 victorias, siguen luchando Davis, Klaus, Melzer, Kesnit, Naxet y el entrenador Atom. Con ustedes, Crew Esports. Del otro lado, haciendo su debut en esta competencia, tenemos a Massino, Shai, King, Noswer, Tacolilla y el entrenador Onur. Ellos son Leviatán.
Noticing fighters, ain't nobody higher. You don't need a lighter, I'm bringing the fire. Nobody better, they feel in my presence. I'm known as a legend, but you call me sire. I'm too legit, man, I overcommit. Oh no, I never quit, but I'll make you retire. Say you a winner, but man, I don't buy it. Addicted to grinding, man, you gotta try it. I don't want nothing for free. I'm here to work. Only one spot for me. I gotta be first. I'm who they all wanna be. Come to your worst. I've been through the dirt. I've been through the dirt. I don't want nothing for free. I'm here to work. Only one spot for me. I gotta be first. I'm who they all wanna be. Come to your work.
The top spot in Latin America has switched back and forth twice, but it's always been Crew and Leviatán at the precipice. Leviatán had a rough end to their season, but they've come back after a month and a half off and tried to recover, to renew what made them good to begin with. It seems like the tournament format that would be strong for a team like this, but Crew has already looked hot in their first 2 games.
I think Crew are also just so fired up, honestly, to try and take that title back as well. You know, just that competition between the 2 teams regionally when they've had that history between them. It's been such a long time since Crew has been in any sort of semblance of form to even consider taking away from them. Maybe now is the time to strike. They're on a bit of a heater. They've had a hard time of it in LCQ, and they've had to play back-to-back matches. You think about it, it's a difficult schedule for them so far, but that's the way these tournaments run.
The map V2 also not great for Crew. The maps where they've been doing well look like they had success on Ascent, on Bind. Both of those not in this map pool. I'm a little confused about why Leviatán have gone towards Lotus.
Yeah.
I didn't like the look with Taco playing Raze that they ran in the last 2 matches, but maybe they've got different ideas or they've been working on it heavily. I'd like to see different compositions from Lev in general throughout this, but I don't think they need to mess too much with map 1 and map 3. They could still run double duelist here and I'd be all right with it.
Already into the agent select, and Davies is locking in that chamber here, Vanity. On the side of Leviatán, though, what comp do you think they're going to go to? Is it a change or going back to what they know?
Looks like they're going back to what they know because Taco's on Jet, and I would assume that they'll stick with the double duelist that they've been running, which I think makes sense on Split, and hopefully they just like revamp their playbook. Yeah, it's looking like it's going to be the exact same thing here.
Yeah, I think that's all. Well, the thing is also, they haven't played this since the last time they played against Crew. So it's not like Split was one of those maps where it looked tired and old and like they'd played it over and over and over again.
They tended to avoid it.
Yeah, so this to me isn't even really a map where you're going to be bothered if Leviatán haven't brought so many new things, but I'm definitely looking towards that as we get deeper onto Lotus and onto Haven. This one is just, can you dismiss Crew with better players? Because their roster, in theory, should be so much better. They like picked apart the best pieces from Crew and stole Kesnit and Mazzino at the beginning of the year.
Yeah, and I'm curious as well, for Crew, I think there's going to be so much on the shoulders of Kesnit already. We hyped him up as the player to watch for as well, but with this composition, you're not running the double duelist. It's not like he's got another player to play off of. Davies on the chamber is going to be quite locked down. It's a lot slower on attack side. I do wonder how it's going to work out because there's a lot of pressure on his shoulders.
Double duelist versus the Raze and the chamber. This Latin American rivalry has delivered in the past. We'll have to see if Crew can flip the script and return to the top. As we send things over to the casters, it's Vansili and Rivington on the call.
Whoa. Thank you so much, Mimi. And as much as we have an El Clasico usually on the international stage between like an Energy and a Loud, we have an El Clasico here for Latam between Crew and Leviatán. And to start things off here, Rivington, on Split, it's going to be a very interesting one because they mentioned on the desk. They've only played it once. Well, they played it once before, but Crew actually got dismantled. I think it was like a 13-4 scoreline on that one. So hopefully Crew has something new.
Yeah, Crew actually, if you look at those splits all the way back to January 1st of this year, it's just a red block. So hopefully they can find... It's been blue lately. It's a little bit better. But yeah, this map pool, like the desk was saying, seems to be favoring Leviatán coming out of the gate. Crew has good momentum here, but they have had to show their play the last 2 days to their opponents as we come in to this last chance qualifier match of Crew Leviatán, the two Chilean teams. Now to go head to head.
And indeed, when we see a classic matchup between these two teams, it's only fitting that we go back to the classic HUD. So to kick things off now on the defensive side, we do have Leviatán. Mazzino is going to be the first point of contact as we have a recalled smoke. All of Crew getting ready to run in right away. Support coming through from the Oswald as this raise on the back. But Keston once again strikes first until Leviatán fights back. And it's back and forth now until the advantage still comes in for Leviatán, leaving the Lurk by himself, spotted by the flash. And Leviatán's getting ready for that right away.
One thing that never takes a break is Leviatán's ability to stay confident in the way they're guarding a site. Mazzino didn't even really back up in that situation. They only called for more support, stayed right in the face of Crew's attack, and didn't give an inch of B site. Spike down now, and the roam around here from Nagzet to try and find any sort of damage. Leviatán starting off with a brick wall defense at B. And just one more kill to finalize here.
There's always been one thing that's really good here for Leviatán, despite a slower or a bad ending, if I put it this way, during that first season of the Americas, is that discipline is something that's good. Look at all three of them watching that spike, not overcommitting, jump spotting, and even in the off angle, King strikes for the last kill, and Leviatán scores first.
Nice quick start, keeping quite a few members alive. Kesnet almost picking up a few there to start them off. Klaus and Kesnet have just been having hell of a series in these past two. Davies as well. You can almost call on every member of Crew here, and I think you're going to have to again today. This buy now coming in from Leviatán. They'll set up pretty default defense. And it looks like a little bit of a mid-work here from Crew. We may find this going over towards A once they get this control on A-ramp. A big lurk from Nagzet's going to be important this round.
And that flash to try to find info, actually. Nagzet got behind it and gets the headshot instantly onto Dakulia. But immediately Shy comes in for the trade-off. And even Crew looking to gravitate very slowly to try to punish back on the A-ramp, hopefully salvaging a weapon behind. But meanwhile, Leviatán decides to fall back to play the off-angle. Shy, once again, it's going to be the first contact, jumping across. Delay off the flash, allowing his teammates to set up here in the back of the site towards A. And even the over-rotation comes out, which is a good opportunity now for Crew, if they want to go for the Evan to mid-split.
Site isn't really stopped if they want it, but dropping in is what they're unsure of. This is going to have to be very careful. They want to source a little bit more information out of Leviatán before they make a move. It looks like it might be spawned to B.
Pushing towards the spot indeed. Spike falls. Shy landing with the Guardian still. And Davies, no bullets left now in the Headhunter. Left with nothing but the classic. As he crosses over, it's going to get spotted by King. But Mazzino sweeps that kill away. And Leviatán, clean second round.
Leviatán showing they're not going to fall into these little traps that Crew is trying to set. You can have A heaven all you want. It's something we've seen teams be doing a lot more when you don't just dive into the site because there's not a double duelist to do so. That A heaven control gets taken. You wait out your opponent to see if defense makes mistakes, and Crew reading that through and through come up with a second round. But now it's about the bonus. Leviatán, rather, read that through. Now it's about Crew's bonus here. And now still across the map, a little bit more strength goes to that side with Nagzet's Viper as they put the chamber towards A ramp now.
You got it right. Gun round now for Crew, bonus round now for Leviatán. Judge in the hands of King, having to play it very close at the staircase, but he's pushed away already by pressures of the rifle from Crew up on mid. So Leviatán looking to fight back towards the A main. Flashes, nades. Crew doesn't want to fight that yet. You hear the rotate across, so we could get a heal up here from Shy. But that means that Leviatán has forfeited the B heaven site. Off the peak, Takulia gets punished. Nazar looking for a surprise if he can. And Crew decide to repel back here towards mid.
Leviatán have removed themselves from all sites so they can play together here. They want to try and be just a little further forward to take Crew off guard. And Nazar trying to come through a little Mission Impossible through the vent, gets detected by Kesnet.
But all this time gives King an opportunity to reposition himself close, right around the corner. This was identified early though. Can it be cleared? Just a fake clear, but at least a trade's there for Crew. Klaus picking that one up. Entering towards the site, tip of the spears of Azino is holding towards the bottom. That's two with the Spectre, but the spike has fallen down. There's only 20 seconds left, and Davies picks it up for a plant.
Teleport's ready.
It's got to be a safe one.
Yeah, and actually there's 2 players alive. Naxet with the support too. Shy flashing forward, but gets dropped as he falls. And Crew managed to get the first round here on split, but they lose 3 players in the process in their gun round.
They roll through the bonus round without too much work necessary. Great movement up mid. They find their first frag off a dry hit when Leviatán was re-peeking that rope area, and slowly Crew worked that advantage. I was just praising Leviatán for not giving up those little kills in the round that would put them on the back foot. We'll see if they go back to this sturdy defense. A little bit of a stack towards that B main area. This could prove very useful against Crew pushing now. But the spike is down, so this is just Crew playing to touch and go.
And Takulia.
A touch.
Vanity was mentioning it there before that Takulia had to be bringing up some great performances. At least gets his one and good information to allow the rest of Leviatán to get these trades. Control on middle. And as it was attempted, though, you just saw King fall down. So advantage goes back to Crew. You still have that lurk coming through on both ends. Davies on the B main, Naxet up on middle, punished by Nosware. But it gives an opportunity for Crew to plant.
Spike planted.
Good smoke. Just to allow this defensive positioning.
Caution here.
Flash available from Shine, pops it out, discovers nobody behind the default spot. Crew's playing the crossfire setup. A nice smoke here to allow Davies to be very aggressive. Just got spotted by Shy, damaged a little bit. Nelzar moving forward. Oh, tuck into utility, but Nelzar still gets the kill. Shy now having a clutch, not gonna happen. Melzer with the wall bang, and Crew tie things up.
Davies there making a move out as well, just a consideration, playing around the tight moments. And we see Melzer, however, coming up with those last few kills, anchoring sites, whether it's alone by himself or during the post-plant. Melzer has been playing so well throughout these series for Crew, and able to pull up a few pivotal kills right there. I think one of the things we have to look at for Crew and even Leviatán towards the end of the season, Leviatán beat Cloud9 on split. They feel pretty comfortable here. Crew coming very, very close to the same thing with Furia. Even just recently in an overtime match, they lost that. So both teams know exactly what they want to do here. It's just who gets that momentum. We've heard it said over and over. Momentum just seems like a key word here at the LCQ from teams when they're interviewed.
You are divided.
I knew exactly they wanted to play aggressively on an attempt on middle. It turns out to be a trade, and Crew's looking to move immediately towards the A side. Showstopper now available for Kesnet, trying to clear the back of the site as we turn around the other side of the grab well. And also the toxic screen. Naxet gets picked off. No kills from the Showstopper. Up to the rifle now of Kesnet towards the back of the site. Nice little headshot. A second one then off the King. Looking to swing for the third, but gets denied by Shy. Up to a 2 versus 1. Advantage for Leviatán. Melzer now moving in. The lurk for the clutch. Misses the shot, does get the dig through the wall. Knows that Menzino was there though from that other shot. Now he can isolate 2 individual duels. The first swing out does not connect. The other one does.
Melzer again?
Opportunity to refresh and reload, but then it's swing like no set from elbow, and Melzer gets the Red Bull clutch.
Melzer does it again! And even having to get the swing. Incredible. Crew had no right winning that round, and Melzer makes it true. They take just a 1-point lead here, but that is going to play with the mental of Leviatán not being able to pick up these rounds that are already in their grasp. Ultimate ready for Klaus here to get Seekers on the round. If they don't get information in the beginning, they can suss out Leviatán instantly. Oh my gosh.
Great redemption by Melzer with the amount of shots that he missed there on that flank earlier. Exactly. Already was spotted early on the top of the ramp. Pushed back down by utility from Crew. And it's one of those classics of seeing the operator, pivot on the other side here. So Crew meeting up with everybody else on that B side of the map. But they haven't gained too much yet. Still a lot of utility available now for Leviatán for delays.
We just saw Davies actually on the mini-map dodge out on a Trailblazer. So Taco is still going to have to add line of sight to this A ramp.
Ooh. Okay, King's gonna suffer that. Receiving a couple of bullets through the smoke. Looking to swing through the smoke as well. The flash not affected, but still Klaus gets the kill. Klaus has been amazing as a Sky player so far throughout this LCQ. Shy looking to do the same thing in the same role. Gives his position away. And Crew activating behind the Seekers to try to take him down. Shy was ready only for that one, but a beautiful trade comes out from Exit. With the operator out is going to be Takulia, hit by one of those Seekers, defended by the Cloudbirds, and then close range Davies with that lurk. As you just mentioned here, Riv, giving opportunity for Crew to plant, and now we're going for another type of classic. Leviatán saving.
Just about every round we are seeing Crew go up through this area into the vent and being able to make themselves available for a kill, finding Leviatán trying to come through in rotations, and Crew is really not using a lot of utility to do this, so their second hit can be just as strong. Incredible stuff. Lev's gonna have to change out the way they're doing defense on this right now because they're just losing too much ground each time, and this one person being down gives Crew the entire control of the map.
Yeah. And it's been basically what happened to Crew yesterday when they played against Furia. The amount of time that Dijuzine was very aggressive and doing a lot of punishments on first entries, but punishments on middle as well. When you actually did see Nagset trying to work that area on defense or picking off, so Crew's learning a little bit of that. They're saying, okay, on the attack, we had some good has as well here on split. Maybe we could work the same mid side. Remember, this is not unfamiliar territory for these two teams. It's not the first time nor the second time that you've seen this head-to-head. So at some point, you know the play style, and you could maybe punish a little bit more.
And I mean, this would be the turnaround round, but it could be Bladestorm is up. Yes, it's a lower buy by Leviatán, but it almost needs to be a time they turn this game around.
Yeah.
Otherwise, these rounds for Crew right now in attack are so huge. They get all these rounds and go on defense against a double duelist team, you're gonna want every round you could get on attack.
So there's the first opportunity updraft, but there's two players waiting there. Both of them usually being the lurk players are working together on the extremity of the A side, punishing the Bladestorms out from Takulia as Leviatán was trying to get some information behind that Trailblazer. For the rest of Lev, cutting their losses, pulling back towards the site, being more reactive now.
So last time, we had Mazine falling in rope room. Now we have another one down. Crew starting off with these 5v4s and seemingly converting them. Again, this repeats the last round strategy. The slow work up mid, you have one towards A ramp, maybe two. And they get all this space for free and pressure out on Leviatán. And they have nothing really to detect it, right? This isn't a Cypher game. There's no chamber on the side of Leviatán. All this space has to be played by a member
30 seconds
of the team.
Nice on the wall. Nobody really checks that corner, but he uses on top of that the toxic screen on the attack for the surprise kill. Spike has fallen. Noswer holding it back. Advantage for Leviatán as there's only one player left. And Nagset has clutched it before, but not this time around as Noswer puts his foot down. And Leviatán put the third.
Noswer and King getting the crowns on that one. Had to not gone down in A heaven there. Crew was about to just waterfall into sight. and make that very, very troublesome for Nazwar and the rest of the team. So that pivotal round, like we said, even on the low-ish buy there, we need Taco Leah's ult, who still needs to find a little bit more in fragging just to get that momentum for himself into the game. But he's still trying, right?
Yeah.
You're putting up these attempts, goes down, gets the info that does lead to the ability to capitalize on the round. It's real tough right now. It doesn't look clean, but Leviatán is squeaking a few back in their favor.
The ADS here from Mazzino now gets punished, stuck in the corner. Pain shells in the back of the billboard. Nova Pulse hits him, but at least there's support there from Nazwar, and the Nebula also came up to not allow Crew to push their attack now towards B.
Great ult mid. Force Crew's hand. Now up to Mazine to hold, or King rather, to hold this.
He's gonna have to dance in there for sure.
Little shorty dance. He's waiting for somebody. It always looks like Crew want to put 3 towards mid. They're gonna actually back off of that. But I think Leviatán is recognized how strong mid has been, especially when you don't have a double duelist comp. You need mid to work the map. And now Leviatán are getting that more online. They are not allowing Crew that safety of control of the middle.
Very interesting here, trying to figure out with these Seekers if there's still pressure up on that mid, because look at how far pushed up Taco Leah is towards that A site. Looking to rotate towards the spawn. More delays now, that's what you need here on towards B, so that the lurks could actually work here. And the flank could actually happen, but still, unfortunately, it's Leviatán falling so far as they drop 3 on Crew's side. This time, Viper's Pit out on the attack. King looking for the heroic play. Inside the pit right away, denied by Melzer for the 3rd into the round. And Taco Leah, nothing you could do here. Had great positioning at first, but with his teammates falling down, there's nothing more you could ask for him.
That was just the entrance of B being smothered in utility by both teams. And that timing, Crew had to enter the site. They swarmed the members. You just see all the X's for Leviatán. I said this before, when they one more from, obviously we saw King go down, but all the X's falling in sight. Leviatán do not like to back up and give that position if they feel like they have the call, if they've read their opponent. As Taco picks one more up. And sometimes being that close, it's hard to trade, it's hard to adjust. And Crew come up here as Taco, looking for one more, gets hunted down.
Oh, trying to keep that.
Stays alive though.
Yeah, okay here for Crew to chase it down. They still have a lot of money to work with. They've compiled a lot of these rounds, string them in a row. But at the end of the day, you could definitely see it here. Looks like we might have a timeout being called. If not, just a quick reminder, the round just happened here. Crew winning that one.
Yeah. And it becomes tough, right? We just saw LEV win a round. So then Crew wins. This means LEV's money is going to start taking a turn for the worst. They've been able to accrue a bit here in economy, so they're all right for another sort of buy. We did see some Vandals with light armor, and I think a few more should come in, maybe a Spectre along the way. Whew.
So 5 to 3.
The crowd's ready.
Exactly. Always been present this time around are the Crew fans, but of course we have a lot of Leviatán fans in the crowd as well. And it's always good times. Camaraderie from the fans, from the teams. I even see the coaches talking together behind the scenes before they start their matches. I'm loving what I'm seeing from these two teams. But remember now, you see at the bottom now, 5 to 3 in favor of Crew, as they have had great successes on their attack side against Furia. So it's nice that they started things up right away when they had the opportunity to get that weaponry, get the weapons, get the rifles rather, as they lost the pistol in second round.
Gun rounds have been very strong for Crew here.
Exactly.
They know the win condition of their composition. They're not trying to get Kesnet to do raise, jump, and duelist things. Kesnet's still a part of the Crew when all of this is happening, right? You cannot try and extend this and branch it out like a double duelist comp. You have to have 2 going into sight. Instantly, just goes short, right? Calling out audible cues, trying to get Leviatán to react with their own utility, but that was not up the ramp.
And this is okay, something that Crew also likes to do. Maybe not force the hand yet onto a ramp, because they give a lot of responsibility onto their chamber, being Davies ADSing around the corner, just around the radius of that rendezvous rather, so that they could actually leverage him to get the pick off the Sky utility. Hold it slow or picked up now for Crew, as there is that scaling. There is that slow work now from Crew up on a ramp.
Good push up here. all the way on the outside of B main for Leviatán that kind of allows the rest of the map to understand, hey, you can focus A, start to stack a little more towards the side. And that's exactly what Leviatán has done, readying themselves for this attack from Crew.
Both teams now waiting for the utility to stop from the toxic screen from both Vipers. A late alert from Melzer trying to get a timing.
What?
As they go for the pinch from Vents over to mid. Another player falls on B main on the push for Leviatán. So already Crew, a 5-3 scoreline and a 5-on-3 situation.
How many gravestones for Leviatán are in that rope room right now? From round after round, they keep losing one. Kesnet drops another, and this instantly goes in favor of Crew. The moment they just make that snap judgment to execute, to push forward, to use the Cosmic Divide, when does a Cosmic Divide just start everything for you in a round, Van Silly? Oh my word, that's in the site, that's post-plant. That's when you're hitting.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're just doing it different right now and throwing Lev for a loop.
And even leveraging that Cosmic Divide when you did have a smaller buy, a half buy for Leviatán. They had a perfect read in the beginning to have so many players on that A side. Definitely watching those games, you have to give credit, of course, to owner over at Leviatán and the coaching staff. They're definitely the coaching team that works around the clock to try to anti-strat as much as they could, or at least understand how their opponents would play. But at the end of the day, also, what Vanity mentions is sometimes a team just shoots better than the other, and so far it's been proven.
This is actually one of my favorite things to see how they executed. It's off simple, kind of, not misdirection, but simple action. Nothing happened in that round until an ability went out, until something else was on the scoreboard. And sometimes you can use that microsecond of your opponent looking up to the map, looking up to the right. And that's exactly how we saw the kill in B main and Vents happen. Just falling asleep at the wheel at the right second, and Crew made the move. Kesnet actually tries to go in by himself for once and gets stopped.
Beautiful gravity well, actually. Snakebite was a little bit too late. You saw the sprays trying to happen through on that grav well when the smoke came up towards B heaven. This time the lurk doesn't work. Shy was waiting behind, anticipating at least one of those players from Crew. If not Davies, going to be Nagset lurking around. And for the first time in a while here, Leviatán scores first, but Kesnet immediately turns it into a 4v4.
King falling in mid has to stop here for Leviatán. Crew continues to find a free frag there, and now they work to B heaven.
Over aggression towards the spawn, almost catching one off guard was Kesnet. Looking back up, spotting two players towards the B side. Mazzino's anchoring down as much as he can, but it's back on a 2 versus 2. But one of them is so damaged and low, that's Shy falling towards the back of the spawn.
Good flank here.
Kesnet chasing after it. And Takulia has an opportunity now. Dash up, Kesnet's low on HP. But nice, wow. Swing, pendulum swing from last two players of Crew to allow Crew to get the 7th round.
Crew locking in all of the rounds. They get back to 9. What is that, the same thing they did against Furia, I think? But then, we don't talk about the second half there for Crew. But 7 on attack already, going against the double duelist team that's about to switch sides. You want all the rounds you can get because they are going to try to punish their way into each site. And Leviatán is hemorrhaging way too many of these first bloods right now. Crew continues to go mid, find one, and the map is theirs. Now, Leviatán says, no more mid for you.
Trying to flash through this potentially, or just going for the contact. Contact instead. Read by Crew. Look how passive they are right here. A dash across, breaking across our placement. Takulia with the Sheriff kill. But Kesnet still got one on his own. Melzer watching him push from the P side. Advantage back for Crew. Now it's just going to be pretty much a team deathmatch at the bottom of middle. Spike is down out the open towards Market. And one is pinned. That's Takulia. Pinned to the wall, drop down. Only King remaining.
Really well absorbed here by Crew, only losing one so far. Lev at this point is trying to do as much damage as they can, right? The round win is always going to be a boon. But Crew is managing this pressure quite well. They'll get themselves to B and get a plant here as King roams around for a final frag. And what a first half here from Crew. Split being on the docket was a big question mark, but it seems like they feel they can make the moves that would get them the W here. As Davies goes down.
Has been a lot of rounds tallied up here for Crew. Waiting a little bit longer, maybe until they start moving out here to not allow King to save his Phantom. But you can definitely see here that any type of play that Leviatán's trying to do to prevent Crew from getting any type of like early pressure, early control has always been shut down right away. Crew's doing a very good job continuing to work all the extremities of the maps. All the extremities of the map, rather, simultaneously. It feels that's what you need a little bit more now from Shy, for example, as this guy trying to find that piece of information from cycled flashes, trailblazers at the minute mark, because you're not getting too many advantages from bringing up those seekers time and time again. Because it's just Crew all around so far this first half.
Leviatán fans cheering that in for one of the final rounds here, the first half, to get this last one in. 8-4 would feel much better. Again, they go for the B main pitch. Kind of just hold extremities closer. If you can call them extremities on split, but just getting up in the face of that starting wall to hear where Crew is, get a little more info. And you feel like Lev almost should have been doing this sooner. Crew is still getting that space for free, though, to attack A Heaven.
Yeah, Shy's playing towards the A site, though. Could be ready to try to flash up on Heaven if he can, but this time decides to fall in the back of map. Well, already, Nosworth has rotated around from the ropes, from the vents.
My God.
King on the other end. As a Showstar comes out on the defense, Nosworth does get the pick off with the Phantom. It's going back and forth, but still a 3-on-3. And we're just battling on the top of Heaven with the spike being down. Showstopper then out on the attack, allowing Crew finally to have some room to breathe. As through the POV of Davies. Taco gets the pick. On a 1 versus 2, Bladestorm activated. Oh, Klaus play inside the smoke. And allows Crew to put 9 on the board against Leviatán's 3 on the half.
This is like everybody was using vanishing smokes in that, or just on the other side of the wall in that round. Mayhem, absolute mayhem Crew decides to go for on their final round. And that's one of the best ones. Set the momentum before the halftime. Leviatán has to put up work here in the second half.
Yeah, they definitely do, but at least the silver lining right now for Leviatán is that they are playing double duelists.
They're on
defense,
side.
a little bit harder to do. It was hard for them to get activated, but hopefully they can here on this second half. The Crew definitely looking good so far. Feels like they've come alive now all throughout this LCQ. And we also had a chance to speak with Klaus about it, about what's changed and how he's feeling, or how he's feeling now heading into the third match today.
Más o menos no cambié mucho mi método de las cosas, sino que trabajé mucho más lo que es mi mental, trabajé mucho más lo que fue mi preparación, mi forma de pensar, mis pensamientos negativos, positivos, y yo creo que eso todo me está jugando a favor, y también obviamente que tener un aprecio de la gente, de ver todo el esfuerzo que yo estoy dando y para que las cosas pasen, eso, y ver que la gente lo ve y me felicita por eso o me apoya por eso, me pone muy feliz, porque obviamente pasé por una mala etapa, pero bueno, acá estamos de vuelta y ya basta, ya dejé todo atrás y vamos de nuevo.
Working on yourself inside of game and outside of game. Making sure that mental is sturdy, not just thinking, oh, that was a bad game, but reflecting on things. It definitely helps you to approach it better the next time, and definitely seeing a bit of progress in that way, if you will, for Kez.
Individually, has been, like I just mentioned before, top performer as a Sky for this team. And I also want to give a little bit of praise to every single player, actually, of Crew Esports. Nax has done a great job so far being activated, too, as the last pillar, the one that has to clutch, the one that has to anchor on defense, and has done a really beautiful job, actually, and Crew looks complete. Night and day from what we saw throughout the regular season. The inaugural season of the VCT Americas. As now Leviatán has a chance to strike back. We haven't seen this team in a fairly long time as well.
Yeah.
A chance for them to shine, a chance for them to actually, have less games to play with. Remember, this is, yes, their match now, but they've already watched 2 other maps of Crew previously.
Right.
So there's definitely a lot of tape here for Leviatán to focus on, which is potentially why you're looking at the maps that we have currently. It's not many maps here that Crew has played throughout the last 2 days, with the exception of this one right here, which hopefully Leviatán will strike better on the attack as they go with their double duelists in the site, both denied.
Very good call from Crew. I was just about to start this one off saying, you know, we remember Crew plays defense. They like to play patient and come back with everybody, not in your face. So it was up to LEV to show what we're LEV gonna do, because we have not seen the games, and it looks like they wanted to go just as fast. Like you said, duelist down. And this, it does not look good here. Starting off possibly 10-3 is Leviatán just trying to dodge out all this utility. Spike still rotating up through this B heaven, so Shy might be able to get a good rotation over it since King has awareness on A.
Exactly.
It's just hard to commit to anything with 3 people.
Everything just looks so good for Crew on the setup. 4 players towards the B site, solo anchor on A, trademark spotting 1 player.
Yeah.
So that forces Crew to do a lot of jump spotting, and they actually did see a player on the top of B heaven. This time around, though, for Leviatán, it's not 1 but 2, as Naxa gets punished right away. Outside, the poison orb gets recalled. Beautiful flash coming out. We're trying to fight back as much as we can.
Spike down B.
But Keznet just continues to anchor towards Hell. And from Hell actually throws the pain shells and grabs Benzino with him to Hell. And Crew wins pistol.
That was a very nicely placed pre-nade there, just considering the situation would happen. And it did indeed. 10-3 now for Crew here. A dominating first game so far on Split. And they just stave off the comeback now. That thing that looms in the back of their minds and adds a little bit more pressure in the LCQ. They look happy in their positions right now, and the team's flowing. They move this B strategy defense over to A for the side of Crew. And Leviatán's gonna have Spike down, even to start off second round, to try and get a little bit of information before they commit.
Yeah, they got the Shikos, so
great damage.
Trying to get value out of all of this.
Slow.
Long range battles, waiting for that second wall to come down, and there's that first contact, and they both fall. As Takulia and Shy trying to pick him off.
That was sick! They dropped the wall, making it their time. Wow, absolutely awesome way to create your own angle off the second wall. Simple things, simple frags, and Crew again up in a 5v3.
There's not much here that you could ask for the remaining players of Leviatán. I mean,
here.
Already another one is low on HP, and that's Benzino. Spike on his back. You need a miracle right now with the 3 players working together. Up towards mid. Potentially spotted now by the trademark left behind. Won't force sound a peek though from Crew.
Never, not at this point. Now when Crew's ahead,
yeah,
you have to basically find them in the woodwork now. Straight through to vent.
30 seconds
Heaven's
left.
still grabbed here. King has had really nice movement to get into this position, but not a but. That's an and Klaus goes down.
Yeah, that's really nice. King has heard all of this before. The rotation to jump peeking from Crew towards that A site, manages to get that opener and almost damaging on the second kill. Picks up the Bulldog now, as it's time for Leviatán to play the pulse plant. All of Crew getting ready to push out from screens.
May the shots ring true here for Leviatán. This is gonna be tough.
They don't really have the biggest crossfire setup though. Nobody's towards elbow.
No, they don't.
No flashes for Crew, so they're just waiting for that smoke to dissipate. Melzer had his knife out, but the trades are still not bad. As there was only 1 left alive, you are happy that you had the player advantage there for Crew in order to get that round.
King here, just about all. Same with Keznet, and Davies saves that round on the trades back and forth. Again, we see that protocol that Crew uses, even with a few members left there of the side of Leviatán. And there again, where Crew dropped their wall second. I love that. But they're able to pick this up off of trades and patient retake. Everybody filing in, even if it takes jumping in with your knife out to figure out where the opponents are. They're just doing it all. All right, Takulia on the front here, but we're not actually getting the raise. So not utilizing the double duelist as we come into this first bonus round just yet. They're still gonna work the default on the map. And the double duelist is down. Oh, and 2 are down.
Spike down A.
What in the world right now?
At least they still have that duel. Got that raise there.
This is like, I just feel like there was no effort in those swings. And Kesnet's like, thank you, thank you. It seems like Leviathan is just out of sorts at the moment.
Speaks a lot about Kesnet from the first game till now.
Ridiculous.
Who continues to be an unstoppable force. And not always being the tip of the spear for Crew, because you do definitely have the supporting teammates that actually puts all these numbers up to. So you're not asking too much for him, but when you do, he's pulling out these stops. So well on their way to try to win this bonus round for Crew. 11-3 on the scoreline. As finally, Kesnet gets stopped by King. Anchoring towards this B site. Nagset only has this Sheriff to work with. Hiding behind the Nebula. Mazzino's creeping forward, and there's just too many players against him.
The rotation over comes in. Leviathan should be grabbing themselves around. In the middle of this round, the lurk that happened, obviously Crew's feeling a little safer, but Leviathan found where they need to go. King's been in heaven. He's kind of had control of mid, and he's getting frags and information that can help these rotations from Leviathan. Uh-oh.
That's one of those players that I wanted to say has been stepping up here where you didn't really need Kesnet that much. That's Klaus. Flash does get the blind onto King, trying to flick up onto Nosware. But at least he gets information on both. So that allows Davies to try to get some sort of victory here in the position. But King can't forget him as the IGL, as this Viper. When you need somebody to carry the team on Leviathan's side, it's definitely this man right here.
Ever so slowly, we see Leviathan creeping back on this one, getting that economy in a place where they can afford to try a few different strategies. And really nicely played by the team there. King's actually hiding over there, right? Towards Raze, which means their opponent's gonna have to take a long walk through that Viper's Pit to take damage. So overall, played really well. Good mindset now from Leviathan. Even being down, they're ready to take the fight to Crew. Straight up through mid here. Little different. Usually you got a double duelist going right for B main or A main.
Look at that. Kesnet getting the pressure right away, forces out the Showstopper!
Oh, again, Taco down first!
To push Takulia away and also contacts with the Showstopper. Advantage once again for Crew. And change of position on the defense too. Looking at this man right here, Davies was working together now with Klaus to make sure that they could control, the A ramp and prevent alert from happening for Leviathan. Crossfires are too perfect.
Spike down mid.
All up to Mazzino now. Work your way up there, but only dropping one. This is a dominant Crew here on this first map so far.
Kesnet's fifth kill in a row, fifth kill of the map, 2 in a row just in those last 2 rounds. And it continues to hit Takulia. He dies first again, and that one wasn't even like, oh, that's a mistake. It's he gets hit by a Showstopper through the smoke, and these things that continue to wear away at Leviathan to make these rounds that much harder. Crew continues to add on and find a way to do it again. Incredible stuff, and the answers that Crew is finding in the moment there. Not to mention he's 14-2 on first kills, first deaths.
Yeah.
That's gross.
Yeah.
Kesnet is.
Definitely has been the story so far of how much success Crew has been getting in that first blood category. And at the same time, Leviathan not always looking like the best team in 4 versus 5 situations. When I see Leviathan on 4 versus 5, I'm just thinking about the good old 4-player save on A site on Haven, which would go to that map if needed be. I'm excited to see that one. Hopefully. I'm holding the script. We should get a 3rd map, right?
Yeah. And Crew looking to mark something off their own script here. If you think back to June 11th, 2022, that's the last time that Crew took a map off of Leviathan. So 401 days. Let's end that. Let it be known. No team has ever beaten them. Crew here. Game point on this map.
What a great moment. A great opportunity to get their first map win in all of those days. when it matters the most now during the LCQ.
Okay.
But off the timeout,
we're double dueling.
Leviatán definitely wants to use that aggression, allowing the Stinger to get the first blood in favor of the attack side. King watching the lurk, watching the push, watching the rotate.
King again.
Good for at least those 2 kills, and Melzer about to get sandwiched and pinned. Menzino is on that late lurk. And now we see the good old Leviatán.
Yep. There it is. Taking things into their own hand. I feel like the round has just been almost gifted to Crew if you're giving them 30 seconds. Giving them more position. Push up and B main, figure A is controlled. Yeah, hit it off the rip. Leviatán seems so much more comfortable going with that speed, causing chaos, and now they're going to pick up another round. It'll be 12-5 after this as Davey keeps himself alive. And they just hide this one out.
Yeah, Crew on their end. Salvage a couple of those weapons on that E ramp from the aggression of that mixed buy that they had, of course, backed against the wall. So you want to save these weapons now. Going into round number 18. Still map point. Whew. For Crew.
Seeker's ultimate here. Crew can identify whenever they want what's going on down on the side of Leviatán. Looks like we're going to have a lot of mid pressure here. 4 mid to start off, just to reassure the fact that they can control and then spread out. Oh my gosh.
There.
They may be doing a little bit of a ring around the rosy here eventually.
Yeah. Which is fine. Controlling this middle. You mentioned those Seekers could be used on a retake if they have full control now of B main. But Menzino's the one that's trying to watch it. So what, 2 players maybe? And instead of going right around the rosy, it's straight ahead.
Yeah.
Face front, behind the Seekers. Dagolia updrafting on the top of the balcony, pushed away by all of these Seekers out from Klaus.
Terrifying.
Doesn't give a chance for Leviatán here to get any forward position. So a big responsibility for King now on the late lurk at mid. You can see the Cosmic Divide getting ready to get propped up by that Astra. Nazar pushing towards the spawn. Denied right away by Davies, and the numbers are dwindling. Only 3 left needed. Only 1 left needed. That's King. You need everything here. An ace, a clutch, but the players are already on that spike. Too little, too late. Nags it with the kill. Crew with the defuse, and Crew with the first map.
Solid play by Crew. It didn't seem like they were scrambling at all. Even being able to come back on rounds where you had Leviatán coming back, what was it, round 4 or 5? Crew's like, no, we'll take that right back on 6 and run with it. In the sights, first bloods, just owned it. Map control, owned it. And from the attack side, they knew they had to get huge amount of rounds to be able to stave off this double duelist squad, which I feel like Leviatán did not feel comfortable playing.
Yeah. Well, they did well last time, I think, when they played against each other on this map. It was still that double duelist and still looked like it was night and day, but it's still a night and day performance, rather, is what I'm trying to say from Crew.
Right, exactly.
When they ever brought this this chamber out for the composition now, but Klaus continuing to put these numbers up. Kesden also in this roster. And when they also played against each other in that first time on Split, remember it was also Ashity in the in that roster.
That's
right?
true,
So,
yeah.
Crew coming back to their original roster that they built up with, and throughout this LCQ is doing another miracle run.
We do have Lotus next. That's gonna be a big one for these teams, and Crew's gonna put the pressure on again.
And we're gonna find that out after the break between these two teams, with Crew in the lead by 1 map.
good time, having a good time. Racing car passing by like Lady Godiva. I'm gonna go, there's no stopping me. Stop me now. I'm having such a good time. I'm having a
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm standing here with Coach Adam off that strong first map win for Crew. The Crew fans are out in full form today. I wanted to ask, basically, so your team, Crew, they have struggled against LEV in the past. In fact, before this map, the team had lost 7 in a row. So heading into this, what is the difference? What was the approach this time?
I think that it has been hard times for Crew since a lot of time.
Yeah.
And now that franchise came in, the plan was to rebuild a new Crew and make history again. So this is the first time that we had time to really prepare and build the group the way we wanted to build the group. And I don't know, I think we are starting to give him fruits, and the guys are feeling really great playing with each other.
Yeah.
And also now they are confident in our play style, in our game style, and that's it, I think.
Yeah, for sure. You guys look confident. You look fired up. We're going to get into map 2 after the desk. Thank you, Adam. Best of luck. Mimi, back to you guys.
Thanks very much, Wyatt. Yeah, a big map number 1 there for Crew, and Leviatán, I don't think living up to certain people's expectations. Josh, you okay?
Yeah, I'm doing fine. This is what believing in Leviatán does to a dude.
Oh.
What happened to you?
What happened to them? That's what I want to know.
Yeah.
What happened to me? What happened to me? My hot take from earlier was that the Crew weren't going to win more than double digits on the maps. And
You were talking about Leviatán, though, right? They only won like 5 rounds.
No, I was talking about Crew. I didn't believe. I said that they only lost to they only beat teams that had stand-ins.
Yeah, that's not happening this time.
Not
That's
this
not
time,
happening this time, because they're looking damn good. We'll move away from the clown for a second and stop showing him. Seriously.
What do we have asset-wise here?
Shall I talk a bit more? It was 14-4 in first kills to first deaths. 14-4. Takulia had half of the first deaths. He went 1-7. Crew massacring, winning every opening duel. The Leviatán players look boomed. They weren't able to aim.
They don't have confidence. They don't look like they want to win.
Hold on, though. Well, plenty of time to mold the Leviatán. Can you talk about what was really positive here for Crew Vanity? Because there were some good moments. They were looking coordinated. Kesnet was on a heater. Like, they were looking solid.
I mean, Carrier definitely looks a lot better than they have in the past. I think Kesnet playing in the 350 ACS form he's in right now is incredible.
That's crazy.
Actually, like,
14-4 opening kills. That's like all Kesnet.
3 matches in a row where he's dropping 350 plus ACS on multiple, like a map.
Yeah.
I think that's just incredible.
It is.
Yeah, it's been great stuff out of them, but to get ready for map number 2 here, we do have our second coach standing by with Wyatt. Let's check in with owner from Leviatán before the second map.
Thank you, Mimi. As she said, I'm here with owner, coach of Leviatán. My main question for you, man, is what were you guys working on in that off season, and how are you going to translate that practice into a comeback here?
Bueno, la verdad que Split venía siendo un mapa bueno para nosotros. No me explico mucho el nivel en el que jugamos. Creo que estamos underperformeando, como hemos underperformeado en stage comparado a prácticas. Pero bueno, tenemos que encontrarnos. La verdad que no hay una solución fácil. Simplemente los chicos tienen que agarrar confianza, momento y empezar a construir.
The truth is, Split was a good map for us, and it's just not translating. We're underperforming, and it's just trying to see how we can find an answer for what is to come next.
Absolutely. Best of luck in the next map. Mimi, take it away.
Thanks, Wyatt. Yeah, there's going to have to be quite an improvement here for map number 2 if Leviatán want to come back into this one. And guys, stop laughing, please.
He's right, though. I mean, they are underperforming. It's very obvious when you're watching them play.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes, I agree with that. That is...
It's a very wise take.
It is a wise take, yeah.
My only wise take of the day.
Well, let's talk about some positivity again. I'm just trying to bring joy back here. And something that was joyous was some of these guys from Crew. Continues to be that the supportive lineup is performing. Kesnet, obviously insane, but everyone else is really stepping up around it.
I think this is a Crew team that are fired up. Honestly, the form is good. They've had a nice little bit of a rest, you know, a bit of a holiday. And the break between play, listen, it can be booming when you play in the regular season. We were talking about it in the pre-match itself, but my God, they've come out. There's a lot of great individual form. Don't get me wrong, it's a lot of Kesnet go kill as well, which makes the other players as well play a lot better. Klaus is also playing some of the best Valorant that he's played in quite some time. You know, it's a significant step up from where he started at. So there is a lot of positives here. Do Crew look like a world beater team? I'm not going to make that argument.
We'll have to see about that one, but we got the positivity. I want to give the Clown his circus and just talk about some of these rounds.
Yeah, I mean, look at Melzer. Melzer was putting on a masterclass performance here against his former team while IGLing. But look at these kind of moments. He's in a 1v2, first player takes contact, hello, and he swingers. I feel like a bored old married couple. No confidence whatsoever. And Melzer's able to win the 1v2, and that just starts an absolute disaster class from Leviatán.
Looks different in these cases.
Yeah.
One looks like they want to win. The other's like they're like clearly Kiryu's on a heater, right? Like these guys have belief they can win, they can do whatever.
I mean,
it looks like they don't want to be here.
Look at this kind of situation. Massino kills 2 from backside, swings into B main for no reason. Nozwa decides to try and finish the round out here and now by being a hero instead of just playing with the rest of his team, and it leaves him in a 2v2 that Leviatán ends up losing because of a lovely play by Kesnet. But overall, I mean, they're just offering way too many opportunities in the rounds for Crew to be able to come into it, and I really wanted to be hyped up about Leviatán and have like another big team here competing, but the Crew run looks like it is primed to continue.
And Bren, this kind of goes back to what you were talking about earlier, what the streets were saying, that the question of, did Leviatán actually get enough time off to reset mentally and come back looking renewed? Because this doesn't look like the Leviatán that were world beaters at the beginning of pretty much every recent event.
And I think I can understand the mentality if they wanted to go hard in the paint again. It's all they've really ever known and practiced. We're heading into Lotus as a map for Leviatán. I think at the beginning of the season, they were kind of setting the pace. It was a brand new map, and they were setting very, very early on, I will say. They were looking very good at it, and it just dropped, stagnated, and they just kept doing, again, the same kind of stuff. They changed tack over to the Raze, which looked abysmal. The Clown is staring into my soul as I'm delivering this news.
It's hard to focus with him.
And I feel like you're stealing my soul.
No, I'm not stealing your soul. I was monitoring you for levels of copium. You said the tackle Raze on this map looked, and then you were struggling for an adjective, and the right one was what you ended on, appalling, bad. It looked really poor.
And so this is really troubling, because I feel like this is going to devolve into one of those classic scenarios. Crew, 5 players, grouped up, absolute zug level of Valorant, running it down into choke points and just overwhelming with raw passion, firepower, and just feeling like they can win every gun duel.
That's what makes Crew, I think, tough to play against, right? Leviatán, they tend to be very predictable. They play into the same style so often. Crew can slow things down. They've proved that in this tournament, but they also can just disrespect you when you're struggling. And we do see, actually, no changes really for Leviatán. It's just a switch of initiator here.
It's a switch of initiator, but I do think that changes a lot of how the map works. I mean, the Raze Fade offers you many different ideas. You're playing more for getting kills through the walls and trying to combo like seize nades together, that kind of stuff. I mean, just copy the Leviatán copy the Fnatic playbook here, kind of, just without the Astra.
Yeah, I mean, Fnatic are currently the trendsetters on this map. I would literally, I wouldn't be opposed at all to them just copying the entire playbook and just trying to replicate some sort of win. But I just feel like Crew are in such good form, they're just going to run over them.
I think the biggest thing that Fnatic does that a lot of teams don't do on Lotus is use the Odin or like the Guardian, the high
completely agree.
I think that's something that, if either of these teams gets value from the high-pen weapons, it's a victory.
If Leviatán has been good at one thing in history, it's copying other teams, it's coming up with strategies, it's having those preset ideas. We did not see that in map number 1. We'll have to see if they have anything left in the tank or if Crew is just going to run them over and continue this run into the upper finals. We'll find out with Vansili and Rivington on the call.
Oh, please, no.
Thank you so much, Mimi and our friends at A Desk and a Clown. Yes, definitely. I feel, you know what? I'm gonna try to turn this into a positive thing for Leviatán. Because, yes, maybe the Rays didn't look the best for Leviatán when Tacolia was playing it, but they still won against Cloud9, 13-7 on that map.
Wow.
So there's still some hopes here when also Crew lost in overtime against Cloud9 from what I saw when they were playing a double controller, using a jet instead. Now that could be the downside now for Leviatán because Kesnit gets to play that race, that extra piece of utility that's needed for these retakes that Jet didn't have before. But this is not something that Crew is studied for against Leviatán, who did change out to a fade. So let's just witness how this chess match is going to go down.
I feel like Leo has just had world influence from Fnatic for fades. Everybody wants to pull it out now. No push on to B or C. They are going to go for that rubble control, though, over at A. So Crew looking to set a little bit of a pace here. Very far up already, and it's actually just going to be a spawn fight to start us off on first round.
Yeah, thankfully, it's a spawn fight with more players on the attack side than there is on the defensive side. Paranoid to push out the defenders of Crew back towards Rubble. There's only one player there. It's Kesnit with the pain shells. It's Kesnit swinging out. It's Kesnit with the headshot onto Mazzino. And once again, in the true fashion of Sideshow, that's the spike.
Well, how do you run out to look for a first kill? Shy brings it back, though. They should be able to recover, retrieve. It just leaves it up to Davies and Nags now, who are aware of the movement, but need to hit the shots. They recoup. They're going to go back for a light defense at the back of A and just try to predict the site here.
Yeah.
All the time in the world for Leviatán.
Thankfully, again, power of numbers for Leviatán could move in and pick up that spike once again. Crew working together at the same time, leaving all of the Killjoy utility just left on an island outside of the range, so you're just playing blinded, gambling on this stack for both Davies and Nags.
What do they have? Ghost Classic comes up big.
Gamble stack is perfect.
They have to dry peek.
Low HP are the last two players of Leviatán. Shy looking for an ace, does have a sheriff to work with. There's only 10 seconds left. Going in the site, safe plant away from the Nano Swarm. Low HP.
Yeah, he knows.
Against the Ghost. Using as many obstacles as possible. Shy looking for timing. Cannot get it. A body shot only onto Davies. A nice attempt, but a round once again still goes to Crew.
Pressure from Crew. All these kills over by Mound. And then misjudged. I think misjudged on the second portion of aggression. Melzer goes out. And they get that drop. Sorry, Mazzino goes out. And that gets dropped down. Interesting stuff. And a quick kill by Davies to lock up the round. Doing great in clutch situations. And Crew are going to start this one off with another pistol round for themselves. And that momentum. Bulldogs, a phantom for Kesnit here. Feeling really comfortable.
Yeah. Again, such great calls on the fly from Crew.
Yeah.
With that stack that they had on the A site, their read was, okay, well, they saw our three guys working on the A site. So in Leviatán's point of view, KJ utility is probably on B and C, so let's try to work towards the A site still. And then they double stack that to get these kills. And again, you needed a heroic effort from Shy, but unfortunately fell short. This time around, round number 2, disadvantage for Leviatán on the Chico. Forming up these orbs. Shy is actually 1 away from a lockdown, which, again, that's another great silver lining for Leviatán.
Oh. They use the orb timing so well. Hearing, like you said, the orb's getting farmed. They start to push, the door opens. Kesnit closes it quick on 2 members.
Yep. Almost a wall bang, TP away. Shrouded step from Melzer out to safety. And sprinting towards the A side is Klaus, moving over. For the heal. Still, Tacolia getting a nice little pick. I was just about to mention Kesnit from those 3 kills and on that death is also moving very, very close to a showstopper to help on a retake when Shy potentially will use his lockdown on the next.
All right. Lev realizing Crew's playing this a little loose, going for the shots, going for the hits. One more. Oh,
Need this man right here. A chance for redemption. To prove the haters wrong. On a post plant, 2 versus 1 not for him, but still has a sheriff for wallbangs. If it does come down to a 1v1, almost. As it ducks just on time, Klaus comes around the corner. No clutch in for Takulia. Unfortunately, the taco crumbles.
They keep 2 up, a Bulldog and a Phantom to bring into the bonus round, so they should be feeling all right. Davies may have a low buy here, but Crew on the momentum, reading the map already. And almost having the back of Leviatán on a few of the engagements here, just to show you how far they are into the heads of Leviatán on these low buy rounds. But now we have weapons. Leviatán is a team that plays aggressive from the defensive side, so they should be recognizing what can happen to them as they start to attack here and try to get these rounds back in their favor.
Yeah.
Lockdown and showstop, lockdown up and showstop are very close here for Leviatán.
We're looking to go quick. At least for mound control, maybe force an early rotating, then engage a late lurk now from the attack on the King.
Yeah. Saw Kesnet in that doorway last time. They have control over mid. Shy has that orb controlled, so that might be Kesnet's farm. Taco's farm. And then they make their way to whatever site is going to be that final hit. They
Placing swarm grenade.
pass up the orb, and they're going to get met by 2 members here.
Nice. Little piece of utility here to try to fletch out towards rubble. Saw the Prowlers coming out as well, now pushing the defenders back onto the A site.
Yeah.
And as they do that and try to readapt, Leviatán's definitely looking to move towards this lockdown on C.
All this Killjoy utility, and then the delay of Nag's Viper bites. It doesn't look like it's going to stop Leviatán for too long.
Paint shells are going to be important here. Lands on the ground, breaks that cage utility, will give a chance for Leviatán to move inside the C
30
site.
seconds left.
Ground gain, Leviatán setting up now for post plan. Very slow is the spike moving in. That's on the back of Nosware. 20 seconds left. Crew getting ready already to flood back. Nice shot by Takulia. Now activates the showstopper, pushing enemies away. Big flash now at least confirming is the plant going down for Leviatán. Klaus looking for the wallbangs with the Sheriff. Sprayed across. Takulia supporting his teammates once again. Leaves up to Kesnet with 3 HP. Dropped. And a big round actually for Takulia there to allow Leviatán to get an early round on Lotus.
Almost looks like Shy should be the guy getting all these orbs, if that's how Leviatán's going to be able to play and hold the site. First Crew coming back in. Nicely done. Taco getting a lot of priority frags here to get the nade again. Make sure this is a Leviatán round. And that was just a kind of a tried and true strat, right?
Yep.
It was known they were going C. They still pushed through. They had the hits with the ultimate and textbook. That's what we need to be seeing from Lev. They've been trying a little too much trickery.
Ugh. Just too much utility going out here towards the rubble. And you couldn't control it at all. Even the paint shells weren't being thrown towards the entrance of A. It was actually at rubble itself. So Shy has to activate, but only gets that one. Disadvantage now for Leviatán, as the last 2 members are grouping up together towards the C side.
You just take a moment to think, like, all this action happened, Nags didn't move. Not a bit. Cemented to anchor this site.
Enemy remaining.
Has to. All of that utility from Killjoy so
Still
far
waiting.
away, not in range of a turret, so to get information, you need to put some bodies there. And not only does he get information, he gets the pick off, leaving Nosware at a big disadvantage. 3 versus 1, 2 flanking from the C side from Crew. Up at Mound. Spike now going down.
Turret's about to come in range. There it is.
Good play here by Nosware. Masking now all that information. And as the smoke dissipates on the dark cover, that's a surprise from Melzer and Davies to drop the last player there from Leviatán.
It can't be every round with an ultimate here for Leviatán. They've got to be able to break and hold the sites with regular utility. And just as I said, there's so many tricky things being tried here by Lev. They go to get in front of the nade stack on rubble. Go down, trying to get that tight play in there. Crew just does not seem to be affected by the pressure. They're thriving in it, and they're looking for it to come from Leviatán. They know Lev's going to be a bit aggressive on these rounds. So far, great map reads, beginning of the round to end here from Crew. All defuses, though, so we see that Leviatán is getting to the site, getting the spike down, but the post plant is not occurring for them.
Yeah. And you are losing a lot of players in the process once you actually get your plant down.
Yeah.
Things stay quiet for a bit. Trying to make sure here that we could actually have and wait for Melzer to be in that position up towards that rubble. Now you finally go for the lineups to try to push him away. But he's playing on the top of the boxes right there. Read it like a book. Menzino TP's right to his death. And the one waste continues to pop for Crew, pushing Leviatán away.
Just, again, ready for the aggression in their face. I feel like a Sky there tells you that they've pushed up, right? You don't have that utility. It's not a mistake to not have a Sky, but you're seeing Leviatán have to dry peek more or wait for better positions to use utility where it is costing them members. Like you said, Vance, hardly getting to the site with a full team.
Yeah.
It's too hard.
It's almost one of those positives there of getting that fade in your composition for Leviatán is to try to prowler across all these consistent one-ways when you have to play against an Omen. But unfortunately, looks like it was looking to be used towards the mid-rounding, the last-second hits.
Yeah.
But you need more than that when you can't cross that line of rubble towards that A side. Unless it was the pistol round pretty much where they had the most success, but they had to fight hard to actually make it into the A site for Leviatán.
And you can always say that Lev's playing these situations wrong. We're kind of framing it like that, but you got to give credit to Crew still. They're creating these errors on the side of Lev right now, and they're forcing them out of Lev. So big props to Crew here for the situation they're creating. Shy fends off the last few in spawn, as we do get a bit of a Leviatán save there. And they're going to have some weapons coming into this next round. Facing 3 ultimates, though. On the side of Crew, we do get a timeout here from Owner.
Yeah. Saw the 3 players on the A side trying to push through and drop those weapons, but thankfully Shy continues to anchor and making sure that he watches over that rotate. The economy was looking pretty low for Crew despite the amount of rounds that they were currently winning, so good job for Shy to fend that off. And now the timeout to try to, at least in the few rounds that we've seen, how do we break that defensive barrier from Crew on that A side?
I think it was interesting what Josh said, or Josh and Brian, I think, going into kind of Fnatic comp. They're using, being able to have the fade, but not the Astra. And with that, it seems like they're also lacking that angle check where the Astra would close off something you need. And having maybe a Sky in a situation could flash higher than a Prowler or the Haunt would be able to reach. So
yeah. I mean,
with this comp, I think Lev just needs to check those corners more and know they can move forward without having 4 members of Crew there because they've been walking into traps.
At least into that trade-off, yes, you lose the Astra and you can't add too many stars in that rubble, but they still have a paranoia from Melzer, right? So if they want to try to use that from that entrance on the A side and try to push that away, but it definitely does seem like from this moment now from Leviatán, you're trying to keep the bigger pieces of those flashes for preventing post plants retakes from Crew. But again, you really haven't had a chance to really fend that off unless it was that success off of Shy's lockdown. So why not use that utility first and see if you're at least able to win those gunfights? Force Crew's hand a little bit more here as Crew, as you can tell, as you can see so far, has been controlling the defensive half with their aggression instead. Leviatán staying towards the spawn. There's that paranoia that we wanted to talk about, that we wanted to see. Now a triple swing countered back by a flash out from Klaus. Bunch of utility coming out. And Kesnet just wants to fight it with everybody else. Lower HP or actually Leviatán. And finally, as you see, dark covers all over the place. That's going to slow down the fight on C.
That's crazy. How much they just fought for Mound. A little bit of orb control to start this one off, and they disperse again. Looks like A could be the final hit. This lurk from Shy could be the nail in the coffin if they time it right. He gets a little identified by Util to start off, though.
Yeah, this could still be a nice little break that utility. Break
there it is.
But there you go, the nice lurk from King. Menzino through the smoke, the wall bang onto Melzer. Forcing out a lockdown early. Can't really spam it out, and there you go. Finally through the wall bangs, the Vandals drop it. But Nas, we're stuck in the sight. The tap forcing the enemies out.
30 seconds
And
left.
this is actually a really good round for Leviatán from the pivot from the C to the A site.
Yeah, it's the pivot that did it because we know they didn't have utility to get into A.
Right.
Great firepower and teamwork, though, because that's what it calls upon when you've used everything just to battle for Mound. Yeah, Lev with the quick switch here, and that it seemed to favor him. Much more comfortable in taking the site. Every time they've gotten to these positions, they're almost giving Crew too much time to set up, and that one was just off the cuff. Leviatán stay alive with 4 here. Big kills by King. Throughout a lot of them, he was going down on split quite a few times, but in these rotational moments, when he catches the team transferring from site to site, King has been huge.
Yeah. You've definitely seen some more here out of Taco. Shy almost getting an ace. So, actually, it kind of makes me think of when we were looking at Leviatán at the beginning of the season. Slow starts, then coming back, warming up, and then they're putting up a big fight, right? Remember the map that they won against C9 here, that 13-7, I'm pretty sure was the second map of that series in the playoffs. So now an opportunity to come back. You saw some ultimates available.
Yeah.
Nightfall. And actually the pit could be quite important here to counteract against Klaus's Seekers.
I don't think Davies will put in the lockdown there again, by the way. Snuffing out the round, but here we are, 7. And fast again. There the flashes towards Waterfall, and they're going to hit it. Nightfall comes out, and the team has not entered yet. Here we go.
Paranoia too to push him back. No utility. Nanoswarms are actually towards that B site. Running behind the Seeker is trying to surprise your opponents. Davies gets punished right away. Shy anchoring down. And as we've weathered the storm, the plat now comes in for Leviatán. Melzer and Nags remaining for Crew on an attempt of a retake. No utility as well to re-clear back, so they have to wait for the Poison Orb to come back down. Early Haunt, though, might give them an advantage, an opportunity to swing through.
Poison Orb. Little life of the Leviatán we know from this season. This aggression, taking everything they can without Crew being able to retaliate. 4 members alive last round on the W, 3 alive this time for Leviatán. They are giving themselves a great advantage here to carry out the rest of the half. Even down 1, the momentum seems fully in their favor. So a hit to C to A from last round, and a straight hit to C for this current round. What do they change next? We have not seen a lot of B play coming in from Leviatán at all. Whether it's through Baby Door, whether it's through mid, they've only played the extremities. So now, if they've conditioned Crew to this, do they try a little bit of the mid? We'll have to see. This round can play out anyway, but the orb control is a definite to start off here for Leviatán. Taco with ult! Do they still decide to bounce in?
That's already the smokes down, though. Gonna be very difficult. Gonna have to come up with something big while you're looking at this. This is a Sheikah with the exception of a Guardian for Kesnit, and they maximize the value out of that. Showstopper available too.
How many did they get yesterday, right? I think 5, 6 throughout the whole LCQ run so far, and they're thrifties for Crew.
Nice lurk by Shy.
Trades it back. That was a very necessary kill.
Especially that Showstopper we just mentioned available for Kesnit. So that's gonna dwindle the hopes of Crew of playing a good retake. So comes down now to those Sheriffs.
Pushed up on Mound. The focus can stay towards BC right now because of Melzer's positioning on A for Crew.
Find you.
Soon to be High Noon.
Still waiting.
Showstopper in.
Oh, uh-oh.
Takolia, there you go, gets picked and never checked inside. That orb of the Poison Cloud. The Showstopper gets canceled. A swing back out. Haunt's coming through. Prowler's coming through, rather. And finally, we're trying to open it up. King do it however he can. Just got dinged for 145. But somehow it's a 2 versus 2. 13 seconds left on the clock. Leviatán have to pick up the pace.
35 health for Lev. All together.
There's a turret down. There's the plant attempt. And it's a safe plant, no wall bangs available, but they're pinned at low HP, and Davies has the angle. Shy trying to push through, headshot it, but it's a trade-off! And Shy saves the moment for Leviatán to tie up this game on Lotus!
Said it before, King's having some moments and pulls another one out at the perfect time to tie us up here. Getting the Viper's Pit with that as well, and the lockdown, which is what helped secure Leviatán their first round on attack. So if they can use this lockdown again, maybe they get a little bit of a runaway on the score line. That was wild. Everybody feeling it. Guys trying to make a phone call. Can't even hear over there. That's what LEV's starting to produce for their fans. Let's see
What
if
are you
they
saying?
can get this
I
run.
can't hear you. King's too good.
We need more shine for the crown. Oh my, that's gonna be a timeout too. Quick few rounds hemorrhaged there by Crew, and it didn't actually look like they had an answer to what LEV was doing. LEV has just popped off a few rounds, and we haven't seen that from them this series yet. So
That's exactly they.
Cobwebs are gone, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great example of the successes of what we praised Owner for many times in the rise of Crew, then the rise of Leviatán when they switched over there, is the amount of success he's getting out of these timeouts.
Yeah.
So after that timeout, tying up the game 4-4, it's time for Adam and the rest of Crew to figure out how they could actually stop that conditioning that Leviatán has been pressuring on that C side earlier on. They completely gave up that battle on that A side with the amount of unsuccessful attempts that they tried to do there towards Rubble Control.
And Rubble Control will be there for Crew again. These default defenses by Crew, I think they've recognized they're losing too much ground. Leviatán is just happily taking it now. And it looks like they may try to get this Rubble fight again. Much more passive, though. That was already Mazzino trying to shadow step out onto the rock, right? They actually shadow step backwards here for a little bit of a rethought on the play.
Yeah, and moving close enough to that, they heard that trotted step out from Melzer. So he goes back to the same type of positioning here that we're thinking that Crew is doing if you're the IGL for Leviatán for King. Holding it back towards the spawn, but again, we've mentioned the patient play from Crew throughout the beginning of the LCQ. They're okay waiting that clock down.
One of my favorite things see Killjoys do is kind of Shy just threw grenade into, or sorry, Molly into B, able to get somebody to shoot that, so they get a slight idea of where the guns are positioned, where they're going to see defensive players, and even that little information helps.
Bomb grenade out.
And lockdown's ready, right? So if the lockdown's ready for Leviatán, what do?
Go see.
But Shy's still very far away, exactly, so it has to potentially be an early push forward from the rest of Leviatán.
They're going.
Saw that Nags almost wanted to bring out that Viper's Pit. And Davis is holding the first area.
They're trying to push.
Showstopper out and ready. It's out in the air. Kezet lands it onto Takolia. But now it's all over for Shy being the last player on a 2 versus 1. A chance to pick up the spike and plant.
10 seconds left.
But now that window of opportunity is closing. A flash around the corner. Klaus looking to run out. It's might run away. The gun is not out fast enough. Klaus denies Shy on an attempt of a clutch, and Crew regain the lead.
They're just snap judgment on these moments. Had Shy gotten a plan, he gets a turret, he has to watch one angle. That could have been so different. I feel like both teams are starting to think about everything right now in these tight moments. Leviatán and Crew together. Yeah, just instant run up. Has to plant, time's running down, don't give any type of advantage. And it smiles around there from Kesnet. So Leviatán go for another timeout. Like you just said, 3 rounds, lose 1. Owner wants that momentum. This is what we need to keep doing. This is what happened, etc., etc.
This is 2 timeouts in like 9 rounds.
Yeah.
So what do they have for the rest of the half? For me, it just indicates maybe Leviatán's map pick here on Lotus are comfortable enough playing the defense, so it comes down on maximizing the rounds here that could have on attack.
It's been interesting, too, to hear coaches in the afterthought of taking timeouts. Did you take them too early? Did you take them too late? And from what we've heard, it's kind of like, well, if you have them, take them. Because if you take them too late, what's the point, right? The damage is already done. So get back in there, reset the mentals, be able to talk to the team as soon as you can is some of that coach mentality for a few. And it looks like Owner is going to go right back into comms with the team at round 10. Here we are, 5-4. Is Leviatán tied up again with a Viper's Pit from King if they can take sight. it's one of the continuous things we were saying here. The site's being taken by Leviatán, but these post plants can't be executed on. Crew just gets it back. A Rubble once again. They'll gain the control this time. I'm interested to see how this round plays since they'll get full control over Rubble. We haven't seen too much of this. Uh-oh.
Surprise!
Family photo coming in from Crew over at Mound.
Photographer falls, and that is King no lurk. But meanwhile, though, Leviatán, look how far up they're pushed.
Get the spike!
Melzer is inside the site, punished. It's going to be Shy moving forward as the rest of them anchors, but there's a gap a bit. If people are going to rotate over towards the baby door, Seeker's coming out on a defense. As all of Crew deciding to rotate back from a spawn and push back and fight back. Oh, long-range ADSing, Shy trying to get information for his team.
That was a great Prowler back.
Good damage to hold back Crew, forcing the regrowth to come out from Klaus, allowing Leviatán to get inside the A site on his 3 versus 3. Now a lockdown on the defense. Plant yet to go down. Door about to reopen. We're forfeiting our position to repivot somewhere else.
Enough time. 40 on the clock.
Nozer's gonna get caught though. Shy though gets the pick. It's traded off by Davies.
Spike down A.
But now the spike's so far away towards Rubble. For Crew, they're all falling back here towards middle on this 2 versus 2 now. Prowler and a Haunt still available. The rotate back the flank behind from Kesnet, and he heard it. He heard it. He's just going to play the off angle now with 15 seconds left.
So smart. Plays his life.
Leviatán understands this, though. They have to push back towards the A site because they have no time left. 10 seconds. It's left. Davies with the off angle. No!
Davies!
4 kills in the round. The lineup on the last 2 players of Leviatán.
Oh my gosh. And the fadeaway for the last one. Giving himself the safety still. Hits the shot as he pulls off. Crew's retakes have been fantastic so far, Vencilly.
Didn't even need it there.
Honestly, yeah. The stop takes stops. Stop takes. Should make a new word out of it. Again, I don't think I have seen a frown on Kesnet's face throughout LCQ.
Oh, no.
We are finally seeing the Odin.
That's how you answer.
Yeah.
Okay, an Odin.
We're finally seeing what all the teams have been saying about Kesnet in practices when they play against him. He's showing it now.
Wait a minute, there's overconfidence now from Crew. There's a lot of damage, a lot of attempts to take control of the spam that King was doing with this Odin. But thankfully he had players with him. So that stops the push from Crew, who readjusts now on a 1-3-1 position around this Lotus map. Same thing once again for Leviatán, though, trying to use that utility to push out towards Rubble. And Shy's responsibility now is to work on how Crew's adapting here on this triple push at long B. Ooh. King with support, King the fall, and even Melzer continues to anchor down on the A side alone. Unfortunately there, duels are not being won now for Leviatán this time around. Round number 11 underway. Mazzino trying to look for a lurk kill. Force a rotate back. But unfortunately, he falls as well.
30 seconds left.
Every attempt failed for Leviatán, as maybe you're just going to salvage these last 2 weapons. The economy's so low now on the attack. You're hoping at least to cut your losses to a 7-5 half.
Crew avoiding the Odin on this one.
10 seconds
King goes
left.
down again, still having first blood troubles throughout the maps, but that strategy is really good to counter what Crew has been doing, to push on to Rubble to get up in their face. But every time we've seen Leviatán not rush something, that gives Crew enough time to own the map. And even it was such a good counter with the Odin. We see it all the time, and it can slaughter a team. But I think it just gives Crew time to set up. They are using everything to an advantage, and it's crazy.
Yeah. It was a good read still, though.
It was a great read.
They anticipated that triple push from Crew out towards the B side. But it's King with an Odin, ADSing with support from Shy. Wasn't quick enough. Tiny bit slower on the ADS with the Odin there, and he got punished right away. So hoping here with the half buy that you have and a judge in the hands of Takolia. Name of the game is potentially to prioritize these orbs to allow a showstopper. Nope, it's just going to be a satchel in with the judge. Clear the space. The door is yet to be open on that baby door, so an opportunity for Leviatán to play the post plan after the pit coming out. Nice shot there from King right after. Nightfall coming out towards that B side. The judge is close. It's denied right away. Close range battle. Big flash from Klaus. Now up to 3 players alive on the pulse blind. Counter pit coming out on the defense as well for Crew. Noswer just into the thick of it. Head to head against Klaus. Gets dropped. Now the shorty of King. Evens up the tally. Oh, so low.
King.
Nax at 1 HP. Klaus at 21. The pit falls, but Shark plays the long range. Now there's no time, at least for... Nice! Die! 2 kills in the end and the swing out. The Red Bull clutch. And Leviatán salvaged that round number 12.
What an incredibly scrappy second map from these teams. You can almost never tell which way the round's going to go. The last bit of fights, how they're pressuring and pushing each other. I honestly don't understand how they're able to come up with the answers each round. It takes that kind of firepower. And we've seen it from Crew and Lev.
Yeah. Well, at least so far here, River, seeing that this is continuing to stay fairly close.
Yeah.
But those 2 timeouts that were already being used by Owner, we'll have to see if they're going to be able to do it here on this second half, so we'll have to toss it over back to the desk.
The Leviatán fans seem to be reminiscing on the times when this was a stomp in their favor, but times have changed here. It's no longer the moment that Josh is dreaming of. It's a moment where Crew is stomping in this one. On map 2, 7-5 at the half, they've continued their dominance that we saw in the first run.
Positivity.
Positivity.
That's the name of the game here. Listen, Crew been popping off individually. A lot of players having really dominant form, and Lev actually keeping it close at times. Huge performances from King. We already know this guy's capable of a lot. And, I mean, he was turning up the entire time. I can't take this guy.
And Shy stepped up that half as well. 50 kills, I think. And I think Taco's having a better map, like kind of what they need. I mean, it's 5-7 half. They didn't get much, but 5-7 without pistol, not the end of the world.
You can see the light at the end of the tunnel. I think for a Lev potential, bringing it back, come back, whatever. But also, you got to talk about Crew. This is a monumental moment for them because you think about it, they're ahead. It's a narrow lead in terms of it, but they're able to take the title back in terms of being one of the best teams in LATAM, at least between these 2 teams.
And those are the 2 best teams in LATAM, and the guy at the front of that has continued to be Kezin. He had a world-beating map number 1, something like 400 ACS at the end of that one, and it seems like he's just kept that performance into the second map as well, Vanity.
I'd say he slowed down a little bit, but I think he's probably still at like 300. So if that's slowing down, then we'll take it.
Not bad.
We'll take that.
I mean, that's not bad at all.
That's still a great half.
But no, I definitely agree. Definitely slowed down, and it was down to, again, those heroics, but still some missteps individual. Listen, there's things we could dive in on. I'll leave that to Joshua. I mean, this guy is... we don't really need to say much. He's not on camera. He's posing for it, though. But this is an important match. We really can't stress enough how good this is for Crew as an org, as a team, the entire players as well, after going winless in the regular season on the verge of beating their regional rivals.
Remember how long it has been since Crew has been considered the best team in LATAM. They were the kings for a long time. These rosters have gone back and forth. But now Crew is but a half away from reclaiming that title and taking down a wounded Leviatán. We'll have to see if that squad, if Leviatán can recover, though, as we head into the second half of Lotus with the casters.
And just to reiterate once again, those timeouts from Leviatán have already been used all towards this first half when Leviatán was playing on their attack side. And usually on this map here, think about it, Lotus, very attacker-sided. Now you have to be pristine here on your defense with what you're currently pulling out for Leviatán, and you're hoping that it starts now in the pistol round.
And we see this, the same strat that Leviatán used against Cloud9, pushing out towards C. Will it work against Crew?
Oh. Leviatán's just running it down.
Oh, dear.
Pushing out towards the B side too. Sheris couldn't connect, but the long range of the Classic permits a trade-off to happen. A 4 versus 4. Crew taking control of Rubble and near Stormian. A race to the finish line, and that line is that toxic screen. But they cut noise. They're pulling back. They heed their footsteps. Catching Takulia with the boombot in hand. Right-click Classic doesn't work out for a second kill, as now the advantage goes back for Crew.
Turning back around. Shy wants to push now. Crew is absolutely reading everything that Leviatán is doing here. Staying in spawn is 5 to begin the round, rotating away. Crew looks like their hand was being forced, and what a great rotation Leviatán got out of them. But as soon as Crew stopped and said, wait, we can turn around and fight this.
That's exactly it.
They got the advantage.
The off on the fly calls from Melzer. That double stack that they had in that first pistol round, this time around saying, hey, let's stop, cut noise, let Leviatán run into us.
30 seconds left.
And it leaves now with 3 versus 1. With the IGL of Leviatán.
Toxin screen down.
The king with the ghost. Looking to reclaim at least a C site now as it gets planted for Crew.
Just the creep in. Basically walks into a crossfire once he does get deep enough.
There's a first contact.
Davies gonna hide it. No, Davies just waits for Klaus.
Yep.
Already 4 towards that Sky ultimate, towards your Seekers here for the second half. And a very quick round there that Leviatán tried to produce. The Crew just seems to have such good, not even mid-rounding, but in the moment calls, whether it's mid-round, late round, or beginning of the round. They have an A, B, and C to the strategy they're running, and it never looks too discombobulated when they do it. They are quickly attacking Leviatán's flank, and then looking forward for another kill on Shy, just to capitalize even more on your first round. So, what do they do here? Do they still wait for Leviatán to activate? I think we'll see Crew move a little slow, and then blast into the site here.
Yeah, Crew doing a little bit of the Leviatán TP on the other side from the dark cover. Out from Melzer, but no Haunt to fall, of course, because they don't have a Fate to work with, but still the principle of the initiator supports them. Klaus moving forward with that initial flash, forcing a little bit of utility to come out from Leviatán to start, but this is all a ruse. They're going for a 5-player stack now for Leviatán towards the A site, and Crew thinks they've read the map perfectly, and they're about to walk right into this.
Watching the back already, Shy is holding his turret active in B. So they do have a bit of cross-map control, but it's all about A here. And I believe there's a footstep right outside by Crew just now.
Yeah, no paranoia. This is going to have to be like paint shells on a tap. Sees nade, Haunt to come out and you flood right through. And you're hoping that all of these classics will pay
quiet.
Off. All of it becomes no contact. Plays for Crew walking in. King falls first. There's a nade, there's a C, the Haunt rather, but it's a little too late to get any type of fruition there for Leviatán for the retake. All dropping like a deck of a house of cards rather. And a flawless round then comes in for Crew.
All right. It doesn't feel like do or die since there's more rounds, but you almost feel like Lev needs this bonus round with the way things have been going right now. Crew's possession of the lead. Walking in here, this is a good read round too. Seeing that Leviatán wanted to play all the way back in sight, how you might see the next one of their saves. Crew realizing Leviatán is pressured to create these type of trap plays. Sometimes you force your opponent's hand that much. Towards B, mid, and C. Or A, rather. I think Crew, right now, they continuously look for the information that they are getting from Leviatán. Few shots, okay, that's a Vandal. A little bit of util there, but now we know who else is here. And just a quick peek in. Kesnet only suffers decay, and they're out knowing a little bit more about the C site. So patient. Yep, there's a little more util. It looks like A may even be a place that they end on this one with rotation from Klaus. So just global presence they're trying to show, getting Leviatán off those original defensive positions, and right now they could catch Mazzino in rotation.
You got nades coming out on the defense from Takulia. A lurk activated from Davies over a Crew on the C side.
Yeah.
But the rest of them are still trying to add this pressure.
30 seconds
pass
left.
towards Rubble. Door being open, 2 players of Leviatán holding behind that. Seekers coming out. You activate behind that, it's towards that B site. Snakebite coming in from the back spawn here from King.
Davies
Seekers hitting Nosware, trying to counteract here with his Prowler. 10 seconds left. The plant is going to be at a default spot on the B site.
Look, on this gun round, the bonus for Leviatán. Crew is taking site with 3.
Naxa does a great job to hold out the angles here at the small door. And that's Leviatán to fall back and save. Nothing he could do here at this point.
Nothing. From all the way to C to a little bit of mid.
Player standing.
All the way to A and back into B. Leviatán was not able to identify practically any member of crew. Free map walking down by the beach, holding hands, telling each other stories. Crew just has too much control right now. Yeah. Leviatán has to get in their face. Let's see how they produce this next round. Just scaled up. Even after the plant, they keep going. They keep hunting. They know they need to tag everything down onto Leviatán right now. Klaus getting 3K. We already knew the Seekers were coming up quick for him on this second half.
And that
they
B
just have
hit.
all of it.
B call was perfect as well. They saw the nanoswarm that popped off here from Davies that threw it down, and it broke one of the nanoswarms from Shy towards C. Hurt the Haunt as well from the late lurk. And then Seekers showing 2 guys on the A side, 1 on B. You identified everybody, pretty much.
Yeah.
Nothing, unfortunately, that Leviatán could do on that retake on now. A stinger by, playing as close as you can.
Here.
Trying to gamble some sort of late pivot towards the B site.
Leviatán is going to have to close the distance as quick as possible with this stinger round. Crew has not been messing around. They're going to scale in here, probably put somebody on the A-halls too, right on the Viper orb, and just wait for this retaliation. A good smoke actually here from Leviatán to get a little space back. They're dropping into sight.
Pinch health just got thrown by Takulia, dispersing now the pulse planners of Crew. First one to fall comes in favor and an advantage for Leviatán for the retake. Kesnet blocked away by a smoke. Nice paranoia from Manzino to push forward. A nice shot! A second one from King! Now Kesnet tries to fight back. The Stingers still continue to hurt and bite Crew away as Leviatán finally shows a beautiful display of a retake on a lower buy.
Bash and crash into the site. Stingers, they weren't going to work any other way. They basically had to get within arm's reach of Crew to make that happen. And I think multiple rounds now, we've seen that work for Leviatán. The pressure, the chaos. It just throws Crew for too much of a loop. Great timing on the paranoia into King, capitalizing on those kills. And then through the door, King comes up again. 3K for the Viper. And now Leviatán get a little bit of life. That's a round they absolutely needed here. 10-6. Can they close the gap? Shy now with the Odin in play.
Oh my God. When you have little hope there for Leviatán, it just
snuffed out. Snuffed right out.
All right, well, now advantage for Crew. Showstopper creating space. And a plant now comes in. Oh my God.
Spike planted.
You're kidding.
You're
kidding.
What can you do once again?
You can't.
Lady luck.
It's the little things that keep happening.
Yeah.
Seems like Crew just has the timing of these instances in their favor today. The moons are aligning for the Croupium. And now they just wait for this one to go off. Another save here from Leviatán. And not even the Odin's gonna make it. Insult to injury there. Every answer Leviatán's trying to bring into the map. Falling to the wayside. King should be able to stay alive along with Nazar here. But it's Melzer, it's Kesnet, it's Klaus, it's Davies, Windy, it's Nags, it's the whole roster. I'm gonna say it again, it's Adam.
Yep.
It's when you need them. They open up the round. Davies that time with a huge one. It leaves Leviatán wondering from the first few seconds.
It's also the Crew fans, actually, that have been fairly loud throughout the whole LCQ to support them.
And the run begins. They're running so fast, Sideshow's gonna have to buy them all new shoes. They are on the run. Maybe they'll just get... No, I can't go clown shoes. Those aren't easy to run in.
Yeah, you just trip.
You gotta buy new shoes. All right. Focusing a little control over towards the A side. Crew giving Leviatán multiple things to think about here, as Nags is just gonna play with that rubble area. Mound pushed very fast here so they can tempt this C take to get a reaction out of Leviatán. Spike's not even here.
They don't really need it. You're just gonna keep heating the enemy with this much confidence that you have now for Crew. Pain shells on the back, keeping 2 players of Leviatán towards the C side. A slight pivot as well from Tacolia towards B.
That feels good. I mean, yeah, you took down the Sky, you took down the Initiator, but now the Crew know they don't have to worry about that Killjoy utility.
There's that paranoia that we were talking about here at the entrance of the A site. Snakebite on the ground. Mazino fully blinded. Satchel's out from Kezen. I mean, that's a beautiful way of taking Rubble control.
Taco. He just looked away. Vans. Can it ever go right in these situations?
I wanted to. I really wanted to.
Oh, my word. How unfortunate here. As Crew continue to pick up these frags, just being in the right place, right time.
Careful here.
As they continue to rout the defenses of Leviatán.
Now, too, with Nano Swarms on a pulse plant, playing outside of the site for Crew. There's nothing that Leviatán could do with the last 2 players, King and Nosware. Saving their weapon once again, but this is going to put Crew at map and series point with a big lead so far.
I feel like it's to pressure everything here for the side of Crew. You go on one site,
oh no,
adjust how the defense is playing on that site and gain info. Usually you're getting info with utility. Crew is using bodies to get info right now. The anchoring of the trades to make everything work in their favor. Get this replay of just, do you expect that? Do you expect a dry peak swing coming in from the team? This late too? Varying the ways they're taking a site. Crew is that's the little things they need to throw off Leviatán here. And we'll see again if they try to start this strategy of some going over this way towards C once again. Some mid, and again, Mound over here.
Stopper out, Tacolia lands it onto Klaus, but Melzer's on the other end.
Good lord.
That spike down. But Kesnet continues to run and gun and dispatches the aggression that was attempted out of Leviatán.
They hear door.
Instantly, we have a 2 versus 2, identifying one player. Nice shot by King Elise, identifying one player towards that door, towards the B side. Nagzit doesn't really know if both players are there. And now he does. Both footsteps are coming out. There was a moment. There was a moment where there's a little bit of miscommunication. One overstepping his shy, but thankfully he won his duel. And now Leviatán are up at 7 rounds, and
yeah.
Watching here from Sliggy's chat, that means now that what? Crew has only 5 chances.
5 chances left? You gotta love it. You gotta love it. So that B area is becoming the majority of our fights between both teams. Right here. That's the big spot we've been looking at for the last few rounds, and it looks like it's gonna happen again, Van Silly. They are all going for it. Door control too may have a big play here.
Especially when you have a lockdown. Beautifully read so far by Leviatán. Nightfall to push him back. Melzer watching the front, watching the pinch, identifying that pinch.
And Crew backs up. It's almost like they have Leviatán out of position now.
I mean, the A side is open.
Yeah.
I've got your trail.
Seeker's coming out too, and that's all gonna head towards that left side and also one towards the flank.
All right.
Big pit to prevent now Leviatán from moving in and scaling up with a lockdown on the pulse plant too. This is gonna be very difficult for Leviatán to come back with.
You should run.
Lockdown coming in. This is such an interesting pit. They can drop in from the back site and be safe, but where's the first fight come from? Kesnet takes down Mazino.
Elise now, as Mazino falls, drop the lockdown. So an opportunity Elise to try to come back. The pit would also fall as Nagzit just got picked off by Nosware. It's back to a 3 versus 1, only up to Nosware. Showstopper out, lands at the feet of Nosware. Kesnet with 4 kills, and Crew continue to right their wrong as they move forward in the LCQ and will meet Cloud9 in the upper finals.
And for the mental, the build-up from a season where they could not find this success, they start to tear down their region, to build back that momentum, to know that they have the ability to find these W's again. And now going further in LCQ, they're gonna have to start facing some of those teams from North America.
Are we gonna start believing now?
Are we gonna start believing? I gotta get over there. I gotta squeeze Sideshow's nose a few times. I don't feel fully righted in these wrongs. What a game. Crew do start their run in LCQ. From the single elimination rounds now to upper bracket starting run. Not run yet. Starting run.
And that's the silver lining for Leviatán. Yes, they lose this series. It's not over for them. They move to the lower brackets. Maybe they needed some time to shake off the rust as well. Their first match now in LCQ after a month-and-a-half break here since we were able to witness and see and crown champions there at Masters Tokyo.
Yeah.
With Fnatic, and now hopefully they'll be able to do a lower bracket run. They are still a team that is considered a favorite to a lot of the fans right now, currently watching and witnessing the LCQ here in the Americas. But now definitely I think some of these fans also will finally turn their heads back and hopping back in the bandwagon of Crew and off the performances of a player like this man right here. Kesnet has been unstoppable. Klaus, unstoppable.
From Buenos Aires in Argentina, Crew fans are elated at being able to stave off the owner timeouts. And the second timeout that owner called, Adam said, this one's mine.
Yeah.
That 3 rounds that you grabbed aren't gonna happen again. A battle of the coaches, a battle in the server. And Crew take the W in 2.
Yeah. When they were struggling getting map wins against Leviatán for the longest time. And this brings another great storyline for Adam, by the way. It took a couple of weeks before he could actually join the team in the VCT Americas from
to get that
visas.
adjusted.
Yeah, and once he actually made it through, you still saw a team like Crew that was winless in this season. But to turn it around after a long break, getting back in the lap as a team, and finding second breath, a second win rather, and showing this type of performance. I mean, at this point, I might start believing in the bracketology of Sideshow and Bren here, where Crew might win LCQ.
There wasn't a joke that Crew got to the end. It was just subterfuge. We haven't witnessed it yet.
That's it. We just wanted to make sure we had at least like some of the Cloud matches from like the Sentinels and the Cloud9s and the 100 Thieves of the world, and then Crew is just going to come back and win it all. But,
amazing stuff.
You know, that's going to be it for us here. Coming up here, it's the Verizon post-match interview with Kesnet, the Deaths breakdown, and so much more. LCQ continues right after this.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Verizon post-match interview. I'm joined by Kesnet, who's just lighting the world on fire. Dryad for the translation. The first thing I have to ask you, Matt, is just at this point, what is it about your gameplay, your approach to the game that has just been so successful in this LCQ?
A este punto, ¿a qué se debe ese éxito que has tenido entre este Last Chance Qualifier?
Yo creo que el esfuerzo está dando fruto. Estoy jugando más de 10 horas diarias, entrenando bastante mi personal, ya que no estaba contento. No tuve mal rendimiento la fase pasada, pero siempre quiero sacar todo lo mío y un poco más, siempre un poco más, un esfuerzo más, un esfuerzo más.
It is the effort at the end that is finally giving results. He's playing 10 hours a day and working to make sure that he can push forward. He was unhappy with the performance before, so just making sure that he was in the place that he wanted to be.
For sure. And the other day in the post-match interview, you had said that you were playing with a rage in the server against MIBR. Is that feeling intensified when you're going up against Leviatán?
El otro día en la entrevista dijiste que estabas jugando como con rabia en contra de los equipos. ¿Este sentimiento se incrementa cuando estás jugando en contra de Leviatán?
Yo le juego a cualquiera como sea, me da lo mismo que sea, como por un ejemplo, yo mismo en contra de otra persona, me da lo mismo que sea, que esté rival, yo juego contra todos al mismo nivel y me agrada jugar contra ellos, son mis amigos fuera del juego y nada, siempre voy a dar mi mejor, siempre contra todo.
He said, I play the same against anybody. He's ready to face anybody. It doesn't matter. But Leviatán, they're friends outside of the game. Just in game is a different story.
Sure, that makes sense. And then finally, Klaus had said the other day in an interview that this felt like the same feeling when you went on that Champions 2021 run. And it's been that long since you've been on a serious run as that. What would winning the LCQ mean to you and to the team?
Klaus está diciendo que el recorrido que están teniendo ahora es un sentimiento parecido al Champions en el 2021. ¿Cómo se siente y qué significaría para ti tener ese recorrido hasta el final del Last Chance?
Yo no me fijo tanto en eso, voy más paso a paso. Obviamente lo tengo como historia en mi carrera, pero cada vez más voy pensando solamente en lo que va pasando, voy pensando en el presente, voy mapa a mapa, ronda a ronda y no me importa nada, solamente en el presente y dar mi mejor versión.
He's more focused on the present, on the step-by-step that he needs to take, whether it's the round or the next matches that he has at hand, and just to see how that takes him to that line.
Yeah, that makes sense. Best of luck, man. You're doing a great job so far. All right, Mimi, back to you to close out the show.
Thank you very much, Wyatt. Crew are continuing to defy expectations. We all sat here and thought that Leviatán would continue their streak of 7 maps in a row, stomping this team. But Crew have defied expectations, a 2-0 victory in dominant fashion to continue this run. What an incredible moment for this team, Brent.
Yeah, they take the title of the best team in LATAM now over them after God knows how long, right? I mean, what was it?
Yeah.
401 days, I think. Just a long time. And you can tell how much it meant for the players. I mean, at the end of that match, they were up in the air out of their seats. Kesnet, understandably. Klaus, he was skipping and hopping, bro. He was bee-hopping on the stage.
And you know what that pop-off reminds me of? With Champs 21 that they were just talking about. That was the last time we've seen Crew really playing to this margin. And the thing is, Kesnet, this event, is playing better than Kesnet at that event when Crew went on their last run.
Yeah, Kesnet is currently having his best tournament performance of all time. And when he's putting up those kind of numbers, I mean, what?
2021 Reina. Reina.
Yeah, but Kesnet is just, I felt like during the regular season, Kesnet was trying to do some of these things and getting shut down by other squads that were disciplined, ready for him, and he was taking unfavorable fights and losing them. And now, it doesn't matter what he's doing, double blast packing in anywhere, doing whatever he likes, everything works. And it seems to have inspired the rest of the team to also hit a next level of form. I haven't seen Klaus play this well since he was playing Tracer.
Yeah, I mean, you are completely correct.
Like,
yeah,
legit.
Yeah, actually, though.
I mean, I think a big part of it is like, look at how, I think Kesnet shines when there's pressure because this guy doesn't care, bro. He's gonna run at you regardless. The rest of the regular season, everyone's like, whatever. Like, these games don't matter that much. When the lights are like shining on them, Kesnet's showing out. I think that's really all it is.
And you can see this team maybe getting an upset. If they can contend with Leviatán, even if it is a Leviatán that is really, really struggling so dominantly, who's to say where this run could stop?
Oh, man. I've got rid of the clown outfit. They made a clown of me, let's be clear.
Sure.
But also, I'm starting to believe.
You're starting to believe.
I mean, you have to at this point, right?
I'm telling you.
Their form just looks so good.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the individual form, there's step-ups across the board from all the players that we've already mentioned as well. But, I mean, the bracket is where it gets interesting, because I was talking before we even went live that I can see a world, a timeline, where Crew versus Cloud9.
I mean, look, this is 2 games away. 2 games away from making it to champions.
The game devolves. Crew beats Cloud9. Cloud9 in the lowest. Sen beat Lev. Sen beat Cloud9. Crew versus Sen in the finals. And I don't know who wins. I don't know who wins. It's a battle of clouds at that point. It'll be a rematch of that fated game from eons ago. I mean, at this point, I just want it to happen. It's the only thing I'm rooting for.
Yeah,
Does that make me a hater of, like, quality Valorant?
No.
It makes you a lover of cool stories, of teams really just popping off and going on a run, which is amazing to see. And that's what this format allows. And Vanity, you've played in LCQs before. It is really easy for just one game to slip away. It's really a brutal format.
I think that, especially, like, Kay, are you doing this? If went 0-9, imagine winning LCQ, it'd be what? Imagine they go upper bracket flawless, like 6 in a row, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they went from a 10-game loss streak to now 3 in the row.
That's actually insane.
That would be the most insane timeline of all time.
It's ridiculous.
But I mean, I believe...
I feel like they're catching teams. Well, at the moment, they've only played against South American teams, right? So the game against Cloud9 is going to be interesting. I'm seeing you already like I'm on my Doomer arc. I'm not on the Doomer arc. What I'm saying is it's going to be different this next game against Cloud9. The players look like they're in form. I mean, we saw Leaf on Duelist on Sky really popping off. It wasn't utterly clean from Cloud9, though. They got battered on Fracture, so there are definitely weaknesses there, and I can see the upset, but this is going to be another step up. Like, each game has gotten harder and harder. MIBR, bottom of the barrel with a coach playing. Okay, next step. You have a player that's, subbing in, but it's still a fairly solid roster. Dismissed. Next level. Your LATAM rivals. Get gone. Get gone. They flattened them.
And I mean, not even close in some instances. I mean, it was still one-sided, apart from the first half of Lotus that we just witnessed. But then
where does it
turned
stop?
Again. Yeah,
That's
where
the
does it
question,
stop?
right?
I mean, none of the maps they've won have been close, right? I'm pretty sure they've pretty much all been blowouts, all 6 of the maps or whatever.
Pretty
Get
much.
Fnatic in here so that we can have a true test of where it is.
I'm taking Kesnet. In this form, I don't know if I'd take anyone.
Dirk is nothing. Don't know that guy. He's never played in America's LCQ.
he's never seen what we do.
It is ridiculous for Crew. They played every single day of LCQ thus far, and that does not stop. They're back again tomorrow. They have another match versus Cloud9, and we also have another elimination match on the horizon. We saw both the Sentinels go down there facing their elimination, and Leviatán obviously just falling as well. And we were just talking about the possibility of a Crew run. I feel like Sentinels actually looked fairly solid today.
I think
at least in that one map, they looked probably the best they've looked all season.
I would say it's like a coin flip, right? Like the split against 100 Thieves looked really good, and then C9 they kind of like played pretty poorly. But I think it's like their game plan wasn't as good. I think that they didn't adjust nearly enough because of how much prep Cloud9 had on them. But I think that going forward, hopefully they can fix those errors. But
yeah.
Anything's open at this point.
The first hurdle they got to face right is LEV, right?
Yeah.
Because they've been knocked down there with them. But I think after what we watched today, I would have more faith in Sentinels. I mean, I was wrong in the past because I thought that Sentinels were, I mean, they could win the matchup today and potentially favour. That was my kind of like hot take. But yeah, I think from what we've seen of these teams, it feels like Sentinels are primed to just keep on going through the lowers.
I want them to play against Crew, and I don't care where that happens.
Crew would be amazing.
Yeah.
In the finals.
Let's break some viewership records.
In the low bracket, talk about a clout game. 100 Thieves don't have the clout that Crew have. The entirety of South America, or at least the Spanish-speaking LATAM, is behind Crew. They have a massive fan base, and they are looking to go nuts. I mean, there's going to be people climbing up lampposts and setting fire to cars.
Grease the poles, guys. We got to stop the fans. They're going to go crazy. All right, well, that does things for this day here at LCQ. We have one more before we take our break before the final bout of playoffs. But Crew are going on a run. They'll face Cloud9 tomorrow. And in the lowers, we have another elimination match between Sentinels and Leviatán. Thank you guys so much for joining us throughout this day. And Vanity, thank you for coming on. It was a pleasure.
Thanks for having me. I'll be back at some point, I hope.
Hopefully. And hopefully we get to see you playing again.
Are you friends now?
Here.
You said
I would say. Since the beginning of the day,
That's good.
It's a pleasure. I can now say that it's been a great day with all of my friends. And with that, I think that does things for us. Here are your Prime Gaming post-match highlights here to close out the day. See you again, same time, same place, tomorrow. It's 4 world champions versus NA's newest favorites in Cloud9. Their season ended in disappointment after making a miracle run through the regular season. But on the other side, for Sentinels, they too have had their ups and downs, their trials and tribulations. They finally landed on a roster, found an IGL, and won a first match. The question now is, how far can they go in this run?
He's got the cover of the lockdown, and he's got a kill onto 10.
I mean, there's miscommunication there. 10's not really aware how far Leaf is.
Yeah, he's already netted himself a second one with the third. Possibly. Pancada, oh, it's actually Marv, but Pancada may have found a timing here.
This guy's just farming.
He's tucked behind the orb, and he doesn't land the shots. Leaf's on the courts for an ace. No reason to convert it, and Leaf delivers. Like a watch, tower over the top, second with 3. Looking for the 4th, finds it. Are we due for another ace? Just narrowly missing, but the classic does the job. It's the ace for second, and it's 6 for Sentinels.
Still finding value again with the Sheriff. Leaf with a follow-up too.
And it's done. Pearl goes in favor of Cloud9.
Except it's full blind.
Everybody's
blind. Scratching his head on that one, but Sauce is still combining for a massive round.
Does he invest?
He has to get half. Is he going to get it? Yes, half,
he does.
at least.
It's Elsis now pushing forward. It's Elsis with 3.
Oh, boys, let's go. Hey, that's the one. That's the one, baby. Let's go. Let's go.
2v2 here, and it all falls down on Rudy. Pancada cleans it out as Sentinels take map 2.
And this is a lot safer for him to go for.
Second's in a really good spot. He's gotten 2 switches to the classic and gets 3. Zelsis just on the other side of the box. The flash, he's gonna go forward. He does check it, he gets a kill. 4 for Zekin.
Fantastic help from Leaf there, joining in with the rest of them. But wall goes up right now. They're isolating 5s. Oh! Pancada goes huge. Is anybody getting on the spike?
Time is so short, they can just span their way through this.
One enemy
Sassy, surely he can't.
Oh my God, no.
There's no way, right? There's no way.
Let's go. Yo, look at me. Let's go. Let's go.
Patience pays off for Cloud9, for Jake, as they take down Sentinels 2-1.
Leviatán had a rough end to their season, but they've come back after a month and a half off and tried to recover, to renew what made them good to begin with. It seems like the tournament format that would be strong for a team like this, but Crew has already looked hot in their first 2 games.
Nalzor moving forward. Oh, tucked into utility, but Nalzor still gets the kill. Shy now, having a clutch, not gonna happen. The first swing out does not connect, the other one does. Opportunity to refresh and reload, but then it's swing like no elbow, and Melzer gets the Red Bull clutch. Crews are just waiting for that smoke to dissipate. Melzer had his knife out, but the trades are still not bad. Happy that you had the player advantage there for Crew. Crew with the defuse, and Crew with the first map.
They use the orb timing so well. They start to push, the door opens. Kesnick closes it quick on 2 members.
Yep. So they have to push back towards the A site because they have no time left. 10 seconds, it's Davies with the off angle. No! Davies! More kills than around the lineup!
Leviatán was not able to identify practically any member of Crew. Free map walking down by the beach holding hands.
And Crew continue to right their wrong as they move forward in the LCQ and will meet Cloud9 in the upper finals.
Peace.